the Landshaker catches too. Finally, the Oogie Shadow Kill open things up. Maybe the next one. No! Leandro sustains. Boy should give him a bit more room to work with potentially. Lord, half HP. Leandro still in the push. There's positive energy up in front of them. The retribution can come to fruition as Leandro picks it up. And the Tsunami Slam is isolating the rest of them.
He goes down. Enzo able to get that with a yin yang overturn. Leandro trying to do the same. He actually catches him. Crimson Beacon comes out as well in the mid lane. They're looking to catch somebody off guard. They get Nizu forcing out a flicker, but John comes in, gets a knock up through, and Slarky Boy with a heavy crossbow able to get first blood in the hands of Nizu. Swan goes down, but here it is. The spatial migration comes through as well.
1.6k.
Yeah, it has, but you can see already going in. Schwan trying to get the taunt onto Yang as well, but they kiting beautifully. Here comes the Violet Requiem, Black Dragon form, trying to go in, but you can see Wade making sure Enzo's zoned out, but that's why the fight is split into two. Appraiser's Wrath come down, Slarky Boy's there as well, but Yang gets taken out by Orange Bob. Meanwhile, Wade is going to be the next one to follow, trying to survive. I think he'll go down. Yes,
he catch a break whenever he's playing on the Granger, and now they go again in mid.
Black Dragon form trying to zone everybody out. We can see he walks into a cloud, petrified. Orange Buff trying to survive. Shaw Rescue make sure he does, but you can see Wade with the Landshaker to the back line, flickers forward as well. And now push them back, but you can see a Black Dragon form going on top of Slarky Boy. Gets the petrify, making sure he gets that. You can see AOG come through as well. Nice use of the Wild Requiem to catch him off guard. Wade to the back line, goes to the Brave Spider. Landshaker being used as well, but Urek able to kite out very well. Yang gets taken out by Orange Bob, and the Detonatas are connecting. Urek able to get a monster kill onto Wade. They lose two members of the team, but looking at that, Nizu gets caught off guard, is forced to flicker out as well. Here comes the Black Dragon. They're going for a full engage. They get him. Godlike. That's it, folks. That's all she wrote. That's what they're looking for. Nice petrify coming through with the Furious Dive as well. Black Dragon form is unleashed, but they go in with the taunt. AOG comes in the back line, catches Yang and Nizu. Oh my goodness, they get a double kill in the hands of Urek, and now looking for the third. They get Wade, make that 4, and give him a savage already. Ladies and gentlemen, Urek.
Stop the farm of Wise there. He himself cannot deny any farm to my lobby, so he's gonna get that level 4.
Yeah, gonna get that level 4. Ogi Shadow kill, gonna be used there.
The only other person from the side of Honor is... Hold on.
Ogi Shadow kill.
There.
Yeah, their own jungle creeps are not being let go of. The turtle's already gone 2 minutes into the Lord. I think they're going to give away the purple buff. Wade's trying to get it, and I think he did as well. No, Asmodeus got that. RWM already dropped down. You can see Michael trying to shut the damage on the Bumblebee. AOG out of there. Meanwhile, the mid lane, a lot of damage being done. Entropy being used as well. Tezuka goes in my lobby.
1,000 have instantly moved up to 4,000, and they're going to seize the tier 2s up top too.
Yeah, you can see already coming through. Bravest Fighter to the back line. You can see Asmodeus going through onto Tezuka. Phantom Execution able to get that kill. RWM dropped down from Danny just to slow him away.
So many times out there. Look at that. Now, this is the replay which I was talking about. Look at the position of Danny. It's pretty low in that HP. Gets caught up in the Thorn Rose, and then it's a Phantom Execution towards the Lord. But there we go, another fight.
Ogi Shadow kill already being used up. They get the kill on a Henny. It's too much damage coming in. You can see the Entropy doing a lot. Tezuka is just right next to it. No Entropy used up. He doesn't have the flicker. Oh my god, Henny's gets picked off on the top side at the time when the team needs him the most. No high ground. They're not going to be able to clear this Lord. They don't have a mark. They don't have the damage dealer. AOG comes through as well. Look at the back line. Lanklowell goes in. Feather and the Falling Starmoon gets taken out.
For the grabs, I never thought we were going to see the first fight towards Litho out here again. It's going to be a jump in, coming in from Pancake. Retro used up already. It's Lancelot winning it out. Frisky seems to be in trouble with the Revitalize popped up. He's got no mobility to try and run away. And look at Wise. He just gets extra bit of dashes. But he was the one who was being punished out there.
Hello everyone, we are back in the last day of regular season. Our Swiss stage is coming to an end, so today we are going to see only deciders, 3 best of 3s. Today with me, Zakota, welcome.
Thank you for the introduction, Nish. As you said, it's going to be the last days of the Swiss bracket. But next week, I mean tomorrow actually, is going to be a really spicy day. I mean, we're going to see the last teams who qualify. So it's going to be the highest risk games so far that we have in Surge. Is the 2-2 bracket. I mean, the teams here, they fought this hard to get here, and this is their last chance.
Exactly. Like right now, if we look at even the highlights from the previous week, we saw that a lot of teams, and even like for me, that this was the most, like the biggest surprise of last weekend. What do you say? Like AKKE against Minerva Fury, I cannot describe how pleasantly surprised I was, because like when we are talking purely on paper, like I don't think that anyone would really expect such an outcome.
I mean, personally, I was saying that Minerva's gonna win, but AKKE turned around and said, game 1 looked really good for AKKE, game 2 looked good for Minerva, but game 3 was, a complete, decimation from AKKE. I mean, they did a really good job. It was a long game, if I remember correctly, but still, they played it correctly, they managed to end, and I think they're starting to fix some of their mistakes. I mean, the scrims have been improving, I assume, because they're just more casual about it, the picks and the draft.
It was not only that, but for example, even when Toby was on the interview, he has a lot of self-reflection in the interview. Like he said, like, okay, I see that there were some mistakes, some of the mistakes were my mistake, and I think that this is really important for any player to really progress in their development as a player, to have this kind of reflection into your own game, like to be able to say like, okay, this was my mistake, like guys, I know. And if you do this, you are one step ahead of yourself, because you already acknowledge something that you are doing wrong, and you can more easily work on it.
I agree with that statement. Like, the more you blame yourself and others, it's gonna be hard. The faster you accept it, the better it's gonna be for your, improval. For you're gonna get better just by accepting the reality. Because sometimes, I can speak from my personal experience. I was like, man, I'm the best jungler. There's none retrogapping me.
Oh, Zach, you are still saying that you are the best jungler.
Of course, bro. But still, after I played against some really good players, like, damn, I'm really bad at this game. I need to improve. I did. And after that, I just got slow by time. The winter got to me in my bones. In winter, I play a little bit worse. But of course, we're joking a little bit around. But still, today we're gonna have a few some favorite teams, and some teams that people don't really have a niche opinion on. But still, are you looking for? I think I changed your opinion about one of the remaining teams, about Teeniyi Bambusel. How do you feel about them? They're gonna be the last match today, if I'm not mistaken, or they're gonna be the first one. Wait, I think we're gonna see.
It will be the first one. Yeah, the first.
It's gonna be a cool game. AKKE, I think, versus Teeniyi Bambusel. Man,
that will be really sick.
It's gonna be nice
as a matchup. Like, I kind of don't know what to say about this matchup, and I don't even want to do a predictions, because I was always so wrong. But still, like, the whole production is not going to be, or the whole broadcast is not going to be only about games. But as we said, we are nearing the Christmas time, so even Surge is going to give something back to the community. And I want to remind all of our community guys, until tomorrow. I think it's until tomorrow, or it's until until tomorrow. You are still able to go to our Instagram, and it's super easy to join our giveaway for Saber skins. The whole description of the challenge is there, so go there, feel free. I will have just one really good recommendation, because I was talking to our marketing, and a lot of you guys do all of the things necessary for being able to get these skins, but you forget to follow our Instagram page, and then we really cannot send you the skin. So please, if you're there, don't forget, because we have to check all the necessary criteria to, even if you are picked from the raffle. So hopefully all of you will follow all the rules, and we can give you some nice Saber skins.
But Misha, I have a question about the giveaway, if you don't mind. What if I have all the Saber skins and I win? What do I get? A kiss?
Then you can gift it to someone. I just said that there will be Christmas, Dakota.
Of course, you're right.
Don't forget. But here we are. This is the final look of our Swiss stage. Well, final look. Like, we still don't know the winners of today, but like, we know all the rounds. And as we were talking about, the first match is going to be Teeniyi Bambusel against AKKE by D. Then we have Fake Dam against Stolen Angels, and then Revenant Order against Misa. Like, very good matchups today. Very good matchups.
Extremely good.
In all of the matches, I'm not 100% sure about the results.
I mean, personally, only in one game I'm not sure about. I'm not gonna say it. I mean,
Okay.
I told Nish already, you know it, but the viewers,
I know.
you know, it's a secret.
Yeah.
But still.
But I want to say, like, you, and not just you, but you pointed out that Teeniyi Bambusel are cooking, and after the last matches we saw from them, they were really, really cooking. AKKE, they also showed that they can play their own. Fake Time, again, they were in the third round, the first to play to continue or to be invited to playoffs, and they are still here. So I think that they are really hungry for the win. Stolen Angels, I think that they showed such a good performance last weekend. Oh my god. I think but Urek was the first player to have Savage, and in his best of 3, he had a score of 24-0. That was crazy.
Really,
And then we
really
have
great.
Revenant Order against Misa Esports. Once again, like I'm not sure what to expect from both of the guys, because, for example, Revenant Order, I don't want to say it like this, but I think that their performance is a little bit like a roller coaster. Like, I know that they can perform, but sometimes I just feel like they feel like they lost on the draft and they don't perform. Like, I don't know what is going on through their mind, but I feel they have the power to put up a competition, because still, like I said, they are in the 5th round of the Swiss stage. But do they have enough experience against Misa Esports?
Hard to say. They're such a strong team. I mean, all these teams are strong. They made it this far, so they have the respect. I mean, from I think everyone. But this is gonna be the decider factor. I mean, they had to lose 2 games to get here, so still they have a lot of learning to do. But some teams is gonna be really hard. I mean, as I said in the game 1, AKKE did a really good job. They stepped up. They stopped giving games sometimes for free. But as well, Teeniyi Bambusel stepped extremely up. They did extremely well against Jackpots. If you remember, it was almost a 2-0 game. But I mean, I would say Jackpots got the better of them and took the win. But man, a team that impressed me the most is Fake Time. They evolved so much with the time they had left. I think they have Ola, the coach of Zeta Divisions, if I'm not mistaken. And it really makes a difference, the coach. They don't have to think about the draft. The coach is going to do that for you. And I think more teams should look into maybe even a friend to come coach for them, to at least draft. It's going to make such a huge impact. Even if they're not the most experienced, if they're not the best, a coach is going to make such a huge difference, because it's going to take away the thing that's going to confuse you a lot.
Yeah. I just want to add one thing. There was one study when it comes to decision making. Like, if you are put into too much decision making before you have, like, for example, a competition, it drains so much from your psychological decision power, or how should I call it? Because there's only enough power for your decision making in one day. And as you said, like, the draft is such a crucial part of every match we see right now. But let's get back. We have the Venom tournament coming up for the community, and right now there's a lot of you that we did a survey and you love the 5v5 community tournaments. So here we are going to play for Venom skins this time, because we already did the Saber, and that is going to end tomorrow. But on next weekend there will be this community tournament for Venom skins and some diamonds. So don't forget.
Diamonds.
Yeah, don't forget to sign up so that we can see you. I think that we are even going to do a broadcast of this tournament.
A broadcast of the Venom tournament? Okay, that's gonna allow some players to get some recognition. Maybe, who knows? Maybe some teams will look for them. And
yeah, actually, to be honest, we are definitely, for next year, for the community tournaments, we definitely want to stream more of the community tournaments, because we see a lot of potential players. There's also a participation of a lot of players who are right now in the MEC, so I think it will be really good for everyone, and I think a lot of people would enjoy them being on stream. So guys, don't forget, maybe you will be on stream, and you are in for a good rewards.
I think a Venom tournament is gonna allow some people to actually test out some things. As I said, maybe a coach. It's a community tournament. There are not that many high risks. You can participate with your team with a new lineup. You can test it out. And who knows? Maybe it's gonna work really great. Maybe it's gonna be really bad.
You're motivating people to disband and have new squads. Don't do that.
Man, a little bit of advice on her. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe some people are thinking, man, I don't want to play in this community tournament. It's gonna be full of tryhards. Well, it is.
No,
yeah,
no,
but that's the best
like,
part of it.
But last tournament was also like there was a lot of teams, and I would say that more than half were not like we can say that they were tryharding, but they were not like they were on amateur or semi-amateur. So you can still play. So I recommend to for everyone to just get the experience of a tournament, because playing in a tournament is totally different. Like the pressure and everything is totally different. You want to perform the best of your abilities, you are under more pressure, you get tilted more often, you have to get more control over yourself. So I think it's a great experience for everyone. But when we are talking about experience, there is a word that comes to my mind, and that's exercise. And we were talking about it a lot, and we even did a really good sketch for our Search Fit Club, because we really want to encourage all of you to not just have a good lifestyle in game. Good lifestyle in game, what does it mean? Good lifestyle in general, that's what we really trying to encourage. And that's why we need all of you to be super fit. And for you to be fit, we decided that the best thing is to reward you for it. And I think that we can even play the small sketch, I would say.
Yeah, there's this ZL challenge going on. So when are you joining the Search Fit Club?
What is the Search Fit Club?
You have no idea about it.
Hell no, man. What the fuck?
Let me explain. Search Fit Club is a community-based project to reward players for their fitness activities. And to get even more prizes, me, Zedel, and Gorinic are going to set challenges for you. So join us right now and sweat for skins. Hey, did you already join the Fit Club?
It's such a good sketch.
Link in bio.
The first time I watched it, I cried. It was so good to watch.
Yeah, like you really need to get your
It's so
muscle
unexpected.
pumping. Yeah.
I woke up, I opened, Instagram to check my messages, and I said, what's this story from Surge? What's this video from Surge? I look at it's about the Search Fit Club. Nice, let me watch it quick. And I see Nish standing upside down on his phone. And then I see, can we say, there was a really good, how can you say this? An unexpected person there. I think it was your cameraman. Jakub,
No,
right?
actually, yeah, that's our project manager. So if you're a pro player and you want to know how Jacob looks like, that's our cameo over there. Yeah, so props up to him, okay? Because he shouted
really
the
good.
most important part. Yeah.
It was such a good sketch. I remember it was so good. It motivated me so much. I was like, damn, I should maybe join this Search Fit Club. It was really good.
You should. You're very active. You will get a lot of
thinking about
points.
it.
You will get a lot of points.
Maybe, but I want to leave some rewards for other people,
Oh, okay. I think there will be more tryhard people than you will be.
Maybe.
Because when I was checking the last leaderboards, there's already so many people who are really working out. And as we are talking about working out, I think this is something that our teams really work out to get into, and that's what we were talking about. That's the tomorrow. We have the placements tournament, or placements part of the tournament. And with this, we will decide which teams are going to be directly in the upper bracket of playoffs and which teams are going to play in the lower bracket of since we are playing double elimination in the playoffs. I would ask for your predictions, but we still miss 3 teams, so it will be kind of difficult. But we have one matchup already there: Jackpots against Glitch Code.
Oof, it's gonna be really hard to protect this one. There are 2 strong teams, I think.
Mm-hmm.
The best way to do it would be to wait for all of the teams, so I can get an idea of who's going up, who's going down. And I believe tomorrow we're also gonna get the casters predictions back up again, Mr. Nish.
Yeah. We're definitely going to collect all the predictions for tomorrow. So we will put the predictions up for the lower third, so the viewers can see what we think.
Man, like if I were to put it right now, it's a best of three. I think I'd give the first game I'd give to Glitch Code, second game to Jackpots, and the third one to Jackpots again. Because yes, Jackpots are a really strong team, but so is Glitch Code. But it's gonna be really hard. I mean, maybe Glitch Code can get both serious. Maybe Jackpots will really lock in, get serious about it, and then they will just completely walk them over. But still, it's so hard to predict. They're just so good. They're unpredictable almost.
But I would say the Jackpots are going to take the first one, because they usually do. They usually take the first one, and when they dominate the first one, then they chill out and be a little bit overconfident in some place, I would say. But we'll see. That's something for tomorrow. And I think that you shouldn't forget to log in tomorrow and see what is going to happen, because tomorrow's matches are going to decide the whole outlook of our playoffs. And that's what we need. That's what we are looking for. We are looking for the best team in Europe, because right now we are in the final day of regular season of European Championship. So my guys, I think that we could slowly come to an end. We can, I don't know, Zakot, are you casting today?
I believe I am not casting. I was supposed to, but the caster who originally didn't wanted again, so it's good. I wish I was, because it's gonna be the last game and it was so exciting. But of course, regular season is gonna start. The games are gonna be even better. I can't wait. The Swiss brackets were really good. I enjoyed them. We talked about it before the live stream started. And I was like, man, I'm going to miss some of these teams. There were some really interesting teams, of course.
That's so true.
But they didn't make the cut. That's the worrying part. I wish all teams had, 3 or 4 chances more.
But hey, during the Swiss stage, they had a lot of chances. Like, you have 3 chances.
Of course,
so
but give them more. Like 7 best of 7 every game, make the casters work for it.
Yeah, but we have one last surprise for you for next week, because as you know, next weekend we have a break, so we can prepare the best graphics for you and we can do all the preparations. But we have one really special surprise, and the special surprise is we will have a streamers against casters show match. And as a special guest, Pagu is going to participate, which will be super cool. And there is one more detail that we prepared, and that is that all of the players are going to be playing on lanes that are not really comfortable with. So we are really looking forward. Like we were super thinking like, okay, this player, what role or what lane is the worst for this guy? And we managed to really put it together so that it will be really interesting. So next weekend, if you really want to have just pure fun, join us on 28th. It will be Friday. It's the day before the Venom tournament, and it will be super fun. I don't know that if we will be hearing even the comms from the teams. If we do, that will be super fun. But I don't really remember. So anyway, guys, come next weekend. We will have purely fun weekend. We will have the streamers against casters, and then we will have our community tournament. So let's enjoy next week as well. But hey, it's time for us to say the goodbyes. So me and Zakota, we are signing off. We will see you tomorrow again on the pre-show. And for today, you have really interesting matches that will be really heated up, because everything is on the line for them to get to the playoffs. And thank you for being here with us even during the pre-show. So Zakota, goodbye, and to everyone, enjoy today's matches.
guys, the judgment day is finally here because it's going to be a super fun evening, ladies and gentlemen. The pre-show we already had two handsome guys out here, and for this main segment, you've got me scared. Alongside me, you've got another handsome dude. It's Warren. You've been through this entire journey, Warren, and we are finally at the very last hurdle of the regular season. It is the do or die best of three games between six teams, and only three of them will finally make it to the playoffs. So, how excited are you for this?
I'm very excited. It will, of course, be so interesting. We already had many ups and downs, especially for me. The latest up and interesting moment that really happened was Stolen Angels, how they were able to overcome Omni Knights. Because honestly, coming into the duel that they had on the day 6 in the last weekend, I definitely was thinking Omni Knights should be the stronger team. But Stolen Angels, they prevailed, and Jurek overperformed. I would even go as far as to say overperformed, because his stats, they were just speaking for him. This guy, I bet Soul Angels are so happy that they picked him up, because he is definitely a guy to look out for. But let's not talk about Soul Angels, because right now we, of course, should be talking about Teeniyi, Bambusel, and AKKE. And man, I have to talk about Teeniyi, Bambusel, because this team has went through such a drastic change through their coach, through their hard work. I never thought that they will be one of the teams that will be going into the playoffs. I knew they were strong, but I felt like there is a lot of teams that will probably take the cake, that will probably beat them over and go through the playoff instead of them. But actually what happened is that right now they are right on the edge, they are right at the gates, and who else for them to beat than AKKE? The doormen themselves, right? The doormen themselves, they started it. They were in the Thunder Division, they were then in Pro Morello, and now they stand in front of Teeniyi, Bambusel, where Teeniyi, Bambusel have to get through this Titan. And the question is, can they make it? Because if we talk about AKKE, they are definitely a team that's also going through a big transformation. They are improving. But let's right now just talk a little bit more about Teeniyi, Bambusel. We have this whole roster. Who do you like the most?
I love every single one of them equally, my man, because this team, all five people playing together, eventually perform like no one would expect them to, right? One of the big things about Teeniyi, Bambusel is the fact that I don't think so. There were a lot of people who believed in them back when they showed up in promotion relegation. But then you saw Nikki Ikichiki performing on the Grangers, picking up some pocket picks like the carries, even the Claude, Danzo bringing some of his Hanzo jungle back up into the game as well, and Seki. Whenever you give this man a Gato, you know that no one can reach Skylar, who then drops in some amazing RWMs to try and destroy everyone on the other side, while Carty becomes the sandbag during those team fights. This entire roster, it's so very well connected. Whenever they play together, it becomes almost impossible to win against them. But then again, there is a team that could eventually move all the way up, and that is going to be AKKE.
Oh, absolutely. And if you look over the roster, I would definitely have to say that I don't love all of them equally, because I'm sorry, but Toby stole my heart. Like, who watched the interviews with Toby just knows that he stole my heart. It's so obvious. But of course, I wish them the best, right? But this duel will be very hard. Not in a sense that I don't really know who to wish it for more, because Teeniyi, Bambusel, super strong team. The transformation that they went through, I really love it. I really like it. At the same time, AKKE, a team that was the longest with us, is one of the teams that were longest with us. I really wish for them to win as well. So it's really hard for me in which side I am. I don't really know. I'm sitting on the fence and I don't know, but the stats, they are speaking something. And they are telling us that, okay, even though they have one more map played, they have one more victory taken, so that's important. But average time to win is speaking for Teeniyi, Bambusel. Can you walk me through the rest of the stats, Gert?
Yeah, that's one of the big things which we kind of wanted to discuss as well, right? If you remove that one big game by AKKE, I think so the average time to win would fall down significantly, something around Teeniyi, Bambusel, or maybe even less than that. You could clearly see that there's 4 victories for AKKE and Teeniyi, Bambusel on the other side. Yeah, it's 3-3 for them. So in terms of winning out those individual games, AKKE do have slight bit of an advantage, but one of the big reasons is because they eventually lost their first 2 games. So they had extra games which they could eventually later on play.
The big stat which I want to focus on is the Lord control. You remove one game out of it, that was what? 5 loss for AKKE, reduce 5 from 17, that's still 12 lots. That's way more than what Teeniyi Bambusel eventually contest. That shows you that AKKE has very good control of the early to mid game, and even towards the Lord pit, they are like significantly ahead from Teeniyi Bambusel. But my big focus point is going to be those turtles where they're almost equal 8 to 9, just one behind. And Danzo has shown his retribution to be super good.
But do you know what's the funny part? We usually, or at least I speak about it in big volumes. I tend to speak about it a lot. And that is how AKKE were not really successful in closing out the games. But if you look at the Lord control, the stats should be speaking for them. But yeah, the average time to win, even though we said that one game definitely skyrocketed it up, still the stats speak. Like AKKE have hard time closing out those games. But at the same time, so many Lords. It's kind of telling us an interesting story. Definitely in the Lords department, Teeniyi Bambusel is lacking. But the question is it because when they take the Lord, they really take it and they close out the game with it? Or is it because it's the other way around? They are not able to get the Lord, right? What is it really telling us? Because, of course, we have some of these stats, but what is it really telling us? That's something that's definitely going through our head. But right now, the question, the biggest question that was probably going through your heads was, will it be Flying Cloud? It will be Flying Cloud. Though probably one of the most boring modifiers, probably the most boring modifier, because it just kind of enables you to go faster from the base. And I'm still waiting for that feeding Uranus to utilize Flying Cloud to maximum.
Feeding Uranus. I really hope no one utilizes that except for Chronos. But here's the fun thing, I know this seems one of the most boring phases out there, but let me make it a little bit more interesting. Let me show you my nerdy side here. Teeniyi Bambusel, out of the last 4 games that they have played, they've lost every single one of them which they've played on anyone except for the Expanding Rivers. So out of those 4 games, the only places where they've actually won were the Expanding Rivers. Even if it's Flying Cloud, be it the Broken Walls or the Dangerous Grass, they haven't registered a win there. And I think so that becomes an even more important point considering AKKE on the other side. They perform equally well on almost every single one of those maps. They don't particularly care about that. But most of all, it's just the fact that I think so Teeniyi Bambusel on the Expanding Rivers, they kind of feel a little bit more comfortable in terms of the rotations, considering how Danzo also likes to pick some off-meta junglers like the Hanzo. And I think so that kind of gives them a slight bit of an edge. But on every other map, that becomes a thorn which they themselves have to cross.
Right now, Yesunshin will not be played, and as well, you spoke about Danzo trying to probably go for that Hayabusa ride, but he won't be able to do that. So that is off the board as well. Matilda, actually a pretty interesting ban that kind of wasn't really there for some time, and she is kind of coming back. I saw some teams even banning her out, so it's interesting for her to kind of move back into the meta, into the target marks. Baxia is the classic. Right now, thinking over the first pick, I'm feeling like AKKE could go for that CC first pick. What do you think should be the high priority target for the first pick right now?
There's again the same question, right? Of that first pick, there's Kimmy's. You mentioned about the CC. I think so. Barsha could have also been at the point of contest, but since it's been banned out, I think so that leaves room open for a Lancelot. One of those 3 is eventually going to be let through, right? And you can't forget about the Grok of Toby. That should be banned out by Teeniyi Bambusel if you dive deep back into what they really like to pick. I think so. Nicky's hero pool is something that's going to be the most open because his eventually showcase the amount of pocket picks he has, like the Claude carries. You can try and ban out the Granger or the Harith. He still has something up his sleeve. So I don't think so Nicky's going to face any problem out on this side of the spectrum. So Yu Jong, though. So there's actually a lot open right now. This could be a Lancelot or a Kimmy first pick.
Yeah, but if you go for one, that definitely opens up the option for the opponent to go for the other. But of course, you kind of have to do that, because if you don't do it, then probably on the other side, it could be Lancelot, Kimmy, double pickup, and then you are in big trouble. But maybe you could be thinking about that Grog for Toby, because it's still open. I don't know if it should be that high prioritized. I don't know, but definitely AKKE are thinking it through. It's not really coming off as something they have planned. They are definitely thinking through all the options because, as we have said, there is plenty of them. So they realize that they are definitely giving it their time. It's almost like a match of chess, and it will be actually a horrid. All right, 63% win rate. Don't pardon me stepping on my own tongue. Horrid, 63% win rate.
Will it grant immortality?
I'm kinda surprised by how much win rate percentage he has, because I don't really recall Harid being that big of a threat. I don't even view him as big of a threat, but maybe I should correct my lenses, because 63% win rate is quite a lot. Though on the other side, Skylab going for that Lunox, even though he was quite successful on that hero, it's 47 for him, and together with Alice, but that already makes a lot of magic damage. You will need to fix that later into the draft.
Yeah, I think so. They eventually have enough time right now. There's also a possibility of the Lancelot being picked up by Teeniyi Bambusel. And I think so AKKE should realize that there's a heavy lack of magic damage on the other side. So if they pick up a Lancelot right now, that could hinder the plans of Teeniyi Bambusel. It's not going to be a broad pick though, so that's going to be an interesting choice out here with the Gato. Alright, so AKKE are actually strengthening their side lanes. With the Harith and the Lapu Lapu, they've got two priority laners on each side, so they can probably focus down on those specific bans into the second phases. Maybe the Granger can also try and ban out the Claude of Nikki. But I think so Danza should lock in Lancelot at this point.
Though, you know what I'm surprised about is the fact that you go for Lapu. Of course, they could have banned it, but right now you are kind of shooting yourself in the leg in the possibilities where you could probably pick one and then ban it out, right? You could probably go, right, you cannot go mid lane, but you could have went like gold lane. Yeah, you know, when they already have Alice, you already see the matchup, so you are not really stealing anything from them, even in the sense of bans, even in the sense of picks. But definitely right now, very explosive composition for AKKE, though what they are lacking is late game. Whereas if you look at Teeniyi Bambusel, they are definitely looking more so into the late game. Alice will be scaling super well. Granger, with that rework that happened to him, is even himself able to scale. Not really the best scaling hero, but he has the scaling. And Lunox, she will be definitely a threat and menace to deal with. So if you're looking at the team comps wise, AKKE should be the early game, mid game oriented team. They want to do something in that phase of the game, whereas Teeniyi Bambusel try to defend, try to stay alive, and try to translate into later phases.
I agree. And I believe Teeniyi Bambusel are also reading on to what AKKE might want to do later on, right? To try and counter that kind of heavy dive composition. Plus locking in the Gato, it kind of gives you room to pick up an Eve and go for that kill box, but banning out that Eve kind of denies you of that, right? So now I think so AKKE are going to be troubled, considering how much Nandayo loves to play on that Lunox and it being stolen away by Teeniyi Bambusel. That is going to put him in an awkward spot. Even Kimi has been banned out, so if anything, Teeniyi Bambusel are now forcing AKKE to pick up a Farsa in this case. And I'm not quite sure if that would be the best possible choice, considering there's an Alice on the other side, and there could potentially be a Grog pick here.
Grog, yeah, might be, because it's still right now open, but definitely AKKE are thinking about banning out the roamers. They already banned Matilda, and right now they were banning Kalia, and right now they probably are thinking about Grog, because Grog can kind of go to toe with Gato, right? Because both of those roamers have kind of a decent damage output, whereas for Grog it's mostly because of his design, whereas for Gato it's mostly because he's also been able to be played on XP, right? So he has a little bit more damage in his kit. So that mid lane primer won't be secured if Grog will be left open. So I'm feeling like AKKE should definitely go for that. And the way they were drafting, the way they were banning, I feel like they are also thinking about it, but they probably don't want to make something too hasty. They are trying to think it through. Really think about all the options, not really just go for Grog because it feels good. They want to use all of the time. So far, AKKE looks like they were using so much more time. If you compare it to Teeniyi Bambusel, whereas Teeniyi Bambusel are really locking it in. It's kind of going pom pom pom, and AKKE are really thinking it through. You know, it almost feels like Teeniyi Bambusel are kind of playing the blitz chess match, whereas AKKE are playing the full typical chess game. You know, with 5 minutes for each turn, because they're really using the ban phase to its maximum. I'm surprised there is still no ban. Like, what is going on, Scared?
I think so. Even they are confused as to what they really need to ban out at this point. Should it be the Grog or should it be the Cho? considering they banned out the Kalia, if there is a Cho pickup from Teeniyi Bambusel, then that's going to pose a lot of threat to AKKE. Since, again, Drock, anti-dive, Cho kind of gives you the ability to go for the engages, so AKKE would not know when that Way of the Dragon is hopping on. And given that you're running with a Lunox as well as a Granger, Cho actually makes a lot of sense with the potential of getting those pickoffs, right? You either run the Beatrix with that, or even the Granger works really well. I kind of understand why AKKE are taking their fun time, or you know what? Maybe we're just trying to fill out those podcast Star Wars. There could also be a possibility where someone in AKKE might have disconnected. But that's a secondary issue. I like the idea of what AKKE are going on with. Like, it's a full dive composition, but now with the Alice on the other side, Lunox very self-sustaining mid lane along with a Granger who's got a pretty decent mobility. I don't know how well that's going to work out. I believe they're kind of putting all their eggs in one basket. One big thing is that you need someone to burst down this Alice. So if I'm looking at the jungle possibilities, I don't think so they should go for a Lancelot at this point. I don't know, man. Maybe an Xbox or an Alpha?
Right now we are definitely trying to cook up something, as probably they are, because it's taking quite a lot of time. I mean, honestly, like if I would compare it to my ranked drafts, I think 3 of them would already be done in the time when we are waiting for this last ban. So definitely puts into perspective how much time and effort our players put into having the best idea. Well, jokes aside, yeah, I think we were just kind of stuck. It's truly alpha, so you definitely snipe that. It's a grog ban as well, and it's Farsa pickup. I mean, you sniped it all, other than Mino and Esmeralda, but you were not talking about it, and probably you would have sniped it, right, Scared? You would have sniped it anyway.
Hold on. It's an Esmeralda jungle. I am pretty sure I would not have sniped that. All right. You know what? Let's take a chill pill at this point, because, ladies and gentlemen, this definitely is a big surprise coming in right in the first game itself of the MEC Fall 2025. It's the regular season. The last chance for these teams to make it all the way up in the playoffs. It's AKKE by D taking on Teeniyi Bambusel in game number 1.
Oh, absolutely, and already Danzo is showing who is the boss to the orange buff, of course, because probably the orange buff didn't see Esmeralda for quite some time, so he was maybe thinking, oh, what is that hero? What is she really doing here? Is she lost?
I'm not going to say the line which comes out next, ladies and gentlemen, but out here in mid lane, we've seen the skirmish a lot of times. It's a Lunox against a Farsa. Nandayo pulling the Farsa up in a composition where there's an Esmeralda on the other side, there's an Alice on the other side.
Walk me through the emblems. Is there something special? Is there something special happening?
All seems to be good. Skylove running in on, again, the Master Assassin there. That clearly shows you that this man would want to gank those side lanes more. He would want to isolate the targets to get that maximum value out of that. But oh my god, look at mid.
There's action happening, and Nandao immediately has to flicker, but I think that was a burn flicker. He should have used the bird form, but I guess no birds were available, so he couldn't really book a ticket on the bird airlines. Now Skylab getting pushed away. I mean, pushing away Toby, and Toby suddenly has a taste of being not the king of mid lane.
Yeah. It kind of goes to saying, right? You've got 3 people there in the mid lane. I don't think so that was the best positioning coming in, but Teeniyi Bambusel capitalizing on that was the big play. The turtle easily secured as well. Now with the Esmeralda in the jungle, the big thing is that you would want to take those early fights, but the exact same thing could be said for Astra. He would want to take those early skirmishes too. And considering Esmeralda kind of thrives on those shields in the region, I think so Astra is going to have a lot more fun time. So I don't know if I'm supporting this audience prediction here of 49-51.
I mean, is this not the closest predictions we had? I don't know if we had 50-50, but I think this is the closest we had. That's just speaking the volumes of how big of a clash this is, because both of those teams apparently evenly matched, and I would even double that. I would say, yeah, they are indeed evenly matched. That's why I wouldn't dare to say who will take it home. But right now, Teeniyi Bambusel are definitely surprising, not just us, but AKKE as well, because their composition should be the scaling one, but they are winning early.
sort of the big things out here, right? With the Granger, with the Lunox as well, if you compare it, or rather combine it with the Minotaur, this composition is actually pretty decent even in the early game. Esmeralda as well going
goes in. Toby, Alpha initiates big ultimate going through, but Seki, he forces everyone away. Big Mino ult, of course. Oh, that was maybe too deep. Saki overestimated, and now he dies. This will be a good stake for Nando on his table for his dinner.
Bit of a disconnect coming in between Teeniyi and Bambusel out there. Not really realizing if they would want to go for the fight, or they want to take a step back out here. But hold on.
I think Skylab should be fine. I think this is just kind of games around the Little Wanderer, because Toby and the rest of the gang probably just wanted to get rid of him. 18 seconds for Turtle. Wolf will be within the fight if you look at the state of the game.
It's still no man's game out here. Both the teams have got almost equal amount of gold. And if we're really talking about scaling, there's a Farsa in the hands of Nandayo. So yes, as much as Skylar will scale on the Lunox, Nandayo will also have the same time. Skylar picking up the Sky Piercer now. This could be interesting. AKKE would need to make sure he don't lose their life.
Interesting is a way to put it. How
Lucky.
Kyusen was able to survive 1v3. That's definitely quite interesting. By the way, I would love to pinpoint that, oh, there's action happening. AOG tries to separate, but Skylab gets bursted immediately before anyone has chance to react. And Astra still sees a very big retribution. Lenchik connects on Nikki Yukichiki, and Danzi is the first on the chopping block. He gets slain, and now it's 5v3. They are winning, they are getting double kill, and maybe they will get Saki as well, because they have a taste for these stakes.
Big fight out here by AKKE, and this is what I was talking about, right? Even if you've got an Esmeralda on your side, Astra on the Alpha want that early fight, and you don't technically have a disengage if you're using Saki's first. And I think so that's one of the things which you'd have to focus down on, ladies and gentlemen. But you can focus on the Saber skin giveaway. Quickly scan that QR code and follow Surge Europe on Instagram, and you'd be able to easily participate in it. And oh, look at top!
Yeah, I guess Carty was trying to follow the page. I think this kill is on you. Nandel probably trying to do the same because he got caught as well. And now Cyrus trying to go for the Landshaker. Now jumping away because his form got him transformed. It looks like Cyrus will be at least alive, but yeah, the same cannot be said for the rest.
AOG?
Oh, AOG initiating big taunt coming in. Skylab is now in big trouble. He tries to iframe and he is still alive. Flicker away under the tower, and this will be enough. But there is Astra finding another skirmish for Denzi. Denzi getting pushed away. Oh, Skylab, he went the other way around. There is Carty initiating, but half HP for Saki. But it doesn't matter. It's Minotaur. Kyusen is the first to die from AKKE, but killing spree is on Astra. Nandeo picks up another one, and suddenly it's so much better for AKKE. And even though I was worried about their early game, they are right now back on the horse.
One of the big thing about Teeniyi Bambusel's composition is that you cannot skirmish. You cannot continue the fight. The cooldowns on the skills of AKKE are significantly low. If you actually remove Nandayo out there, Kyusen and Astra have got lower ultimate cooldown, so they can keep on fighting for as long as you want. While on the other side, if you look at the cooldowns of Carty, Skylab, they're not that pretty. So it's like Teeniyi Bambusel have got one shot at picking AKKE off. If they cannot do that, then there's absolutely no point, because they cannot continue to fight. Because on the other end of the spectrum, Saki kind of needs to disengage. He needs to be that re-engage tool for the team, but they're just not able to pull the strings that they really want to. They've been playing the game of AKKE right now, and AKKE are playing to their perfect win conditions.
But Astra might be going into a little bit of a face check, but who is really face checking Wu? Because Astra looks very confident in this situation, and he waits with the ultimate, so he can connect over the wall. Mega kill for Astra, and this Alpha is getting very fat, and next target that will be probably dying is Carty. Cyrus is getting fed himself. I would love to highlight those two players for the side of AKKE. I think those two are really doing the job done, Astra and Cyrus. And Astra immediately, when I speak about him, he goes for another initiation. Unfortunately, he misses. Luckily for Skylab, because Skylab keeps his head on his shoulders. Oh, Cyrus is becoming a threat as well, trying to kind of make a scissor maneuver, going for a line shaker at least for Nikki Kichiki to not let him feel safe. And now he's going for Danzo actually in the top side, but well, from all I know about MLBB, definitely Danzo shouldn't be in big trouble from Cyrus, because Lapu is not the best at taking down Esmeralda.
I mean, look at that picture perfect early to mid game transition. This is what we always talk about. AKKE having a 7,000 gold lead right now. Most of their carries are on their third item. And the only person who can actually keep up with that is going to be Nikki Kichiki, who's on that Granger with the second item completed. But it's all because he's got the Sky Piercer. That is a pretty cheap one. So that's the only reason why he can keep himself up with that. However, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to keep yourself up with the challenges out here, make sure you quickly scan the QR code because the Surge Fit Club is live. Challenge yourself and win in-game rewards. Scan the QR code for more information and do not miss out on that. Now, coming back into this game out here, Lord, all the way up, all 3 tower Holy Shield is active right now, so I don't think so. This Lord is going to give you that much value. But then you consider the amount of gold lead that AKKE has, the items that they've already pulled up. It seems difficult for Teeniyi, Bambusel.
Do you know what's the craziest part? I just wanted to make sure because I thought it was how that happened. But Teeniyi Bambusel, they were the team that were able to almost beat Jackpots, that were spoken about as one, or not even one, but the best team of the whole European MLBB scene. They were almost on the verge of defeating them in a BO3, and right now AKKE are absolutely destroying them, dominating them, and they are pushing into their base. Lord is getting pulled away, Barsaki, half HP, I mean already, the Lord is getting bursted down, Carty initiating to make some space, but there is Cyrus that is destroying Danzy, he's chopping him up, and even though I said Lapu shouldn't be able to deal this much damage, it doesn't matter because Cyrus is so far ahead. Toby is initiating as well, jumps in with the AOG, doesn't really make any hits, but makes a lot of space, and that means that AKKE could possibly, with the next wave, go for the mid lane tower still.
Yeah, they've already taken the top inhibit out there. Teeniyi, Bambusel have to save this mid lane.
But they will try, and so Skylab maybe tried a little bit too hard. Cyrus making some space, needs to retreat with the Raging Slashes. Oh, Nikki Cheeky forcing Flicker away. Little wins, you at least take those for Teeniyi Bambusel. Oh, you may be catching Houston, but there is the force that will keep him alive. Carty on a killing spree, unstoppable Astra. And AKKE with a 10,000 gold lead, almost the same as the minutes are of this game.
The force swing of Astra and the Alpha charge coming in clutch, and they go again! Sheesh. I thought we were almost going to see another fight out there. Yeah, I thought we were going to see another brawl, but my goodness, Houston would be thanking Astra with everything that he has right now because he was dead as anything. And then Astra just jumping in like the angel, like the knight in shining armor. And instantly, everything turned around. This is the big thing out here, right? Level 12 for the Hanzo. Level 12 for Nikki. Those two are the people with the highest level in their team. And then you look at Nandayo 13, Toby level 12. The lowest level on AKKE is level 12. 10,000 gold lead, which you previously mentioned as well. So they will have the control of the Lord Pit too. With the items that we are looking at, a couple of anti-heals with the dominant size. You already have everything that you need. And adding the Winter Crown into the mix by Astra, that's a big item now because he can play as a bait for the team. So even if Nikki thinks he might actually have a chance with the Malefic Gun, or rather the Malefic Roar, I think so this could be that one item which could catch Teeniyi Bambusel off guard. I absolutely love the item build coming in from AKKE.
I completely understand your confusion. Like, if I'm looking at the item that Nikki Cheeky has, I would definitely call it the Malefic Gun, but both of them are guns, right? And one of them had to be Roar. Yeah, so that's where the confusion comes from, right? I completely feel you, Scared. It's a tough job to be a caster, but right now AKKE are definitely showing us that it's an easy job to be a player if you are this good as they are, because this game looks like a cakewalk. They look like it's a tutorial for them. They are just chilling and winning.
The big problem for Teeniyi Bambusel is the fact that no one can actually jump on Nandayo, apart from Carty. And they don't really have a full-fledged front-lining tank, right? I mean, yes, understandable. You've got the Minotaur, you've also got the Alice. Alice technically goes on the utility build. And that's what Carty is also making with the Oracle as the first item. Now, I personally feel like he should have kind of gone in with a couple of proper defensive items like the Dreadnought armor or maybe even the Silence robe to pair a few things up. Right now, again, level 11 on the Alice. I don't think so they'd be able to stop the feathered airstrike right now as the Lord marches down in mid.
Right now, Lord is marching indeed. Base is already getting hit. Taunted. Skyloff is the first to get picked off, and Base Crystal explodes right after he gets put down. What an explosive first game from the band of AKKE. And I have to say, I always knew the team is strong. But what they are showing right now, it's completely shaking up the power scaling, because if they are dominating this well over Teeniyi Bambusel, what can we expect? Like, what's gonna happen? Are jackpots washed, or what's going on? Because what does this even mean? Like, yeah, I know that jackpots were able to win the first game over Teeniyi Bambusel, and then Teeniyi Bambusel started coming back. So maybe Teeniyi Bambusel will step on the fuel, they will step on the gas, and they will come back. I definitely know that there is a strong fighting spirit in them. I think they got it. I think this what we saw was definitely partly very strong AKKE, but partly I would even go as far as to say underperformance from Teeniyi Bambusel, because those were not the Teeniyi Bambusel that I know. Those were not the Teeniyi Bambusel I started to love. I think there is so much more in them, and they just need to brush it off, shake it off, and get the mental reset for the next one.
I think so. One of the big reasons was the fact that Esmeralda jungle. Let's be honest, it kind of might work in the ranking games, but the Alpha in the hands of Astra was a straightforward counter. And it's not the first time that we've seen the Astra picking up that Alpha, right? It's been happening throughout the Thunder division as well. Yes, Maku was the jungler at that time too, but later on, we already know that there's this hero in his arsenal. And on the other side of the spectrum, Toby was an absolute menace on that Gato. We talk about his grok, but then we cannot sleep on his Gato. Every single time whenever he picks up, he gives out that MVP performance. And look at the build as well. It is just absolutely perfect. Anti-cuirass radiant armor, adding into the dominant size, considering you've got the physical and magical defense now in it. And then he was going in for, I don't know, I'm pretty sure it was a blade armor. I'm kind of confused about why, but man, his build might work.
Also, do you know what's the craziest part? I don't know if you quite catch that, but Toby, he was actually the one with the most gold advantage compared to his opponent. I was quite surprised for a bit. I thought it's a problem that's happening, like it's not viewed correctly. But when I looked over at the items, it was making sense. He was definitely one more item and even a little bit more than that ahead from opponent's Mino. It's crazy. I believe at one moment he was like 5,000 gold ahead, and that just speaks volumes about Toby, because usually you don't see a roamer being this far ahead, and roamer in a winning game being the most far ahead player. I think that's definitely surprising, at least for me. Maybe you are more experienced to seeing that, but for me it's quite a surprise.
One of the big things that I kind of realized right now was, Warren, that you're just as nerdy as me in this game. Because I did not realize you would have noticed the goal difference between the roamers to be the maximum as compared to anyone else. And I'd have to give you a heads up on that. That was a nice one. And yes, I agree. This is again falling down to the same fact where the early game from AKKE has been absolutely top notch. And even though Nandayo fell twice, that is what, like 66% of the deaths of the team, he still had the maximum damage output. So all he needed was just a couple of deaths to realize that he needs to position a little bit better. And then Astra constantly providing that support, constantly being that annoying front line, which was melting the Anzo instantly, which was melting Carti instantly as well. Those were the few pointers which helped them out. And I think so, this Gato pick in the draft was the best pick which could have hopped on.
And right now we'll be hopping on into the dangerous grass. Scared? Are you scared of big grass? I have to say, like, whenever I'm outside and there's like big grass, I always think like how many little like rascals are in the grass, because sometimes, you know, they latch onto you, you have to deal with them. It's kind of the summer right now. It's a little bit of a winter over here where I live, so I don't need to care about those big grasses. But well, in the land of Dawn, it's a summer all day long. Would you say it's a summer, or do you feel like it's more of an autumn? Like what do you think like is the you know, like the theme in the land of Dawn? Like, is it autumn or summer? I feel like it's summer.
I mean, it could be somewhere. It could be somewhere. I think so. They need to land in some of the themed maps as well, right? For depending on the seasons that they're going through. But then again, coming back onto this one out here, Warren, the big thing is that, as you said, it's dangerous grass. Yes, I play the gold lane. I play the marksmans. I hate the dangerous grass map. But if you're a Kalia player like Toby, you'd rather want these kinds of maps. If you want to go for those pick-off compositions, then this is one of the best maps which you would want to be in, right? So many grasses to hide around with. And just as I mentioned previously, we haven't really seen Teeniyi Bambusel winning out on any other map apart from the expanding rivers, at least in their previous two engagements. So if we're continuing on the same storyline, then this one also seems to be a pretty good map coming in for AKKE. But on the other end of the spectrum, my main focus is if AKKE would want to be on the blue side or if they would want to try and change their place and go on the red side.
By the way, do we know how the drafting of the map specifically works? Like do we know all the details? Like how is it going through? I will definitely ask about that, just like to know the ins and outs of that, because I'm always like surprised whenever there is some statistics like that. I was looking into that as well before, and I also noticed that some of the teams tend to have much more losses on some of the maps and tend to have much more wins on others. And it's quite surprising that when you pull it out like that into the stats, and especially with Teeniyi Bambusel, they have, as you said, all of their wins were on advancing rivers or expanding rivers, right? So what is happening? Why is that they are never let on that? Is it because AKKE knows it? Well, probably they do, right? Because if you were able to notice it, probably their coach did as well. So they probably are definitely keeping it tight and not letting that through. But that's something I would be very interested in. So I will get back to you, viewers, with the information when I gather it, so don't worry. But right now, let's gather information about what are the chances for Teeniyi Bambusel. Do you think it really came down to draft? Because there were some mentions about the draft. I looked over that and people were debating it, that the draft might have been the problem. Would you pinpoint it onto that, or would you just pinpoint it to the execution in the game?
Yeah, I think so. I'm going to go back onto the draft itself, right? Because you can't really execute a draft which is not really well strung. And I think so that is the problem which they kind of faced. And maybe it's probably the lack of hero pool for Danzo. I think so he's played Lancelot, or maybe he just doesn't feel so comfortable on it, right? I think so instead of an Esmeralda, that would have worked out a little bit better, considering you would have had more options to go for the dive or the Farsa, or at least try and force Nandai on some awkward positions, or maybe even just pose certain problems for Cyrus on that Hyrith, or rather, Cyrus on the Lapu Lapu, right? There's a few things which I feel went really wrong with that draft. Even in terms of roaming, the Grog ban kind of sealed the deal, because now you don't really have any kind of frontliner which can play as an anti-dive. Minotaur in certain scenarios can work really well, but in most of the scenarios is going to be bursted down, considering the alpha pickup from the other side. Even if there was an Xbox, I think so there could have been the exact same problems which we saw Teeniyi Bambusel face. So yeah, quite a few things happening here and there, which I personally felt like could have been avoided had there been certain different picks. But you know what? It's absolutely fine. With the way how things went out, right now they're going to be focusing down on their second game. But there's this fun fact, Warren. If I'm not wrong, this is the third consecutive game between AKKE and Teeniyi Bambusel where AKKE have won. So it's a 3-0 for AKKE right now.
All right, it's quite an interesting stat if you put it like that. So maybe AKKE are just following the threats of the fates, where Teeniyi Bambusel have to defy the fate, you know, fight the wrath that was brought upon them by the gods, you know. Maybe that's the story that we go for. Really depends how religious you are, right? Like if you believe in something like that, is it fate, or is it like destiny, or like what's going on there? Is it just that you need to practice more? Is it just you shouldn't be playing Esmeralda jungle? Is that it? Who knows? Like it can be any of those, it can be all of those. But right now, what is important is that it's day 7 together me, Warren 1x scared yet, and we have the second game where Teeniyi Bambusel either take it back and B possibly could go into a full BO3, or AKKE will just continue the destruction of Teeniyi Bambusel and kick them out from the competition completely.
Let's get at the big one out here. Teeniyi Bambusel, as you rightly mentioned, now on the verge of elimination. While the other side of the story is AKKE now on the verge of qualification. One of the teams which everyone thought should remain on the top now finally, reaching the heights of expectations or reaching those towers of expectations that the people have built up till now. I think so. This could be one of the biggest game that even they have faced. And I really hope they do not crumble under that pressure because we always know AKKE struggled to close out the games in the late game. But considering how well they performed in the previous one, I think so we can finally put that thing in the backpack and forget about it, right? I think so this is the new AKKE, the rejuvenated AKKE, which we are finally seeing take full control of the game and move forward. Now with that, they're still on the blue side. So I think so they really liked having that priority pick in the first one. And they had a first pick, worked out well.
Do you know what I already have to say about the whole draft situation? I have to say I already dislike the decision making from Teeniyi Bambusel because you lost on the red side and you're already putting yourself in the position where you already lost. Does it mean that you have a new plan? Because it definitely should be meaning that you have a new plan, because if you don't, and so far you are going with the same bands, I'm a little bit worried for Teeniyi Bambusel, because yeah, probably they won't go for the Esmeralda because they definitely looked more like an experimental pick. Maybe they were like trying something out, and I believe we saw already something like that in the game against Jackpots. I believe when we had Nikki Cheeky on the interview, I think he said something about that. I think there was some interesting pick. I hope I don't have it mixed up with something else, but I think it was against Jackpots where there was some interesting pick. But don't fact check me on that, or rather fact check me on that so we know for sure. But so far, if the draft goes the same way, I don't really have hopes for Teeniyi Bambusel. What do you think is the idea behind it, to run it back, go for the red side again?
I mean, probably want to catch the 2 picks instead of 1. I think so. That's their probable idea out here, right? You give 1, you pick 2 of your own, and then move around with that. Maybe answering the draft. And I think so. Also, at this point, they kind of feel that they've got a lot of pocket picks to try and surprise the side of AKKE, and they would really want those last few picks at least in the first phase. But now coming back onto these bans out here, Mathilda Gatto along with the Hayabusa. So Toby's now not going to play on his own personal favorite hero because even Grok has been banned out by the side of Teeniyi Bambusel. So it's a bit surprising for me, but I think so it's absolutely fine. However, Kimmy open, or even a Lunox open, right? So maybe Nanda can actually prioritize that.
I have to say I'm quite surprised by the switch up, because the switch up didn't really come first from the side of Teeniyi Bambusel, but first it came from the side of AKKE. They decided to go for Gatto ban, even though they played themselves Gatto. So they right now are forced into playing a whole different draft. Or maybe the same opener could be used because Harit is still in the cards, but it will need to be paired up with something else, because right now, it is Harit indeed. So AKKE are definitely feeling the 65% win rate, as it has been rightfully updated, I think, right? It was 63 before, now it's 65, so it was updated. Harit right now definitely in the higher echelon. Maybe there is someone who was played like once, but with the heroes that were being played repeatedly, I think he's definitely in the higher echelon. Oh, right now actually a contender, and that will be Yuzong because he slipped right through.
I like the idea. Locking at the Yuzong early on out here, considering it was banned out in the previous one, right? It was, if anything, Teeniyi Bambusel is banned in the previous game. So I like the idea coming in from their side as of now, but what's going to be the next one? A lot of priorities available, I think. So since the Gato has been banned, you can try and pick up an Eve early on if you want to. I don't think so if I like the Joy pick, to be honest. I'm not a big fan of it right now.
Yeah, I have to say, I legit made a face I didn't even know I was possible of making. I just looked over to the webcam and I noticed like it was a little bit weird. But yeah, that basically tells the whole story. I'm very surprised by them locking in Joy, especially this high into the draft, because I feel like usually Joy, at least, maybe correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like Joy really needs not a setup, but you want to see what your opponents are packing. You need to see what heroes they have, because if, for example, right now they have Harit, okay, that makes sense. They probably need to have a squishy mid lane as well, but the rest of the team can be very tanky fighters, very tanky tanks even, and they will make it so much harder. And for example, Lapu, he is definitely one of those that is not going down easily, so it will be rough for Joy. Though I have to say there is one saving grace for Joy, and that is Lapu has really hard time connecting onto Joy, because most of his spells kind of take a lot of time to get going, Raging Slash, Line Shaker, and all of those, so Joy can kind of jump around him and doesn't really need to be worried about him, though she cannot really burst him.
True. That's one of the big things out here. But again, Jushin being left in the draft open for so long and then being picked up by the side of Teeniyi Bambusel, I like the idea. I was thinking along the lines of either a Eve or maybe even a Kimmy. Since the Gato has been banned out, it's going to be a bit more easy for you. And then pick an Alice for the side lane to try and surprise. But I do like the idea that's been hopping in right now. And considering they banned out the Alpha, and I'm not pretty happy about that. I think so. Astra still can play a Lancelot, who is open. But on the other side, a Granger being taken care of. Something that can also pose a bit of a threat to Harith in your dive. Ban out a Ruby at this point if you're AKKE.
Ruby probably could be a nice setup for Joy, especially because right now, if you are looking at what Teeniyi Bambusel have, they definitely don't have something that just can click fingers or like push buttons. You know, there is not Arlot, there is not something like that who can really put everyone in the right position for Joy to just go in, electrifying beats all around her and burst them down. Right now, there's nothing in the arsenal of Teeniyi Bambusel for that. Ooh, Hellcurban! I know he was kind of used, and he's kind of popular, especially, unfortunately for me, in my ranked games, where people play him on roam, and I'm not the biggest fan. But we saw him being useful, we saw him being played. AKKE themselves were actually playing it in the jungle, even though with their previous jungler, Astra, yeah. But I believe we had someone played Rome. I'm not sure who it was, but we had someone played Rome. So we had it. We had it. Yeah. You're
it was
right.
Teeniyi Bambusel versus Jackpots in game number 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
So
I think so. AKKE at this point, they've kind of done their homework right now. So they
I've been waiting.
thought maybe it's going to be a Hellcurt Rome, so they decided to ban him out. Nikki going on the carry. AKKE won this draft already.
Yeah, but I don't even feel like it's their doing. Like, yes, they are drafted well, but at the same time, I feel like Teeniyi Bambusel are kind of shooting themselves in the leg, making it as hard as they can, because I don't know what's happening here. We pick in Curry into a composition where you don't really see things, or you can expect tanks. All right, don't take me wrong. Maybe AKKE will lock in 2 super beefy tanks, and Curry will make so much sense, and I will be laughed at. But right now, at what you are looking, you kind of are expecting them to pick tanks, but at the same time, if you pick Kareem this early on, yeah, they can just kind of mix it up and go for Suo. Okay, you know what? Even after the nerfs, yeah, let's go.
All right. Toby has decided to pick his Atlas up yet again. I was kind of trying to think. Yeah, I mean, understandable. Toby actually made it work in the previous game as well. So, you know what? I'm absolutely down for it. In the previous best of 3 that they played, it was, again, game number 2 where he made all of that work. And now Saki brings out his own Kaja as well. So, the fatal links to be answered by the initiating suppression by Saki. But I don't see anyone who can burst down if someone gets suppressed by the Divine Judgment. I think so. Teeniyi Bambusel had a certain idea, but the heroes are just not resonating with each other, and that could bite them in their feet later on. While on the side of AKKE, I was thinking something along the lines of a Tigreal, right, to try and stop Danzo in his own tracks and maybe catch Skylar on the Jushin instantly. But I think so an Atlas works pretty well as well. The only thing is, yeah, there's technically no one to save Kyusen, so he needs to play safe. Good luck, Kyusen.
Good luck, have fun, as they tend to say. Right now, if you look over at the team comps, I definitely have to give you some green points, right? Because you were saying the team comp of Teeniyi Bambusel looks kind of lost, looks kind of mixed and matched. It looks like two puzzle pieces or like two puzzle sets were kind of mixed together, and I have to agree with that. Because if we look, Yuzong, DPS, then we have Skylab DPS, Nikki DPS as well, and Saki and Danzo, they really want to play those burst engages, those burst fights. So it really doesn't feel that all too coherent. So we will see how well they can transition it. If you look over at the emblems, walk me through it. Do you see something that shouldn't be happening? Oh, action in mid lane.
Yeah, right now. Just a few trades going back and forth out here. Toby is going to try and be a bit more safe. Look at Danzo. Look at Danzo's positioning. Yeah, he wanted to take this fight. He wanted to pick Toby off, though, but he will survive, hopping out of his body instantly. Still level 1, though, but here's the thing. AKKE's power spike is at level 4. So I'm pretty sure they're going to try and play a little bit more slow, while Teeniyi Bambusel would want Danzo to snowball.
They would like to snowball indeed, because how useful is Kaja is usually dependent on how fat her team is, and right now Saki is being put definitely on the team that's a little bit more fat, at least. Oh no, it disappeared. Because I believe Kyusen, or maybe it was Astra, stole away the gold crab. So Nikki Chiki now will be trying to defend himself against a 4-man dive.
Yeah, they kind of want to push him away out there. Ladies and gentlemen, though, if you want to check out Venom Tournament, then please scan the QR code. Again, also search battleflyer.com/search Europe to get some more information about that. Don't miss out on that option. Out here, though, on the other side of the spectrum, this is one of the big things, right? Toby can help out Nandayo clear out that midway way too quickly. Oh, hold on. For a second, though, it seems Toby could be trouble. Yeah, that's the first blood coming in. The constant poke from Teeniyi Bambusel now also with the turtle pick. They want to try and take this fight onto the purple buff. Hold on, 4 people just against 2. Cyrus goes in, bravest fighter out here as Karti is going to be stunned up, taken down as he moves to the Black Dragon form only to go back to the Cadia Riverland. Skylab now could be the next one in line as he goes in from the Crimson Beacon in between 4. The rhythm of joy. Danzo needs to run as the song saves his life. Holy smokes, they kind of bit more than what they could chew.
I mean, AKKE are fighting back, so that's good. But suddenly, Teeniyi Bambusel look completely different. Oh, but the predictions are looking completely different as well. Danzo may be getting caught.
Toby could be taken down. He's way too deep, but his team still were able to steal away the purple. And I think so that was the main macro for them. And I'm absolutely loving the way how Cyrus is also winning the EXP lane battle.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Even though probably Yuzong should be the stronger one, it's most prominent, especially in those early levels. But after Cyrus has his ultimate available, and if Karti doesn't have his Petrify and the combo isn't really there, oh, Joy could be making trouble for Cyrus.
It could be a bit of a problem, but it's a Cyrus, it's Lapu. He's got everything to run away and counter you. I don't think so.
If you notice on him. Oh, there's action happening. You should be noticing that.
Purify by Skylab was able to quickly run back to safety with the Crimson Beacon. Just making sure everyone is zoned out with Atlantic Flare out here. But look at Danzo. His positioning is going to be crucial out here. Toby as well now. Going to try and move in out. Cyrus is eventually spotted Danzo out, so no more surprise factor there. Oh, a big storm is brewing up over towards this turtle right now. I'm pretty sure that AKKE would want to take control of this turtle fight.
They will definitely try. They are walking around. Cyrus immediately jumping in.
Yeah, there comes in the bravest fighter as well. It's a very scattered fight as Astra is being chased by the Black Dragon up in the heaven as it's Danzo who picks up the turtle, and now it's going to be a disengage instantly by Teeniyi Bambusel. What a phenomenal way to take this one away.
Phenomenal is a word to use here for sure. Teeniyi Bambusel are having themselves a nice gold advantage, but the question is, can they hold it? Can they keep it? Because AKKE when they got it, they didn't let go. So right now, Teeniyi definitely need to not let go as well. But if we are looking at the scaling, it's actually surprising that they are able to be in such a good position. Oh, Toby getting caught.
Oh, yeah. One of the big things about Toby is the fact that he can't really do as much as... Oh,
1v1.
the Romans! Hold on a second, Cyrus! He again takes down Yu Jong in a 1v1. That's a big play. Look at Teeniyi almost getting taken down out here. Fatal Link still not being used up. Skylove is going to be picked up though with the Purify from him and Saki, saving their own life as Teeniyi barely surviving. While Kyusin dashes all the way up as Nandayo is here to cause the chaos, and he will take one while Kyusin takes the other. And just like that, AKKE flips the switch.
Absolutely, absolutely indeed. Teeniyi Bambusel are suddenly in a room with no lights. They don't know what's going on and they are getting beaten up from left, right and center. They have no idea where the punches are coming from. They just know the punches don't stop coming, at least for some time, because AKKE are definitely punching their way through. They are suddenly in a gold lead and they will be maybe trying to catch Danzo.
Oh my god. Yeah, they want to try and take him down instantly as the Land Shaker connects two with Astra. Just hopping in and executing him down out on the Suyu. Been a long time since we've seen him, but he's picked up quite a lot in the regular season, I'd have to say.
You have to definitely speak about the Lapu Lapu as well, right? Like, he is doing so well for himself. Cyrus, he performed last game, he's performing this game. Even though he switched skins, I was kind of thinking if like he is... Oh, there's action happen.
Yeah, again, stealing away the purple buff. They do not want to give Danzo an easy time on his jungle. And one of the big things that I noticed out here, Warren, was the fact that Kyusin likes to make...
He stole it!
First.
He stole it!
What? Alright, Saki, that is just nasty. Astra missing out on that retribution while Saki just cheekily steals this one turtle away. None of the turtles have actually gone in favor of AKKE right now. And I think so that's what's keeping Teeniyi Bambusel's boat afloat.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Their hopes are still there because they know that even though they are losing on the goal, they still have the turtles, which is giving them some XP, which is making it still playable. And what is the most important part? They outscale because Kiri will be such a threat that probably no one will be able to deal with in the late game, even though usually she is able to deal a lot of damage into tanks. She can still shred anyone really if she gets on those full 5 items, maybe even selling the shoes, going full damage. And there is an something in the bush.
Yeah, that could be the main game out here between three people. The Ranchika connects with a Purify coming in from Nikki. Kichiki could eventually burst down the Lapu Lapu as it's Skylove to push him away. Toby out in the middle of nowhere as Astra wants to try and find an angle, but he cannot do anything with a flick of Fatal Links out here. It's only Saki who was eventually caught. And with just 1-for-1 trade out here for Nikki and Cyrus, both these teams fall back. And that still is a good trade for AKKE, by the way.
I agree. Even though someone could look at that and be like, oh, it's 1-for-1, the most important part is that Nikki is dead, or he was dead, and he's the gold laner. And he's the security in the late game. So every minute, every second, he is not farming, he is not scaling, getting the XP, getting the gold. That's super important for AKKE, because this just prolongs the phase of the game where AKKE are the stronger team. Because as we said, they are getting outscaled. But if they keep picking off Nikki, then probably they will never get outscaled, because Nikki cannot farm. He's just level 10. Yeah. If you compare that, for example, to Danzo, who is level 12, he's definitely not there. And even Kyusen has more XP than his. And then he 1v1 happening between those Magic Dios on the bot line.
Yeah, but right now Danzo seems to be on the receiving end as it's got to run away. You can't really fight against a Harith in the Zaman Force itself. Now here's the fun thing, right? Saki, as much as he would want to go for the Divine Judgment and pick people off, there is no one in the composition of Teeniyi Bambusel that can actually just get that pick off, right? You've got to wait for Nikki to get the Demon Hunter sword, and then probably we're finally going to see him out here, though. Up in mid, Toby chung down a bit too low out in the back line. There could have been an opening as the Black Dragon form being picked up. Cyrus getting taken down out here. This is a big opening for Teeniyi Bambusel, as without him, now there's no one else to frontline for AKKE. Yes, Toby is there, but he's going in for some cheeky plays. 2 more seconds on that flicker. Purify is up for both Skylove and Nikki, so I'm not quite sure if the Fatal Link could eventually work out for them. And just like that, Teeniyi Bambusel have found themselves a few more seconds.
I love the confidence that's been very visible in the team of Teeniyi Bambusel. Oh, Astra initiating on Saki immediately with jumping back though. There's Danzo.
Yeah, you want to go in for the chase as well, though. But there we go with the Fatal Link not being used up. All thanks to the Lantern Flare. Toby picked up as well. Make it twice as the key picks up the kill. And on the back line of Cyrus missing out on the land shaker. But look at Houston. Zaman force between everyone as they all fall one after another. The Purifier picked up as well as Skylar will not survive here. It's out in the open as Danzo yet again wants to go with the rhythm of joy. Gets destroyed. Why Astra on the Suyu? And Saki cannot stand any further because the Brawly composition works perfectly for AKKE. That is 3,000 gold lead plus a Lord.
That's rough. That's such a rough state. And if you look at the gold differences, even though the gold is, I'm not quite sure which way is it going really, because we have the arrows on both sides, but I am expecting that probably since AKKE are in the lead, it should go for them. But I don't really think that 4,600 is really working for Kaja to Atlas. I think that has to be wrong. I'm not sure about that. Though there's one important thing, and that is if the 2,400 in the jungle department is being displayed correctly, that just means that Joy is behind. And it's not really that important that Astra is ahead, but that Joy is behind. If you know anything about Joy, you know that she cannot be played from behind. She always has to be at least even or ideally ahead. Because if she is even ahead, then she's a monster. But if she's behind, she's not really a threat. So that's why you see, oh, there will be a pickoff for Cyrus. Unfortunately, he will get killed like that. But the rest of the team...
Yeah, there seems to be a bit of a trouble out in the open. You can't really go in for those fights as well as Kyusen gets picked up again. The Jushin creating a lot of problem on the other side. Now the chase comes in. Teeniyi Bambusel want to try and catch a few more with the Fatal Link. Knocking two. Nanda picks up Nikki on the other side. And that will force Teeniyi Bambusel to retreat back to safety. A 2-for-2 trade yet again. A gold roam and a gold EXP. Kind of similar, you could say.
I'm torn between two emotions because right now we are seeing AKKE perform so well. I wouldn't dare to say flawless because flawless could have been sent for the last game. This game isn't really that flawless, but it's still very decent. But at the same time, Teeniyi Bambusel, I don't know what is going on. I think they could be doing so much more, but we are just seeing glimpses and pieces of the former glory because Teeniyi Bambusel are getting right now again dominated strongly by AKKE. Even though for a bit Teeniyi Bambusel were on top of the horse, right now they are under the horse.
Want me to get a bit more nerdy and tell you the main problem?
Oh, absolutely, go for that.
If Carter decides to go and try and zone away the backline of AKKE, then all you have is Saki for the front line, who tries to go for the Divine Judgment. But then there is no one to burst down the player on the other side, and you don't have any other way to chain CC anyone else. Hold on, Anzo. Right, he's gonna run back to safety. Unfortunate for Toby. Could not catch on that, but there's a death bush set about here with the Divine Judgment. It's a perfect pick-off, which I was talking about. Kyusen is the man who needs to always be near Saki. That's how you can pick the other person off. And this is the only way where Teeniyi Bambusel's composition would work.
They are back in the game. It's so playable.
Yeah, right now they absolutely are, but hold on a second. Skylar seems to be in an awkward position though, but he understands that there's no one to burst him down on the other side. His top side, Astra, isolated. And with that, you've got two people dead already for AKKE. And Teeniyi Bambusel will now have a free lord for themselves. This is the big chance which they needed.
I mean, is the history going to repeat itself for what is going on? Because right now, it looks like, for a bit, it looked like history would be repeating because AKKE were in the lead, but suddenly Teeniyi Bambusel coming back, and right now the 700 gold lead doesn't really mean that much. Basically, it's like not a non-factor. Though there's one thing there's one super important thing, and that is, if you look, the gold has been equalized, but what is super important is that Teeniyi Bambusel cannot really easily repeat what they just did, because it really comes down to AKKE being very not careful. And I don't think that's something that will happen much more times in this game, because if Houston was picked off like that, he will definitely be taking much more care next time.
Yeah, right now though, a lovely play coming in from Toby, man. He just instantly tapped on his S2 just to try and dodge a way through the Divine Judgment, and you had no chance of bursting him down thanks to those increased defenses, or you could rather say the damage reduction. On the back of it now, he survives. There's no Divine Judgment available. On the back of it, yes, you've lost out your tier 2s, but inhibitors could still very well stand. As out the mid wave. Not really managed out perfectly as it falls in first, and then it's going to be the Lord. Out here though, yet again, Toby, holy smokes, the Black Dragon form to try and zone all of them away, but it's still Cyrus up standing in front, soaking up every single piece of damage. The inhibitor should fall finally, and it's been taken out. Very-man fatal links into the 7 force now, and the damage is just not there. It's Teeniyi Bambusel answering back. A double kill coming in for Danzo, but then it's Astra, who strikes well along with Nandayo, and Carti and AKKE will run back to safety. What a massive play from Toby.
Massive play indeed. I believe 3-man ultimate knockback back into the tower. What I played was, and even after that crazy play, Teeniyi Bambusel were still able to kind of survive that. So definitely credit to them. But if those plays, or I mean, not even those plays, but if this play is something that Toby can replicate, we could be looking at a fight that could be won by AKKE, and then it's a Lord and GG.
Absolutely agree. Looking at the items as well, it's almost full build from both the sides out here. Nikki, I mean, I'd have to say he was struggling, but now considering he's picked up the Malefic gun, he will have that additional range to play around with. And I don't think so Houston will have any more time to surprise you with his random Zaman forces in towards the backline. Let's have a look at how that fight went through previously.
Let's look over that, how he was able to pick up 3. It will be happening very, very soon. Right now, right here, 3-man knockup into the tower. That was the reason why the fight was able to go almost that well, but then Teeniyi Bambusel were able to prevail. Though there's one super important thing about the items, and that is Yuzong initiating in.
Yeah, out here though, but Cyrus was just easily able to zone everyone away. But hold on a second, Danzo gets instantly destroyed. Backline yet again into the fatal link. Purifies used up. Carti will not survive. It is only Skylove and AKKE yet again running back on such a low HP. A 1-for-2 trade. And with this Warren, AKKE will take the Lord.
Oh, they will indeed, and they might be even looking at trying to take the base crystal as the hopes of Teeniyi Bambusel are being crushed once again. And I am sorry, but I have to harp on Carti, because if we can glance over on the items once more, you can clearly see that Cyrus is definitely the superior Bob the Builder in the items department, because Cyrus, he is going very defensively wise. He just has the Vorax, whereas Carti is going too much damage. You don't need the damage. Your team has the damage. You don't need to build 3 damage items. Carti is too squishy for his team.
That is one of the big problem out here, right? And again, it falls down to the same thing. Hold on a second. Conceal. Nikki and Saki, both are there. Houston is also there. The Divine Judgment comes in and they want to burst him down, though. But Nikki will have to run away because then the back line is Montayo. Takes him down to the monster killers. It's only Skylove now who wants to run away. Uses up the Crimson Beacon too. The Lord out in mid. You've got 3 people to survive as they get just 2 out, man. Saki taken down. It's still the Lord pretty healthy. Cyrus been taken down on the other side, but the chase continues. But look at the base. It's open. It's absolutely open. And you cannot stop Houston from taking it away from you. A big play from AKKE as they move into the playoffs with a 2-0 over Teeniyi Bambusel.
I have to say, as I said it before this game, that I was talking about being torn between emotions. Now I'm even more torn because at the one side I want to be happy for AKKE because I wish them the best and I love the story. I love how they were able to improve. I love how many obstacles they were able to overcome and how strong of a team they are right now, and they deserve it. But at the same time, I expected, I have to say, so much more from Teeniyi Bambusel. I was going into this duel like a duel between two very formidable teams where I honestly feel like the 49 to 51% predictions in the first game were really speaking the story for me. I felt like anyone can be taking it home, anyone could be taking this BO3 and eliminating the other team. But in the end, AKKE prevailed, and after the performance that we saw, rightfully so. You cannot say a thing. The form that AKKE showed today was the superior form. I would even, not just superior form compared to Teeniyi Bambusel, but superior form to anything that we saw from AKKE before. This was probably the best BO3 from AKKE that we ever saw.
I agree. My man, this has been a fantastic play coming in from their side. And on the other end of the spectrum out here, looking at the MVP, it is Kyusin. And let's just say that Harith first pick has been justified pretty well. Nandayo being the main carry of the team, 75,000 damage dealt. And guess what? It is every single star of the game from AKKE. Even the wall, it's not anyone from the other side, because again, Saki and Kartik could not tank as much as Toby did on that Atlas.
Rightfully so, rightfully so. Like, if after some game you would tell me, oh, they got all the 4 achievements, after this one, for sure. Rightfully deserved, even though the kills are not really telling the whole story, because AKKE were in the domination, were dominating and in control for most of the game. Teeniyi were definitely fighting back. It was definitely much better performance than what we saw from them in the first one. But if I would have to aim at some players that I feel like underperform or weren't really doing as much as they could have been for the team, it would definitely be Karti. Mostly through the items, I feel like he went too much for the damage, and it would be Nikki. I know he had it hard, but if he made the call for Curry, he made it hard for himself, right? Because Curry in this situation, I know not many marksmen available, not many gold laners available, but Nikki, he was getting caught so much. He was almost an on-factors. It was mostly about Skylaf, about Danzo, and about Saki. Karti and Nikki, they weren't really there when their team needed them the most. At least that's how I felt.
One of the big things is, again, Teeniyi Bambusel had that pick of composition with the Kaja, but you did not have any other hero who can pick someone off on the other side. You don't have enough damage. Skylove is not really a DPS type of hero, right? You're mostly doing the poke damage to the other side. It kind of falls in the same category where you picked up an Eve in the mid lane, and then you try and go with either a Kalia or a Cho. Doesn't really work that well because now there's no synergy between the mid duo. And that's what Teeniyi Bambusel faced with the Kaja as well as the Jushin. Now you can try and make up for that if you've got a pick off in your jungle, but then Joy also takes a lot of time to try and come active by dashing around for 3 times at least, at the bare minimum. So you had to wait for Nikki to farm up. Yes, he's got the maximum damage of 64,690. But the big thing is, it was a bit too late in the game. And then you had absolutely no one else to try and sustain through any of that. Even though there were moments when we saw some glimpses from Teeniyi Bambusel when they took the map control, and there were chances which they created. But then again, that one extra push in towards that bottom side by Karti didn't really work out for their team, as everyone else was just able to take down 2. And then a transition into that top lane fight. It was a smooth game for AKKE in the later stages.
Oh, indeed, and even though, even they were able to up their Lord takes, right, to more for the statistics, so they are happy about that. But just for me to explain my point furthermore, it's not really like I don't expect to perform Karti and Nikki, it's more so the other way around. I expected much more from them. and I am just so sad they weren't able to deliver. It just wasn't in the cards today. I feel very sad for Teeniyi Bambusel, but I definitely think in the future we can expect a lot from this team. And even though we should be probably talking a lot about AKKE since they were the qualified team, I just want to reiterate and talk a little bit more about Teeniyi Bambusel since we will be saying bye to them because they are not continuing with us into the playoffs. I would love to say thank you for their participation, and I would love to say thank you for their performance and for the crazy moments that they brought onto the table. But right now, it will be all about AKKE, especially in this moment, because we will soon be having an interview guest. Probably all of you know who will that be, right? Yeah, AKKE. I know they beat Minerva Fury, so probably a lot of people were thinking, oh, well, of course they beat Teeniyi Bambusel. But for me, honestly, the way Minerva Fury were lately playing and the way Teeniyi Bambusel was playing lately as well, I honestly even thought to myself that Teeniyi Bambusel, if not on par, maybe even better than Minerva Fury right now in the terms of power of the teams. So even though they got through Minerva Fury, I was still thinking to myself, well, Teeniyi Bambusel could still stop them. But well, apparently Teeniyi Bambusel were no match for today's AKKE in the form that they have. And they prevailed. They will be going into the playoffs and definitely a team to look out for. Of course, you need to look out for all of them, but AKKE will be one of those that I will be looking for out for, especially.
One of the big things about AKKE is the fact that you can probably bet on them winning that early to mid game against every single lineup. It always falls down in those late games, but this time around, I'd have to say the improvement from AKKE was absolutely perfect, ladies and gentlemen. And who better than Toby to tell about that journey of the team, my man? I think so. You're habitual of constantly hopping here, Toby, because finally you guys are in the playoffs. So, how are you feeling?
Godly, of course, godly. It's really, really great, really great. Like I don't want to spoil myself, but yeah, the feeling is amazing.
It's beautiful, man, because let's just say this was the form of AKKE which everyone was waiting for. Now you faced Teeniyi Bambusel in promo relegation, right? And you were able to win 2-0 against them even at that time. So coming towards today's BO3, was there any kind of confusion between the team, or were there any doubts if you'd win it smoothly, or everyone was just fully confident and high on energy?
To be completely honest with you, I don't want to say that we are completely and 100% sure that we're gonna win. Like really, Teeniyi Bambusel improved much. Like there is no words describing how much they improved. And to be completely honest with you, no, we didn't have the like sensation, or like, you know, we didn't have a visions about like, yes, we went into zero, yeah, of course, no, like we wanted to win for sure, and I think that the 0 shows that we were determined to do so.
True, I agree. All right, Warren, go ahead.
Well, from what we saw, we were talking about it with Scared, it looked like Teeniyi Bambusel were not the monster that we expected them to be. Did you have the same experience playing into them? Did you feel like, of course, you weren't playing into the improved Teeniyi Bambusel before, but still, you saw the games, probably you were preparing for them. Did you feel like they underperformed from what you expected from them, or do you just feel you were that well prepared that you made it look so easy?
I think that, yes, I agree on part of us being well prepared for them. I agree on that part, but also I wanted to say that they kind of looked maybe not shaky, but it wasn't their full potential. Let's call it like that. There was something missing in their game as well. So yeah, it's not just us being prepared, but also them kind of giving us opportunities. Let's put it like that.
Understandable. Go ahead, Warren, if you've got any few more questions.
I wanted to throw it over to you, Scared.
All right, fair. Okay, Toby, I've got last 2 questions now for you. You know, playoffs, there's a lot of strong teams there. You've got Jackpots, Memento Mori, and things like that. So how is AKKE looking forward towards those playoffs? How strongly do you feel you can win the entire thing? And if not you, which other team has got the best chance to pick the trophy?
Well, we are feeling strongly, as you said it, but I would say that the second team to lift the trophy as well, in my opinion, would be Memento Mori. Like, we've screamed a lot against them. We've played a lot of games against them, and from the performance they had against the Jackpots, that so-called not the best team in Europe by a lot of people, I think like Memento Mori showed that. So
people should,
I think,
people should chill out there. I think so. Yes, I agree as well. Momentum Mori is one of the strongest teams. Now, all right, now Toby, I know you want to go back to your team and celebrate. One last question. The next best of three is between Fake Time and Stolen Angels. Who do you think is joining you in the playoffs? Who's winning that?
Well, I don't want to make like predictions who's gonna win because it doesn't end well most of the times. But like I would really like to see Fake Time going along with us. I would really like to see it because they also show that they improved a lot, and they also show that there is determination in them, and they show that they are really good on really high level. So yeah, I would really want to see Fake Time going in, but well, Stolen Angels is also a very, very, very strong team. So I wouldn't unappreciate. I don't know what is correct form, but like you need to put respect also to Stolen Angels because they also can and will play very, very good.
Before we let you off the mic, I will definitely throw two little questions over to you as well. Furthermore, and that will be, one of them is a little bit longer actually, so I tricked you, because there are some teams already qualified, right, for the playoffs. And you will be matched up against one of them. And if we look over on the qualified teams, right, we have Memento, we have Jackpots, we have Glitch Code, we have Metashit, and we have Eternal Oblivion. Who is the team that you feel like would be the best match for you in the first round?
In the first round, I would be glad to be going against Eternal Oblivion, because I don't want to say I want to get revenge for the game we lost, blah, blah, blah. No. I just want to match up against them again, to show them that there is really improvement in our team and show them that we can close the games as we did not in the regular season. So yeah, Eternal Oblivion, in my opinion, would be our pick.
All right, so Eternal Oblivion, look out, be careful. Toby might be hiding in your trash cans with something ready for you. So be careful. But one more thing that I will throw your way, Toby, and that is what you are feeding to Cyrus. Like he was performing all the time, but this day especially, like he was on top of his game. He was beating Yuzong with Lapo, which is something we don't typically see. Usually Yuzong is a very strong matchup into Lapo, and he was just beating it all and playing on top of his game. Like, what are you feeding him? Like, is there something special? Do you give him like the special potion that kind of Asterix and Obelix had? Like, what is going on? Like, what is there? Like, what is to it?
Well, to that question, I would simply answer, do you know the balls of EXP in Minecraft?
Okay.
So he's getting them from the EXP when he plays. So it's not us feeding him, it's himself who does that. So.
Okay. It's his self-employed diet. All right. Thank you, Toby. And one last thing that will, of course, be very pleasurable for you. You have you have open mic, right? You can tell whatever you want into the broadcast. Talk to your fans, talk to anyone watching. So it's yours.
Yeah, sure. So I really wanted to say that we appreciate a lot of you guys who support us, who are with us, and who just stick with us, nonetheless, if it's good or bad. And I really wanted to say we love you and thank you very much. And also I wanted to thank my teammates for the pleasure of playing with them. It's really, really pleasurable experience to just play 5Q with them. And so yeah, I wanted to also prove wrong that Atlas is good and it's not just Europe.
I agree. The Atlas has been working pretty well, Toby, and to be honest, you make the best use of him. It was a pleasure watching you guys play as well. Congratulations for the win and good luck for your playoffs games. Thank you so much for hopping here.
Thank you very much, guys. See you.
See, man, he's such a fun guy out here, man. Always just enjoying his time on the interview desk. And I'm pretty sure we're going to get used to seeing him constantly. But here's the fun thing, Warren. Now, a big statement which he said, and that was not for this one, but for the next game. Fake time versus stolen angels. Even I personally feel that it could be fake time that can actually pull the win. Now, before we go on a short break, Warren, who do you think is getting that one?
Yeah. I'm unchained. I'm finally free because they didn't let me finish, right? They didn't let me finish my prediction, so I can finally tell you that. But before I tell you, I should definitely welcome here Synchro, right? Or I mean, Luzget. Wait, Synchro, Luzget. How should I call you? Like you changed your name. What is going on, Synchro?
Yeah, you can call me Luzget. As I said, it was my old name when I started playing Mobile Legends, so I prefer to take this one. And yeah, that's it.
All right. No problem, Luzget. Is it like from French origin? Do I read it right? Do I feel about it right? Or it's like
Nah, it's actually called Luzgete. It's like a German, like German pronouncing, so it's actually called Luzgete and not Luzget. But everyone can't, not everyone can, like pronounce it right. So that's why I'm used to Luzget. So it's fine as well.
All right, bro. But definitely you should be excited about this upcoming BO3. Did you watch the first one?
No, I wasn't.
Well, there should be a lot of news for you because AKKE, they completely dominated Teeniyi Bambusel, and unfortunately Teeniyi Bambusel got out. So, yeah, unfortunately they didn't get through. But AKKE already joining the rest of the teams in the playoff. They will be now waiting for their opponent. But right now, it should be all about Fake Time and Soul Angels. Am I right? Who do you think should be taking it home? Will it be Fake Time, the team that improved so much together with Teeniyi Bambusel, or will the old guard of Stolen Angels prevail?
I need to say I like both teams, but I need to say for myself I'm going for Stolen Angels. I know these players much more, I know them better, so I actually think that they will take it home.
Right, so there's one prediction from you, and if you will be asking me, I believe, I cannot say it with 100%, but I believe Fake Time should be the stronger team coming into this duel. So we will see. It's a clash of casters, almost like, right? It's almost like we have each of those teams, right? So we will see. Of course, we will be cheering both of them because we are here for good quality MLBB, and that's why we came here. That's what we came here for. And as we said before, Fake Time against Soul Angels. That's an upcoming match. It should be happening in something like 5 minutes. Maybe it will be scheduled a little bit sooner. But as we have talked about it before, and as you have watched, Teeniyi Bambusel unfortunately got eliminated by AKKE. For this one, if I would have just one wish, not really wishing for who will win, but for the BO3 as a whole, I want full BO3. I want full bloody BO3, bloody affair, and right now in the middle, no one should be mad about that because there is still plenty of time, and Fake Time will definitely want to use that time. Garmadon Lager, Hinokami Gorenic, who is not just a super good MLB player, but he's also a boxer. Did you know that? He probably looks like a boxer, right? He knows, like, he knows how to throw a punch. Of course, joined with Jungly and Sulai and Painkyo on the substitute. I believe we didn't see either of them yet. Fake Time, kinda aggressive, kinda hot-headed for some. Usually Garmadon is the one trying to be consistent together with Lager, where Gorenic is going for those aggressive plays. Sometimes it works, most of the times it works, sometimes it does not. And Jungly, we've grown to love him through his Elise performance. His Elise performance was just extraordinary. But right now, walk me through the composition of Stolen Angels.
So we have Urek, Levi, Enzo, Pam, and Orange Bob. I need to say I like this team. I like these players. All of them are pretty good. We saw many things from Enzo, also from the last search. Same from Orange Bob, Urek. So I need to say that this team is definitely my favorite. And I need to say this mid lane is definitely going to be very good. So I'm really excited. And as you just said, I hope so that this will be a full best of 3 and not like a 2-0. I hope this will be a 2-1. Whoever it wins, lucky for them. But I want to see a full best of 3.
So there is a lot of talks about Pam. Pam being, of course, the roamer of Stolen Angels. A lot of people are talking about him. But if we are going over the stats, it's truly, like, other than the turtle control is kind of the Fake Time department where Stolen Angels are kind of slacking off. Though there's one important thing, and that is 7 maps played for Fake Time, whereas only 5 for Stolen Angels. And that is because Stolen Angels were, of course, going through a whole different part, because they were able to win their first round against Misa Esports. Luckily for them, they didn't even need to play, because Misa Esports was so scared of them that they didn't even show up. Then they went through against Metashift, and Metashift already qualified team, right? Then they went into the 1-1, then they went into 1-2, eliminated Omni Knights. Honestly, a setup for me. I was quite surprised by that result, and now we are here in the 2-2 ballpark. Whereas Fake Time, right? They went through the BO1s. They also joined the 1-0. They had more of the games played, more of the maps played, because their BO3s were going deeper. So that's kinda speaking something about those two teams, and that probably is, if Stone Angels get the lead and they have the advantage that they can exploit, they will go for the throat and they will not drop it. Whereas Fake Time look a little bit more shaky, at least that's how I feel, like that's what the stats are telling me right now.
Yeah, for sure. But I need to say, I think it's both teams have like the same like game time. They always play like the average time to finish the game. It was for both teams around 50 minutes. So I hope actually we will see a few good games here. I mean, both teams have very good players, are very known, and so I think we will definitely see a good best of 3 here, and not like some easy things. I really hope, and I'm really excited to see some good plays, some good engages, some good fights, some good turtle and lord fights. And I just want to see who will win this game here and who can continue the journey on Search.
Truly indeed, and right now we are going over the map selection and instantly popped, locked in, expanding rivers. Unluckily, Teeniyi Bambusel already out. I guess they will be happy. If they are watching on the stream, they might be a little bit sad that they were not able to get expanding rivers for themselves. But right now, expanding rivers build a map that will be played, the map modifier that will be played in the first game of this BO3. And what I'm very interested about and what I'm very excited about is who will be on the red and blue side, right? Because if we are looking in the bracket, I think Fake Time should be starting on the blue and Stone Angels should be on the red if it's working accordingly to the bracket. But of course, let us be surprised. If we are looking into this series as a whole, what do you expect? What do we expect in the form of picks? What do we expect in the form of heroes that those players will be picking up? Because for me, it has to be especially Urex Granger. I think that's something we can see a lot of. Also, I think Urek can be very successful on those gold lane fighter heroes like Ruby, like CC he has shown us many times, right? And at the same time, I have to give to Garmadon his Moscow. We saw him many times on the Moscow, being the farmer on the sidelines, joining the fights through the Spear of Destruction, right? So we will see if that's something that will happen. But if we are talking hero-wise, let's get, what do you think will be the heroes being played?
I need to say, it's hard to say actually. I mean, it always depends on the draft and about the comfort picks, about the tactic the team like worked on before. Because what I know from many teams, they are working for special combos they want to try. So if they maybe tried a new combo or will try a new combo, it's hard to say right now. So we need to say and wait till they ban, so we can maybe think about something that will be picked, something they can go. Maybe they're doing some counter picks that would counter their combo and everything. So actually, I would say we wait till draft, like the ban phase is ended, so we can talk more about it actually.
Right now, Gato being banned, so he will be joining the banned heroes as his classic kind of for Gato. He's either pick or ban. Baxia, of course, the classic as well. Yasunshin even after the nerf, so definitely players look like and feel like they still care about him. They care about him a lot, even though Glitch Code are already qualified and they will be not playing against Fake Time. Maybe Fake Time have some PTSD from playing against Glitch Code, right? So Yasunshin will not be available. Yif as well. So that's kind of telling us something. Lancelot being banned as well. So that's kind of trimming off the options. So do you view some hero being like higher priority right now with the bans that we have on our hands?
So I need to say, I would definitely go for, if it's still open, Zuxin or Kimi. I want to see Zuxin or Kimi on first pick. If but one of them is open, I will definitely see and want to see this mid lane pick as first pick here. But otherwise, and we see Zuxin and Kimi both are open, so I really hope, and I mean, Enzo should know how strong these mid laners are, so I really want to see this pick, and that's what I was just said. There is the Zuxin first pick. That's what I expected, because leaving Zuxin open is yeah, it's your own fault. Actually, it's your own fault. So now you need to face against Zuxin, and that will be pretty hard because Zuxin can be played everywhere. It's pretty hard to counter her, and you can actually use her everywhere. So it's a pretty valid first pick here. And as you just said, there is the Granger pick as well. We see it on the side of Fake Time. You said you will want to see it on Urek, but now Fake Time is taking it away. So let's see about it. And the Grok pick as well for Fake Time. I mean, Grok, we all know how strong this hero is. So I want to see some good engages here. And for the side of Stolen Angels, also the Revenant pick. Revenant also very tanky. And the Chi-Chi. You get... Okay, let's just talk. Stolen Angels got Jukshin, Chi-Chi, and Revenant. And
it's definitely an aggressive
insane.
team comp. It's definitely an aggressive team comp that they have for themselves. Like all of their heroes can deal a lot of damage. All of their heroes can still do some CC, right? Of course, just slow on Sissy herself, but then you have the taunt on Fredrin, then you have the pull from Juxin, right? She can catch someone. Ooh, Hayabusa, super high win rate actually, even though considering how many times he was banned, how many times he was played. Franco ban is actually quite interesting because I don't really see how useful he would be into the composition of Fake Time. So that's quite a surprise for me. Maybe you can walk me through that.
I mean, Franco Ben, I didn't expect it as well, but for sure you can use it here. I mean, they have Chi-Chi, they have Fredrin, they have Zuxin, and that's an actually very aggressive comp. If this Fredrin is able to catch you one time with the Zuxin together and behind him, it's impossible to come away. It's impossible to get out from this, actually. Because Fredrin can multiple stun him, Chi-Chi can deal the damage, can also stack these enemies together, Zuxin will take the stun out as well. So, and even for the slow, and it's actually a pretty huge combo they have here. So I really want to see what Fake Time is able or gonna do to play against it here. And we see also the Kimi ban. That's what I wanted, what I was saying when the first ban phase ended, because Kimi and Zuxin is open. So Zuxin got picked, Kimi got banned, Harif got also banned. I mean, Harif can be pretty good against Granger, as we all should know. So I really want to see what Urek is going to pick on the gold lane over here. Maybe the fighter on the gold lane, maybe a gold laner. So I'm just pretty excited to see what they are going off here.
Already Esmeralda being banned, so that makes a lot of sense because Fake Time could really utilize her. Jungli isn't really scared of picking those heroes like Esme, those magic damage dealing heroes on XP, like Elise, right? Elise actually could be... I don't know, I'm not sure if she could be the option. Like, she could initiate, but at the same time, you don't really have a team comp that needs more initiation because you already have Grok, you have Gorinage, right, who can use the Tectonic Charge. So probably you just want a follow-up. So I don't know if really Alice would be the option. Also, if you would go Alice, I feel like you would be lacking in the form of damage. I feel like you should probably go for Lapu Lapu or something like that. We will see if Jungli actually decides to go for that. It really is Lapu Lapu, so I'm actually winning on in the prediction game a little bit, and we will see what Urek will go for. But right now Sissy is still available for him, and even though she would be matched into great, nah, it's Bruno actually. So Bruno for Urek, Bruno rightfully so, because I think I'm not wrong on that. He should be one of the heroes that is able to beat Granger in lane, right?
It depends, actually. It depends. I need to say I don't know how good Gamadon is on this Granger, but you can't do anything wrong with Bruno, actually. Bruno is also a pretty strong mage. If he gets into the range of Granger, it's actually easy for Bruno, I guess, to kill him, because Bruno has a very high damage output, and so it's actually, especially in the late game, it will be like very easy for him to kill out the Granger. But as you just said, the Lapu Lapu pick, that's what I would have predicted as well. Maybe also in Terizla for the engages could have been pretty good as well. We see the Phaser on the mid lane also pretty huge. I mean, in this comp with Grok, it's also pretty huge. And the Matilda pick from the side of Stolen Angels, I need to say I predicted it. I would have said it because you have also already Fredrin and Chi-Chi, so its support would have been very, very good over there. So I need to say the draft looks, from both teams, looks actually valid. I would say I would go for the draft of Stolen Angels this game. In my opinion, they have the stronger draft over here. But we will see how it will went in the game.
Though you know what I'm a little bit worried about? It's how tanky is their composition really, because even though you have Hayabusa on the other side, of course not a typically tanky hero, still you have to take into consideration that he is a melee hero, so he will be jumping in, he will be taking the harass, he will be kind of like forcing you to take care of him and to like deal with him somehow, whereas Fredwin and CC are the only two frontline heroes, so really it will come down to how well they can itemize, because if they will not itemize and prioritize a lot of defenses, I think the team comp can really fall apart, because you don't really need more damage. You need someone to frontline.
Yeah, but you shouldn't forget about the Matilda pick as well, because Matilda even makes them faster. She makes them dash away. She also deals a bit of damage actually, and she heals them pretty much. So you shouldn't forget about her actually, because I need to say the Matilda is very good in their composition. It could be having very great use.
Right now, Hinokami was trying to make some ruckus, but maybe the ruckus will come and bait him in the ankle. Spam with a very drastic face check, actually, because Legor is now in his behind him. Won't really come to anything. But definitely, if I would have to speak about a player that you need to look out for the side of fake time, it has to be Legor. He was he was performing very well lately. He is a guy to look out for.
Yeah, that's for sure, actually. But I mean, what we just saw, Enzo already needed to go back and heal himself up. But for the side of Stone Angels, they got the lethal, and that's actually pretty huge. Both junglers used their retribution. The retribution of the side of Stone Angels was just better. They got it. Now they probably will get this XP creep as well, or maybe also for fake time. I really want to see who will get it, and it's going for Lap. Lap was getting it, and that's actually pretty good. But maybe we see the first. I don't know if they can burst them down, actually. I don't think they have the early damage. That's like, in my opinion, that's like the weak side of the draft of Stone Angels right now, because they don't really have the early game. I mean, sure, they have damage of the Matilda in early game. That's actually pretty huge, but Zuxin doesn't have the damage. Fredwin doesn't have the damage in early game. Bruno as well. So
he is rightfully appearing when we are talking about damage, but he didn't really deliver. He was just kinda not doing that much. I expected much more from him. Gorinage already balling it off. Farsa, Hinokami pushing everyone away, but Jukshan is getting it. The turtle is in his hands. I mean, Levi, of course, but airborne. Tries to flicker away Jungly. Now he gets picked off. First blood for Endzone, and now there's the ultimate available. Ooh, Legro jumping around, trying to make some space. Pam is the target to go down. Garmadon still alive. He's jumping around, doing some damage, but he will be left alone to fend for himself. Garmadon will be the second to die for the side of fake time. It's 2-2, but Turtle has been taken by Soul Angels.
I need to say they did it pretty good over there. I mean, the mistake was for the Hayabusa. He shouldn't have used his shadows, but I mean, he tried to make the XP lane alone, so he can't help his team, help Stone Angels for the turtle fight. But that was the reason. He didn't have the shadows to steal the turtle, and it was actually winnable. It was actually a winnable fight for the team Fake Time here. But they still, even though they lost the turtle, they made a good fight. They got the farm, and as we just see, Stone Angels has just 300 gold more.
This is a big pick-off if it will go through, but Legro barely surviving. Jungly was able to finish off the target. There's Levi, of course, trying to punish. I think we should be looking over there, yeah, because Levi with a finish.
Fredwin is actually strong. Well, and that's what we just saw here. It's such good damage. He has the stun, he has the slow, and that's actually huge. I need to say, I can't say he'll win this game, actually. I mean, both playing very good. They're playing very aggressive. They're getting the kills out.
Big wall.
They're trading good. As we just see, it's all like 100 gold elite, and that's actually pretty insane here.
Oh, Pam could be in trouble now. The bird form will keep him alive, and Legger has to retreat.
Yeah,
and now
I need to
in 13 seconds.
Yeah, the turtle will come back, and we will see the next team fight probably. I need to say right now, the better positioning is definitely for the side of Stolen Angels.
Iconic charge, but Lager is trying to continue. Oh, he could be going down. Yes, Jurek will be picked off, and he is making more gold in the pockets of Fake Time. But in the meantime, Levi is able to finish off the turtle, but there's action happening because Jungly is between three members trying to Raging Slash his way away. Flickers away with a Landshaker connecting, and now the big trouble is going on heads of Stolen Angels because they need to retreat. But Levi doesn't look like retreating anytime soon. He is still pushing onwards, trying to go for Gornage. Actually, he has blood in his eyes and he tries to look for anyone who he can deliver his punishment on. He's trying to go for jungle. He actually maybe going for the purple buff. I think he got it. I'm not sure because there is a lot of passives going on. I'm not sure if he actually has it. No, it's Lager. Yeah, Lager finished off the purple buff. That's super big because after this play, how much Stolen Angels committed, him still getting the purple buff, super big.
I need to say it was a very good play from Stolen Angels and from Fake Time over here. I mean, Stolen Angels got the free turtle, but Fake Time, they didn't even try to pull
Ori got pulled in, but the fight has been started by Stolen Angels, though I don't think they really wanted to do so because Levi gets picked off.
They took out the Granger, they got the first turret, and that's why they are in the lead of the gold. I mean, sure, Stolen Angels got the free turtle, but it didn't have that much use for them as the thing Fake Time did. They just took out the Granger, not the Granger, Bruno, got the turret. That was free farm for them, the kill for them, and now they're doing the team fights much better than Stolen Angels. As we just saw, they always have good trades, but right now Stolen Angels is losing the team fights.
Gornage beefing it up, making some space for Safari Strike, just kind of lingering there, waiting if someone will take the bait.
Yeah, I need to say, Granger is playing it pretty good. I mean, same for the jungler and for the mid laner from side of Fang, but it's still not decidable who will win this game. I need to say all of them playing very good, even though that they are doing some misplays, but also both teams playing so good. I need to say this is a very great game. Two teams, very good teams playing against each other. We see Fredrin with Anti-Koreas, and that's actually pretty good right now. He has the defense now against Hayabusa and Lapu, and won't die so fast anymore.
Levi gets the turtle, and now initiation comes from Jungly. Maybe he's too deep. No, he's still alive. Raging Slash is 4 on 5 members, but he will go down first, actually. And now there's a range bob, and the rest retreating. So Fake Time, unfortunately, too late, but still a little bit in the lead.
Yeah, for sure. I need to say right now, again, and that's the thing for Stolen Angels. In none of the turtle fights, they had really competition to get this turtle, actually, because Fake Time, either Hayabusa wasn't even there, the whole team wasn't there, and right now again no one was there who even tried to get the turtle away from them. And the impressive thing is that Fake Time is still in the gold lead. They are still the gold lead, and that's pretty insane. I mean, they also lost the team fight right now.
Jungly going 1v4, maybe too deep. No, not really, because Strike is there. Jungly has to flicker away to survive. No, they picked off Levi. That's super good.
So we're going to see the Anti-Koreas.
Lager Yugi Shadow Kill is trying to finish them off. Lager barely surviving, but in the meantime, Fake Time were able to finish the mid lane tower.
Yeah, we see Bruno almost finish the second item. And Granger with the Sky Piercer also pretty huge. We just saw it on the Fredrin. He just finished him up so easily. And I really need to say, if the Granger gets much more farm, he will be such a menace. If we see the damage between Granger and Bruno, it's such huge difference. I mean, Granger did like 12k more damage than this Bruno did already. And that's after 8 minutes. So I need to say right now, Fake Time doing the much better team fights. They're going in. Bruno just finished off the second item, and now maybe we will see his damage as well on the enemy Phaser, on the enemy Granger. But we will see. I need to say, Fake Time is doing it so much better. They're having the better team composition. They're doing much better plays right now. And that's actually pretty sad because, as I said, I like the draft from Stolen Angels more, so I actually expected more. But I hope we will see
in on Gornage. Gornage needs to use Tectonic Charge defensively, and that opens up space for Stolen Angels to try to go for Lord, because in the meantime Orange Boss is making and wasting time for Fake Time on the top side. This looks like Stolen Angels will finish it off. Levi with a pick off for the Lord.
That's again also a free Lord. I need to say, but Fake Time doesn't playing bad. Even though
there's another action happening. Matilda initiates, Eagle strikes. But maybe strikes too deep, killing spree for Garmadon, and now they will chase them away. Tectonic Charge connects on 2, but doesn't matter because Garnage will go down, though he still did his job. Line Shaker connects on 2 actually as well. Levi not really getting anyone away, couldn't really trade, and now it's just Enzo being pushed away, and the Lord will actually not be useful at all. And the problem for Stolen Angels is definitely that they are they really outscaling? Like, if you are looking at the team comps, can you walk us through who should have the better team comp in the late game?
So for the late game, I definitely need to say I will go for Fake Time. I mean, they have the Faza damage possible and is in the and has the possibility to one-shot the Bruno. We see Hayabusa also, especially when we saw on Woki the damage he did on the Granger in his games. When we expected here the same, he will just burst out down these enemies. Same for the Granger in the late game. Such a menace. Grok, tanky as hell. Same for the Lapu Lapu. So I need to say, I really think that Fake Time will take this game away. Especially Stone just got the free lords. They decided to try to get the bot lane ready.
Oh, initiation from Fake Time. They are fighting it, even though for a bit it was 4v3. Lager gets picked off though. Oh, he gets killed himself. Yurikite is the one killing him off because Yurek gets the kill. And now Garmadon and the rest are trying to defend Jungly, getting chased off by Orange Bob, and Pam finishes him off. It doesn't really matter though. Monster kill for Garmadon, that should matter. 7-1-1. The guy is a machine.
And I just want to point out the stacks of Grace IPSR right now. I mean, he will have no problems to finish up the enemies. He has 60 stacks on this guy PSR, so he will be pretty huge. If he's not dying anymore, he will burst these enemies pretty easily, actually. But I need to say, I don't like the way that Stone Angels is doing their teamfights right now. In the most teamfights they are losing, they don't win really the teamfights, especially after they got the Lord. I need to say it was a huge mistake that they tried to take it. But what we can see, Bruno already 3 items left. He has now the penetration, he has the damage. So probably he needs to start getting the damage right now because he has
Lager one-shotting together with Garmadon. The Skypiercer is working overtime. With that one-shot, Enzo had no time to react. And there is time to react for this Bravest Fighter combination with Landshaker. Raging Slash needs to retreat for his life to keep himself alive. Levi is the next target. There is completed item for Garmadon, so he will be shooting even harder. I don't even think he is wearing a revolver. I think this is a cannon.
Oh, that seems bad.
By Matilda's Airlines, but Orange Bob is now between 4 members of the opposing team. Now he was able to retreat in the safe position on the river, and the rest of the team are right here with him. Can they fight it through? Oh, maybe 2D, because Jungly is immediately forcing them away. There is Lager. You need to care about this ninja, who can immediately jump in and make a quick work of you. Jungly is actually to die because Yurek was able to finish him off, and that opens up space for Stone Angels to take another Lord, possibly. Lager actually has something to say about that because he tries to go for Orange Bob. He gets picked up by Garmadon. He has the cannon in his hands. He has the cannon of destiny. Double kill. He tries to go for more. Triple. Can he go for Savage? It's a maniac. Can he get the Savage? He will get it. He will get it indeed. And damn. What a guy that is. Garmadon, my dude. I was talking about Lager, but I should have spoken about Garmadon because this man, the myth, the legend, he is showing off today.
Holy, okay, that's actually crazy. I did not expect it, especially after they won the fight. They jumped in with Matilda and Chichi. They just jumped in so good, took out the Faza, and then for the team fight they did as well so good. And then, as I just pointed out before, Garmadon with the Skypiercer, he's taking out the kills so easily without any hesitation. No one can stop him. No one can stop him from doing this damage, and that's so insane. We just see him so faded. He has such a gold lead. He has the Skypiercer, and now I need to say he will be such a huge menace in this game.
I mean, the lucky part for Stone Angels is probably it won't be a menace for too long because Fake Time look like they will be ending the game soon.
Yeah, they probably will. I mean, I don't know if they have any possibility to stop this.
And there is the initiation trying to go for the neck breaking play, tries to initiate, tries to get rid of mid inhibitor. Jungly is immuning, but is he alive? He is not. Lager is in the backline. Levi very low. Levi barely surviving. Lager surviving as well though, and Fake Time are able to pick off at least the top tower. And now they need to retreat, or will they? Yeah, they look like they will. For now, Stone Angels' base is safe.
Yeah, but we see Granger is now full build. He has now every item he needs in this team composition, and now he will probably
He sold the
be
shoes.
Yeah, he also already sold the shoes. He has now full build. He has full items, full of damage. So I need to say I don't think he is stoppable anymore. If Fake Time is doing it good and protects his Granger, there is no one who can stop him. The Zuxin that she builds now, the Sky Piercer, I need to say, I don't feel it actually because she don't have the kills actually for the Sky Piercer. So in my opinion, it's not that good. But you can definitely have to use, and same for the Matilda, using damage items as well. Pretty good. I mean, if she's doing it,
90,000! Look at that!
yeah, that's what I just pointed out before. The damage of this Granger is so insane. There is no one who can stop him anymore. I mean, if we see, he has 90,000 damage and 13,000 gold. I mean, if we see, he has 5,000 gold, more gold than 3 of the enemy team. That's actually pretty huge, pretty insane. He has like 2 items more. And that's, in my opinion, I need to say he can do 1v5. He doesn't need his team anymore.
But this is a 1v5 that really wasn't on the cards for Orange Bob. He gets picked off, Jungli gets taunted up, but it's fine. It's still up with Bravest Fighter still alive, tanking it up. But Enzo was able to finish him off. So now Fake Time missing one key player. Will it be enough for them to try to take the base by force, or will they need to retreat and try to take Lord?
I can't say, but I think they will be able to. What the hell is this damage? Did you saw the damage on the Zuxin?
Yeah, I did.
The Zuxin got bursted down so fast. It's hella insane. I need to say, what we just saw in the full game, the Stolen Angels had in every Lord fight, every Turtle fight, they had no competition. But right now, they can't even go to make the competition for Fake Time. Now Fake Time is getting the free Lord. And when we see the Granger damage, I'm not wondering why, actually. And I need to say, I think with this Lord, it will be finished. And what we see here, Faza also, 4 core items now, she will be doing so much damage as well. While Chi-Chi is focusing on the defense build, same for the Matilda, mostly mage items. That's actually insane. Zuxin also needs like 2 more items, so we definitely see the gold difference here. I mean, Fake Time has 7k gold lead, and I need to say, but what I see here just now, Granger already sold 1 item again to build the Wind of Nature. So that the Bruno can't burst him down, Fredon can't make the damage on him, so I need to say, I think this game will be over right now.
Better that's right, they will try to finish the game, so Jungli with the Bravest Fighter still available. Legger gets picked off though, maybe there's a chance. No, Tectonic Charge goes through Garmadon Legendary, he tries to go for more double kill. Can he get another Maniac? No, he goes for base because he knows that the base is important, the base crystal is the thing to go for. And that's what they did indeed. Garmadon, the man, the myth, the legend, I said it before. He was the guy to look out for, and rightfully so. Rightfully so. Like, Garmadon's performance, that was crazy. That was like... he wasn't shooting bullets, he was shooting rockets. He wasn't shooting from a gun, he was shooting from a rocket launcher. Like, what was that? Like, no one could catch these bullets. Like, anyone that got hit, they all of them had to do Matrix, Neo, dodging the bullets, you know, like... you know, and if they did not dodge and get like clipped by 1, 2, they are dead immediately, just popped.
Yeah, for sure, this Granger damage, it's so insane. And that's probably also, I need to say, I guess it will be around like 120,000 damage for the Granger, maybe more. But I need to say, we just saw this Granger damage here. I mean, he did it so well, he played the game so well, and I need to say, if they didn't have this Granger, I need to say maybe it would have ended otherwise. Maybe Stolen Agents would have been able to take the win, but this Granger, Garmadon, he played so good, and that's what we saw here. They definitely deserved to win the first game, but I'm still excited. I want to see Stolen Angels to come back in the second game, maybe making a better draft, playing better, and then maybe they will also take a win. Maybe they will also win this best of 3, but we will see. If Garmadon keep up to play like this will be pretty insane, and I think if he keeps it up, it will be only 2 games for this best of 3 over here.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, like, if Garmadon keeps up the pace that he has right now, like, this literally is like you're running a marathon, right? And the guy in front is like, I don't know, in 50% of the race and you just started. This was how it felt playing against Garmadon. This game was in his hands, and rightfully so. He has 2 achievements right here. Probably the wall, that would be wild if he got that. That would be kind of weird. I would maybe call him out for trolling, so that makes sense. He doesn't have that. And Wingman, yeah, well, he was taking the kills, not the assists. But the Wingman, rightfully so, Goranich, he was there. He was making the tectonic charges happen. He was walling off the dangerous opponents that would probably get to Garmadon, but then later on it didn't even matter. But no, because no one wanted to get to Garmadon. Like, anyone that was too close to him got rocket in his face, and he was like, yeah, well, you know what, I actually rethought my whole life, and I think I'm fine. I will leave you. Have a nice day, Garmadon. That's honestly what was probably going through the heads of the players for the side of Stolen Angels. This game didn't really end up well for them, and even though you could say that Jurek wasn't really there, I think that would be a lie. I think that wouldn't be the truth, because I think he was playing very well. I feel like where it kind of fell apart was Orange Bob and Levi. I feel like they were kind of disconnected, and I don't want to speak only about them. I think it's definitely a team problem, because in those team fights you were speaking about it, they were disconnected. The way they were supposed to play those team fights, they were supposed to go front to back, kill the first target, kill the next target, kill the third target, and so on. They weren't doing those. They were always separated. Orange Bob and Levi kind of in the front and the rest in the back. That's not how you want to play with this team comp.
Yeah, I need to say that, as you just pointed out, in my opinion, they didn't play it like they could have played, actually. But maybe they're going to wake up now and playing it much better in the next game. Maybe also, I need to say, especially for the Granger, it was pretty hard to get him, because even with Matilda and Chichi, who mostly followed him, because she actually was maybe the Fredrin, but it only made sense, in my opinion, that Chichi's following her. It would have been pretty hard and not like easy to take out the Granger. So I need to say, I rewind the thing I said on the draft. The draft of Fake Time was just better here, and I need to say they also played it much better.
True. It wasn't really just about Garmadon, even though he got the Savage. He was on the verge of getting the next Savage, but then he realized, well, I'm here for the base crystal. I have enough of highlights for myself. I want the base crystal. So, of course, not the second Savage. But it wasn't just about him. It was about the rest of the team as well. And you rightfully said they were the better team right in this first game. But I just hope that it will not be the same story as it was with AKKE against Teeniyi Bambusel, where we got super strong AKKE, so that was pleasant to see, but we didn't get the full BO3. And even though Teeniyi Bambusel have waken up in the second game, it was kind of a little bit too late. So what I'm a little bit happier about in this series specifically is that Fake Time, even though they won and even though Garmadon had a super strong performance, I still feel like Stolen Angels were kind of close. They were close behind their back, you know? They were kind of closing in on them, and any moment it could have fumbled if there was some misplay from the side of Fake Time. So I'm going into the second game completely unbiased, and I think you should do the same. Meaning viewers, right? Because I think this first game, even though there was super strong performance from Garmadon, Stolen Angels still had a lot of chances to get back into the game. It wasn't flawless from Fake Time.
Yeah, I need to say, as you just pointed out, it wasn't just about Garmadon. It was also about the whole team. And I mean, as we see, the engages of Orange, so good. All his flicker engages were just perfect, actually. He did so many good engages, and without these engages, I don't think that Garmadon would have played that well like he did. Because these engages, especially with the flicker, were just too good. But let's go for the draft now. From the side of Stolen Angels, there will be again the Lancelot ban. And I need to say, I don't really like this ban. I mean, there's many more things you can ban, and I don't think that's like that big problem if you leave them open. But the Bakshia ban, I need to say, every game I casted right now, every game Bakshia is being banned. In every game it was banned. I mean, we all should know he's so strong, so tanky, doing the damage, especially with his passive. It's actually insane. So I just need to say I can definitely understand why they're banning it. You definitely don't want to play against it.
Though I would love to give you a little bit of context, because Lager, he is very well known for his Lancelot, so probably the reasoning behind Stolen Angel's idea for banning lands is probably they are worried about Lager going on that lands. So I think it's a little bit combined where like Lancelot is meta and then at the same time Lager is very successful on that. So I think that's where the idea came from. We will see how successful they will be with the second draft. Right now we can see Fake Time being on the same side. So that's actually, wait, were they on the same side? Or am I saying it wrong? Were they red? I'm now a little bit unsure.
Yeah, they were on the first side. Stolen Angels is again on the blue side.
Yeah, and that's what I really dislike, because I spoke about this many times. I feel like when you lose, you should really try to switch things up. You shouldn't really try to go into the game in the same way as you did before, because the first game it didn't work out. So let's try to switch things up. I really dislike teams going for the same side again, even though they lost on that side, because, well, you tried it first time, it didn't work out. Why you shouldn't try a different approach to kind of throw your opponents off? Because right now, and we see it in the ban phase of Fake Time, they are just trying to repeat the same draft.
I don't know if they will go for the same draft, but definitely like for the same bans. I mean, we see again the Lancelot ban and the Eve ban, and now after we saw what Gorange is doing with the Grog, I definitely understand. I definitely wanted to see the Grog ban, which we just seeing here from the side of Fake Time, Baxia ban, the Yisan Shin ban as well. Again, like also on the last game, but now new is the Chi ban, which Stolen Angels played before. I need to say I don't think that the Chi had that much use or made the game much harder to win. But so I mean, you can ban her, but I think they already played against it, so I think they could have left it open actually.
I think the idea is probably that if Stolen Angels are going for the same side again, they might be going for CC first pick again, but now they throw it in the hands of Urek. I think that maybe was the idea, because Urek has been very successful on Ruby, he was very successful on CC, he is very successful on those fighter gold laners. I think he is the most prominent gold laner that we have here in Europe, who is still able to play those fighters very successfully. I think he is, if not the best one of the best ones. Garmadon again going for Granger, but right now Yuzong has been opened up, so of course Jungly will pick himself, will pick that for himself, right?
Yeah, as we see again, first pick Zuxin. I mean, we didn't saw the I need to say, even though they lost, Enzo played very well on her. I need to just point it out. Enzo played it very well, even though they lost and they were losing the team fights. He always played it very well, and he just was like safe. He didn't do like much mistakes or died stupidly, so it's actually still a good pick. And if they're waking up, they also got the Gato Kacha right now, and that's also a pretty huge tank. The Harif as well, so they just got 2 heroes that were banned in the last game. So I hopefully want to see that Stolen Angels is raking up right now, and we will go for the 3rd game after it. I mean, Fake Time with the Yuzong and the Granger again. If Garmadon keeps the pace up like he had in the last game, it will be pretty hard for Stolen Angels actually. I mean, Yuzong also pretty huge, but I need to say, right now, the draft from Stolen Angels, in my opinion, looks much better than the draft they had before.
True. And I have to correct you a little bit, because you were saying that they have 2 heroes that were banned. Actually, they have 3 heroes that were banned, because Harriet actually got banned in the second ban rotation. So right now they are sitting on 3 beforehand banned heroes. So at least like thinking about that, that probably is telling us that either Fake Time are constantly like playing this 6D chess, or they overlooked. But is it possible to overlook it 3 times? Give them Jukshin, give them Harit, and give them Gato? I have to say, I am not really sure if Yuzong should have been the pick for Fake Time, because I know that Jungly is a decent XP laner, but I don't really have him I don't really have him in my head as a very strong Yuzong. I think there are others that perform better on Yuzong, so I don't know why there is such a high priority for Yuzong for Fake Time.
And now I need to correct you as well, because I said for the side of Stolen Angels they got 2 picks they banned before, that were banned before, and not like 3 heroes that were banned before. But yeah, as you just mentioned, the Yuzong was banned before as well, so as you also said, 3 heroes are already picked that were banned before, one from the side of Fake Time. And as you just mentioned, I really don't know if Zong should have been like that high priority pick here. But what we see now is the Kimi pick in the side of Fake Time. Kimi and Zuxin, two of the strongest mages, probably these two strongest mages right now in the game. So I really want to see a great face-off here between the mid laners. But here, we see the...
Yeah.
We see the Terizla ban and the Lapu Lapu ban. I just pointed out in the last game that I want to see in Terizla here. And from the side of Stolen Angels, we see Hylos and Tilda ban. So I really like the Terizla ban actually. But I want to see which draft they will take out. And now we see the Fredrin pick for the side of Fake Time. And I need to say, I hope that Lega will perform better on it than Stolen Angels.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
I need to say he didn't. For me, it wasn't like that he like performed that good. I mean, he didn't do bad. That's not what I wanted to say. I mean, he got every lot, every turtle except.
Will it grant immortality?
We are going crazy. We have Levi on Fanny. That's wild. But you know what? If you are going out, you go out with a bang. Right now they are on the verge of being eliminated, of not being able to qualify into the playoffs. So what else to pull out from your cards, from your from your pocket picks, than Levi on the Fanny? It went through. Let's go for it. But what I'm a little bit worried about, there are only 2 targets for him to burst down, and that is Kimi and Granger. Everyone else, they don't care about Fanny.
I need to say, if we look just for the drafts right now, I really need to say, for me, Stolen Angels won this game. I mean, they got the Gato Alice combo. They have Zuxin behind them. They have the Fanny who can take out the Granger and the Kimi, both of them, and they got the Herif as well. So they have a very good combo. But for the side of Fake Time, they have a very good front line. They have Fredrin, they have Yuzong, they have Minotaur, Granger behind them, Kimi behind them. It's also like a very good composition over here. Okay, so I actually need to correct myself. I wouldn't even say that Stolen Angels win with this draft. I need to say both drafts are actually pretty good. Both drafts have their pros and cons. So I really want to see who is playing better. Did Stolen Angels walk up and trying to take the win route and got it? Or is Fake Time going to take the second win in this best of 3 and finish the game with it?
Yeah, that's definitely on the cards. Wolf will take it home, right? Because Fake Time can close it out, have the 2-0, go happily to sleep. Probably not to sleep, it depends on their time zone really, right? Hinokami already trade in with Pam. Or Stolen Angels, will they come back? Oh, Hinokami getting pulled in. Pam is harassing him furthermore. Half HP Hinokami. It's a traditional matchup that we see. Oh, isn't that kinda too deep? Maybe overzealous, Levi.
I don't know, I mean... Okay, it's actually pretty hard for Fanny. She engaged on the Minotaur and the Fredrin. If they both would have stunned her in the correct time, she would have been dead over there, I guess. But it's still, she got out. They can play this aggressive, and that's actually insane. We see Zuxin, and that's pretty huge. Kimi get bursted down so hard, and Kimi will probably lose a minion now, and that's not good for them. Because if Kimi losing their minion, she won't be level 4 for the turtle.
Levi.
And...
Oh, nice. Levi, he gets the kill. He first busts Hinokami, so we can see the pick coming to fruition immediately. Just 1 minute 30 seconds into the game, and Levi looks on top of his game. Some trades happening between Aless and Jungli, but Jungli is getting his own medicine because this Aless is pretty annoying.
Right now, it actually doesn't look good for Fake Time because Kimi already lost a few minions. So if we see Enzo is one full level above this Kimi, so Kimi won't be level 4 for the turtle actually, and that's a huge mistake from the side of Fake Time because if Kimi is not level 4, she won't have that much of a use.
Bursting him down, and that means Levi is already 10 feet underground, and this results in Fake Time getting the first turtle free.
Yes, that will give them the first turtle for free. I mean, even though Kimi wasn't level 4 now, through the reason that Penny just died over there, they got the free turtle, and that's pretty good for the side of Fake Time actually. I mean, still 0 gold lead actually, it's 200 gold. When we see for the gold, it's like almost for every person in the game equal, only for the Romas a bit lower.
Oh, they are going in. Traction pull, Paulsen, and Levi gets killed off in 30 seconds just 2 times. Oh, it's already fumbling. It's already crumbling. This cannot be happening. If Levi wants to pull his team out from the rubble and come back into the series, he cannot be getting caught like that.
Okay, I actually need to say FakeTime is playing it so well right now. They're going for the engage. They know Fanny has no blue buff. They're going in to engage on the blue buff with everything they have. They killed the Fanny, probably got the blue buff as well. Or maybe Fanny got it but died for it. So I need to say FakeTime is playing it so well right now.
Oh, and the predictions are speaking for that. 67% of the viewers believe that FakeTime have this in their pockets.
Yeah, but I need to say I understand it, especially after the last game, what we saw over there, especially the performance of Garmadon and Gorange. And I don't know, I felt like Stone Angels was a bit like...
Did you see it? Did you see how Elise survived with like 3 HP?
Yes. Yes, I did. Actually pretty good. The turtle is spawning in 30 seconds, so we probably will see the next fight, but as I just said, I understand the predictions, because Stone Angels, I felt like they're not playing like they're not woken up, like they just woke up right now. So
but
I
you
really
definitely woke up to this Saber giveaway, right? Right, Luzget? Did you join the giveaway?
I didn't. I actually didn't. I want to give everyone the chance, because I'm casting here, I'm sitting here, and I will give everyone the chance to win.
You know what is not, who is not sitting here? FakeTime and Stone Angels as they duke it out in the jungle. Goranich initiating in, and now LS is the first in the dirt, and they will try to maybe go for more. No, not really. They will go their separate ways, but this means FakeTime should be taking a second turtle as well, and Stone Angels are getting outscaled. Clock is ticking, tick-tack. They have to do something about this.
Yeah, but as I just want to say, you said you don't know if the Yuzong pick was should have been like this prioritized, but if we see on the performance from this Yuzong right now, he took out the Fanny, he going in for the engages, and he's doing it so well. So I need to say I understand now why they prioritized to pick this Yuzong over there.
I agree. You are absolutely on point. I have to eat my own words because Jungli is performing on this Yuzong very well. He is on point, he is there with his team, and he's doing the right job.
And we see now the first Sky Piercers also already built on the mid lane.
Ornich and Lager marching onwards, and now Urag has to run away, and the rest of FakeTime will be happily departing with an orange buff, I think, in the hands of Inokiami. Oh, Elise with a 1v1 against Goranich. Mino against a Vampire, but looks like Vampire has a taste for some bull blood, because he will just suck him out. And now there is Black Dragon form flying around, looking for the targets. Maybe even going for the Elise. Elise is still in the bush. Does she have the spell to reposition herself? It looks like she doesn't have it. Cooldowns were too long, and that means he will be dead as well.
Teeniyi with Sky Piercer also pretty good. I love it. And we just see it here. We will see the damage. Granger with Sky Piercer, Kimi with Sky Piercer. So they have 2 Sky Piercers. Both damage dealers of them have the Sky Piercer. And that's actually good, because as I just mentioned, they have the front line. So the only ones who dealing really the damage is the Kimi and the Granger. Both of them with Sky Piercer. So both of them able to finish these enemies up. But still, what I also want to point out, Fanny is doing it very great. She knows she can't do the team fights right now, so she's just split pushing. She got the top turret while Stone Angels and FakeTime were fighting on the bot side. But still, for the gold, I need to say it looks much better right now for FakeTime. The 2 Sky Piercers already built, and Teeniyi almost finished with the second item, so it's actually pretty insane. While Zuxin only got 1, and that's, I need to say, FakeTime is doing it so good again. They're playing it so well, and I need to say, I think that this game will also go for FakeTime here.
The warrior boots complete for Levi, so he will be a little bit more tanky if he goes for Garmadon, Jungli, or Lager, right? But still, Hinoki will do quite a lot of damage towards him. At least maybe trying to go first, still not really. And the Lantern will be finished for Kimi, so even more sustain for her.
Yeah, for sure. I need to say it will be pretty hard, because if any always get caught off guard from Minotaur of Revenant.
Oh, Elise in a 1v4, that's unfortunate. I think he has to say bye-bye to him being alive, because he just got picked off.
Yeah, But okay, that was good engaged by Garukacha, but Zero Team followed up. And I need to say it's actually pretty bad because Fake Time doing it so well. They know how bad the Fanny will be without a blue buff, and that's why they're going every time for their blue buff. I think Fanny got like 1 blue buff in the game, maybe 2, and it's already 7 minutes, so she will be pretty useless here over here. Especially if they continue to take their blue buff. I don't know if she will have this use. And as you said, you are like pretty excited about the Fanny pick. But I need to say it will be pretty hard. And we see, for the items, we see Harif already got also his first core item. The Granger already, again, 2 items. Same for the Kimmy. So it will be pretty much damage output from Fake Time already. But what I need to say, especially for the late game, if Stolen Angels come into the late game, the Gato-Kacha Alice combo, after them, the Harif with the Zuxin together, can be a pretty big menace for Team Fake Time over here.
I wouldn't really say like late game, I would more so say like team fight wise, because I feel like Fake Time have stronger heroes in the full late game, like if you get that deep into the game. Gornish already trying to say something about that. Direction pull pulls in LS, but LS is pretty tanky. Now Gornish will be the first to pay the price. Pam is still kinda alive, kinda tanky. Oh, Levi in the backline gets caught off, barely survives.
Yeah, as you just said, you're completely right. I need to say Fake Time has the better heroes for the late game. But what I just meant is when Gato-Kacha and the Alice make 1 good combo with the Harif behind them, that will be pretty huge. That's what I meant. But still, as you just mentioned, Kimmy and Granger in the late game are just too good, actually. They have too much damage, too good. So I think it will be pretty hard for Stolen Angels over here.
And right now, Stolen Angels are the ones being stolen from, because Fake Time, how many purple was very counting that? I think this was like the 5th or 4th one that they stole away.
I need to say, Fanny got, when I saw it right, she got 2 blue buffs in this game. 2. In like 9 minutes, and that's pretty bad, because we see the level of Fanny, level 12, while Fredrin is also level 12. Okay, I need to say, Fanny is doing actually pretty good, even though she's losing all her blue buffs, she's still on this level. But still, without the blue buff, she isn't that useful, actually. But as I just mentioned, she's going for the split push, taking out the second turret on the top lane, and that's pretty good. But I need to say, I don't see...
Yeah,
go ahead.
That's the only thing you can do, right? Like, there is nothing for him to do other than to try to get back into the game by split pushing. That's his only option, because he is dangerous in a 1v1, but in teamfight he doesn't really do that much. Conceal play for Bam though. He downs 3 members. This could be a big play. LG goes on Gornish, but it gets cancelled. And now Levi in the backline finishes off Hinokami. Pam actually dividing the fight. Garmadon is trying to shoot his way through, jumping around, shooting his revolver. Oh, the big blast going on. Alice gets picked off, and there is Black Dragon 4 flying in. The Dragon Airlines. Jungli was ready to rumble and help his team out. Though this fight actually looked kind of decent from Stolen Angels.
Yeah, but I need to say, I think the Alice should have trusted his teammate like much more early and casted her ultimate earlier, because Gato-Kacha were coming, charging his taunt, and I mean, even if she would have used his ultimate and got no one, but the fact that, and I want just to say it, Pam got 4 enemies. If she would have charged it before, she would also got 4 enemies, and I think the team fight would have become like much otherwise on the side of Stolen Angels.
Yeah, but that's exactly what we talked about before, right? The team synergy is not really there for Stolen Angels. Like, individually, they are decent players. We can see the glimpses of greatness from each one of them. But together, they are not really working that well. The teamwork is not really there that much. And if you look at Fake Time, they definitely trust each other more. Yeah, sometimes it results in them completely fumbling a fight. Maybe they go too deep. But all of them, they look like they trust each other.
Yeah, that's especially what we saw in the last game. If we just see, it was 2v5, Grog and Granger against the full Stolen Angels. Grog just engaged with the Flicker ultimate, and Granger just pulled out all of them. So we see this team synergy of Fake Time is much better than of Stolen Angels. And that's actually pretty huge. But we can see Harif is getting her items right now. But again, Granger almost full build. He got 4 core items. He just needs 1 more item. Same for the Kimmy. She has the anti-heal, she has the lifesteal, she has the Sky Piercer, she has everything she needs right now. Zuxin also with the Sky Piercer, that's the same thing for the last game. She didn't get the kill, so I don't know if the Sky Piercer has that much use on her right now.
Yeah, true. I would maybe even think about building it, I guess, sooner. I feel like it's also a little bit too deep into the game for skirmishes, and at the same time, right, she doesn't really get that many kills. And the biggest spike for Juxin is usually around her first or second item. That's like when she does the most damage. So I also find it quite surprising that the skirmish wasn't the biggest priority for Enzo. And he didn't even build it in the game before, rightfully you said. Though, as you were speaking about it before, there is Holy Crystal, there is Starlium Sight, and there is Feather of Heaven for Wraith. So he is coming slowly online, 3 items. He should be in a decent position. Though, Fake Time are making their positions even better because they are trying to take the Lord, actually second Lord of the game. It looks like they will just get it for free because Levi is on the opposite side of the map, farming himself up. But actually, he was quite successful in that, because if you look over at his items, he has Anticuirass, he has Blade of Abscesses, and he has the Malefic Roar.
Yeah, but I need to say, I don't know if Fanny was that good pick over here. I mean, sure, she can take out these enemies, she's doing the damage, but against...
Oh, he gets stuck.
Against... Yeah, but against the Revenant and the Minotaur, I don't think that it's...
I think he's dead. I think Zhangli got... No, he's fine. Oh, that was close. That was
just look, Zhangli got bursted down by this Fanny completely, and she's full life again. He's again full HP, and that's actually insane.
And do you know what's the craziest part? That Fanny already has, almost dying, barely surviving. Vision Lantern completed for Enzo, but Enzo ults backwards, not inwards. So that means all the damage from the ultimate will not be used on the opponents. And Pam is trying to make some space, goes for Gornich, but Gornich is still just a beefy Minotaur. And Fake Town marching into the opponent's base. They are going for the top tower, top inhibitor. Maybe they will go for the mid one, but no wave is available. Lord is already getting chunked up. Half HP gone. I think Fake Time will have to retreat for now.
Yeah, but as we just saw right now, that's what I was mentioning. Because as long as Revenant is just near to Kimmy,
also, definitely, I'm sorry to jump into that, and I love your analysis, but definitely look out for November 28th. We will be having streamers versus casters over here on this channel. So if you want to chill out, have something relaxing, something you can laugh on, you should definitely tune in, because there will be so many plays that you can laugh on. But right now, I will absolutely allow you to continue with that great analysis. Go for it.
Yeah, but I just want to point out, guys, you need to watch this. It will be pretty funny, especially with the people who will join on this special event. So don't miss it, guys. Yeah, but as I just pointed out, Fanny has no use, because Revenant always near to the Kimmy and the Granger, so Fanny has not even a chance to get near them, because she will always get immediately stunned and powered up by Revenant, and that's actually pretty insane, because she has zero use in this game.
Right now, Juxin is trying to make the most of her. Oh, she has to ult defensively. Garland with a mega kill. He is on top of his game again. Double kill. And now just 3 members trying to defend the base. But Base Crystal is getting bursted down very fast. And this means that this will be another 2-0. And honestly, like with Teeniyi Bambusel, I felt like it wasn't painting the whole picture. But with this series, I feel like the 2-0 is completely painting the whole picture. Fake Time were just the stronger team today. And it felt like Stone Angels have nothing to show.
I don't know, I need to say, I think the drafts of Stone Angels, I mean, they had, sure, they had good picks, but it's still, I don't know about the Fanny pick. As we just mentioned, I don't know about the Fanny pick in a Fredrin. I mean, Fredrin just stuns her up and easily get poked down, so I don't know if this... there were some, like, let's just say there were many other options open you should have picked, actually. And as you also just mentioned, I felt like Stone Angels wasn't woken up today. I mean, their team play wasn't that well, and Fake Time just played it much better. Especially Garmadon, again on the MVP. He showed again off how good he is on this Granger. I mean, he did the damage, maybe not that much kills like in the last game, but still he showed it off again. And that's pretty insane here. We see Fake Time doing such great job, such good plays, so I really want to enjoy their journey on Surge over here. I mean, they're doing so good, and I hope they will come far in this tournament.
Well, Garmadon will definitely try to make the best out of it. He will definitely try to bring his team up because this man, he was a machine. Of course, we don't see the crazy score that he had in the first one, but even in the second one, he was definitely playing well. Though I have to give some credit, Soul Angels definitely were playing much better in the second one than they were in the first one. I know there was this very specific pick with Fanny, which can either make the game or break the game. Unfortunately, they weren't really able to translate it into the victory, right? It had some bright moments, but as you rightfully mentioned before, there is so much healing, there is so much tankiness, and in some heroes there is tankiness and healing at the same time. And the moment when Levi tried to 1v1 Jungli, he almost bursted him down, but then Yuzong just went for the Black Dragon form and healed up, and that was it.
Yeah, but I still, if we just look for on the builds here, I mean, Fanny, she should have known she gets stunned by the Frederick and is poken down. She has 0 defense over here. She just had the anti-couriers, but still, it's not enough against this Kimmy, actually. I mean, on the side of Fake Time, everything looks good, but still, Orange Bob was just able to build 2 items in like 15 minutes. He had 2 core items. Same for the, but I mean, I don't know if she did that low gold, but it's not good. And same as I just mentioned, the Sky Pierce on the Zuxin, I mean, either you build the first item or you should have waited because she had 0 kills, so it doesn't have the use actually. So I need to say, they just played so much better. Fake Time they just did so much better. And that's what we saw here. And it's actually great. I mean, as I said before, I'm on the side of Stone Angels in this tournament, but after the performance we saw Fake Time, I can't say anything against it. I need to say, actually, we need to be completely honest. Fake Time did it just much better. They played so much better, and they deserve to win here. They just deserve to win. And it's still sad that it's just a 2-0 and not like a 2-1, but still, they showed us how good they are, and they showed us that they deserve to win this game in a 2-0.
Yeah, I'm hoping that Fake Time will, not really Fake Time, right? They already qualified, but I'm hoping that the last series that we will be having today, right, between Revenant Order and Misa Esports, that this will be the full BO3. I'm still waiting for it because, I mean, I was expecting, I don't know if you did, but I was expecting that right now we are at the end. 3 teams will qualify, last 3 teams will fall out, and we will have the full 8 teams that will be going into the playoffs and full 8 teams that didn't make it. I really thought that the battle would be super tough and it will be super close and it will come to crazy backdoors in like 32-minute long games where base crystal explodes and your base crystal had like 3 HP left, you know, something insane like that. But truly, Fake Time and AKKE before them were the better prepared team. And right now, we have Lager that already prepared for his interview. So Lager, I welcome you over here once more. Hello, Lager. I congratulate you to your victory, my man. And what a nice game this was. What a nice teamwork this was. I have to blast immediately with a question. Well, yeah, let's go with an easy one. How happy are you that you qualified?
Yeah, I'm very happy, but I think that the game versus Glitchcourt was bad for us, because we have two good early games, and after losing late, like stupid fights, and this one very happy because 2-3 and left the regular season is not so good for us.
Well, to you, Luzgit.
So I have one question actually. I mean, we all know how strong Zuxin can be. Did you guys prepare how to play against her, or why did you left her open every game?
Because Jushin can't play his loose start, so play like 50-50. So our farm is like opponent's farm. That's just not possible game. So because Jushin need to always dive, always push us, and if we play 50-50 game, so with farm, so Jushin can't play good. And as a mage, I think make more impact, mostly, because they have more damage. Kushin can make, for example, 2 push-ups in fight, and that's all. She need to reset, and as a mage can poke or burst somehow. That's the reason.
Okay, thank you.
All right, and how like what will you do with Garmadon, right? He performed so well in the first game. He performed so well in the second game. Like, what will you do so his ego doesn't get too big? You know, like how will you keep him humble? Because he was delivering. Like I was speaking about him. Like normally Granger has a revolver. His Granger had a rocket launcher. He was throwing rockets on his enemies. So like, what are you gonna do to keep him humble? Like, how is that gonna work out?
So he told today that he boosts us, and he makes this.
All right,
but I think the Granger is tier 1 now, marksman, and if he get a good scale, this is just win game. So.
Yeah, truly, definitely tier 1 in hands of Lager. Sorry, not Lager, right? But in hands of Garmadon. But I definitely don't want to throw shade on your Granger. Maybe Lager, you are actually the better Granger. We don't know. Maybe
No.
Do you think you will play Granger in the jungle?
Oh, no, he farms so slow.
Okay. Well, back to you, Luzgit.
Are you happy when the enemies pick the Fanny into the Revenant pick? I mean, because for me it felt like every time the Fanny tried to jump in on your backline, Revenant, you were always there to just stun her and she get poked down.
Yeah, this one team have many scrims with them, and I saw also yesterday all games from this team, and I think that was also draft winning, because I know that Urek play always Granger, and I think they make a mistake with 2 times first pick getting, because we take Granger double pick and Urek can't play Granger in these games. And I saw that they play always with tank jungle, and I know also that Levi has only USS and Fanny from Assassins. Or they pick only these 2 heroes in jungle like Assassins. And I forgot for Fanny, but I think we need to ban Fanny in second stage from bans, but I forgot this one. Fanny make couple of mistakes on start. 2 deaths on Fanny on start is very bad, so that's the reason. Fanny has a good start, she can boost, because we have Kimmy and Granger, they can't make nothing for Fanny. 1-1.
Well,
Thank you
since
very
you
much.
are one of the... Yeah, sorry, Luzgit, continue on.
I just wanted to say thank you and back to you, Lauren.
Absolutely lovely. I will throw one last question, at least from me. Maybe Luzgit has something in his pockets, but I will throw one last question from me, and it will be, Lego, you already qualified. You are in the top 8 of the regular season of the playoffs, right? So what do you think you have and the other teams that didn't make it don't have? What do you think makes the difference in your eyes? Is it preparation? Is it more training? Like, what do you think it is? Is it having a coach? Like, what do you think is the difference?
So difference from first 8 team in playoffs.
Yeah. Where do you think it's different?
I think that all players has a very big experience, and also has a good gameplay pool. And that's the reason. And I think that not all teams in playoff has a coach, but they are like strong players. And for example, MetaShift has a Ukraine voice, and that's very good. We have also Ukraine voice, and we need not to speak English and from another countries. Yeah, that's good for communication, and other teams use very strong players.
There's definitely a good point you bringing it up, because especially in this BO3 that you had, you definitely look like you have more synergy. So maybe it comes down to language. It sounds kind of obvious, right? But you saying it right now, it kind of makes sense when if you speak in a language that's more familiar for you, you feel more comfortable, you can translate, you can speak faster, and it's all more fluent. Well, back to you, Luzget, if you have some last question towards Lager, and then we will have him on his merry way.
Yeah, I have one last question. And so the next game will be Revenant Order against Misa Esports. Who do you think will take this win?
So first team is?
Revenant Order against Misa Esports.
Oh, I think when Misa Esports pick Yu Chong for my lobby, that will be win for Misa Esports.
All right.
Okay, thank you very much.
Well,
you also, guys. That's
well,
very good.
before you disconnect, Lager, we of course will give you the space on the mic if you want to say anything. Even as you rightfully, as you mentioned before, you can even say it in Ukrainian or in any language that you want to your fans, to the people that are watching. It's yours.
Okay, I will say. Всем спасибо, кто нам поддерживал еще раз. Как говорю, такая после каждой игры выигранной нашей интервью. Мы прошли в плей-офф, соответственно, хотелось бы, чтобы все наши фанаты продолжали болеть за нас там. Вот. Передаю привет Оле, который нас тренировал, хоть и последние дни было тяжеловато, но окей. Передаю привет всем своим тиммейтам через камеру, которые смотрят это интервью. На этом, в принципе, все. So that's all.
All right. Thank you for your time, Lager. Best of luck in the playoffs, and we will definitely be looking out for Fake Time.
Thank you, thank you.
All right, that was Lager from Fake Time, and Luzget, before we go into the break, because we will have one more BO3, but you won't be joining me for that. We will be having Scared over here, as he was before, right? So Luzget, give me your predictions. I need that from you. How do you think it will play out?
Okay, I need to say, Creep, if he's playing today for Revenant Order, he was like a long time my idol. I need to go to say, I want to see him taking the win, but I need to say I'm actually going for Misa Esports. I think they're doing much better right now. Even though it hurts me to say that, but I think Misa Esports will make it 2-0.
Ooh! So you think there is almost a zero chance, not really a zero, but a very, very low chance for Revenant Order to come out on top. All right, well, let's talk theory. If there is a way for Revenant Order to win, how do you think they will achieve that? How do you think, what is the tactic they will use? Like, which player will make it work?
I can't really say a player, actually. I need to say Revenant Order, they have, like, in my opinion, they have, like, two things. Either they're playing very good or playing, like, not good. So it just depends which day we are seeing them today. But I really hope, as I just said, I hope they will take the win, but I don't think so.
All right, thanks for the predictions, Luzgat. And right now we will be hopping into a break. It was me, Varanonex, together with Luzgat. Before he was called Synchro, don't let him fool you. And we will be going into a break. And now it's 5v3. They are winning.
Search Europe on Instagram, and you'd be able to easily participate in it. And oh, look at top.
Yeah, I guess Carti was trying to follow the page. I think this kill is on you. Nandel probably trying to mega kill for Astra. And this Alpha is getting very fat. And next target that will be probably dying is Carti. Cyrus is getting fed himself. Right now, AKKE are absolutely destroying them, dominating them. And they are pushing into their base. Lord is getting pulled away. Barsaki. Half HP, I mean already. The Lord is getting bursted down. Carti initiating to make some space. But there is Cyrus that is destroying Danzy. He's chopping him up. And even though I said Lapu shouldn't be able to deal this much damage, it doesn't matter because Cyrus is so far ahead. Toby is in little wins. You at least take those for Teeniyi Bambusel. Oh, you may be catching Houston, but there is the force that will keep him alive.
Don't miss out on that option. Out here though, on the other side of the spectrum, this is one of the big things, right? Toby can help out Nandayo clear out that midway way too quickly. Oh, hold on.
Immediately jumping in.
Yeah, there comes in the bravest fighter as well. It's a very scattered fight as Astra is being chased by the Black Dragon up in the heaven. And the Chicky almost getting taken down out here. Fatal Link still not being used up. Skylove is going to be picked up though with the Purify from him and Saki saving their own life as Nikki Chicky barely surviving. While Houston dashes all the way up as Nandayo is here to go.
There's Danzo.
Yeah, he want to go in for the chase as well though, but there we go with the Fatal Link not being used up. All thanks to the Lantern player. Toby picked up as well. Make it twice as the key picks up the kill. And on the back line of Cyrus missing out on the Landshaker. But look at Houston! Zaman force between everyone as they all fall one after another. The Purify.
He will get killed like that, but the rest of the team.
Yeah, there seems to be a bit of a trouble out in the open. You can't really go in for those fights as well as Houston gets picked up again. The Jushin creating a lot of problem on the other side. Now the chase comes in. Teeniyi Bambusel want to try and get the Lord. Out here though, yet again Toby. Holy smokes, the Black Dragon form to try and zone all of them away, but it's still Cyrus up standing in front, soaking up every single piece of damage. The inhibitor should fall finally and it's been taken out. Very bad Fatal Links into the Summon Force now. And the damage is
Important thing about the items, and that is Yuzong initiating in.
Yeah, out here though, but Cyrus was just easily able to zone everyone away. But hold on a second, Danzo gets instantly destroyed. Backline yet again into the Fatal Link. Purifies used up.
I expected much more from him. Gorinage already balling it off. Farsa, Hinokami pushing everyone away, but Jukshan is getting it. The turtle is in his hands. I mean Levi, of course, but Airborne tries to flicker away Jungly. Now he gets picked off. First blood for end zone, and now there is the ultimate available.
The better positioning is definitely for the side of Stolen Angels.
Iconic charge, but Lager is trying to continue. Oh, he could be going down
now
here.
He has the defense now against Hayabusa and Lapu and won't die so fast anymore.
Levi gets the turtle, and now initiation comes from Jungly. Maybe he's too deep. No, he's still alive. Raging Slash is 4 on 5 himself. Urikite is the one killing him off because Yurik gets the kill. And now Garmado and the rest are trying to defend Jungly, getting chased off by Orange Bob and Pam. Take another Lord, possibly. Lager actually has something to say about that because he tries to go for Orange Bob. He gets picked up by Garmadon. Garmadon, he has the cannon in his hands. He has the cannon of Destiny. Double kill. He tries to go for more. Triple, can he go for Savage? It's a maniac. Can he get the Savage? Better that's right. They will try to finish the game. So Jungly with the bravest fighter still available. Lager gets picked off though. Maybe there's a chance. No, Tectonic Charge goes through. Garmadon Legendary. He tries to go for more double kill. Can he get another maniac?
And that's pretty huge. Kimmy get burst down so hard, and Kimmy will probably lose a minion now, and that's not good for them. Because if Kimmy losing their minion, she won't be level 4 for the turtle.
Levi.
And
in the hands of Hinokami. Oh, Alice with a 1v1 against Gorinage. Mino against a Vampire, but looks like Vampire has a taste for some bull blood because he will just suck him out. And now there is Black Dragon form. And now he taunts 3 members. This could be a big play. LG goes on Gorinage, but it gets cancelled. And now Levi in the backline finishes off Hinokami. All right, hello and welcome back today to today's live stream, to today's broadcast, right? It's me, Brian1x, again for the third time's the charm, they say, and for the second time, it's here, Skirt, our sweet caster, right? Hello, Skirt. I am happy to be casting with you again, right? We had the pleasure of having the first BO3. Now we will wrap it up together. How are you feeling going into this BO3? Because we didn't get your predictions down, right? Because I believe we were speaking about the second BO3 because that's what was rightfully, that's what was happening. That's what was going to happen, right? So what do you think about this BO3? Do you stand by what Luzget said? Do you stand by that Misa Esports will be taking it very easily, or do you think there is something else in the play?
Very easily is something I don't particularly feel like is going to happen, right? Considering how Misa Esports has been performing in the previous 2 games, let's be honest, we all expected a lot from them, but Misa Esports are kind of shaking up, and not a little bit, but quite a lot. And I think so that might give Revenant Order a bit of a chance to make that comeback, or maybe, pull a rabbit out of their hat, or pull a pigeon out of their hat. But they got to do something else, because the normal, if they go in for the normal gameplay, I'm pretty sure Misa Esports will actually take the cake.
True. But I agree with what Luzget said, and one point in particular, and that is Revenant Order. If they are on top of their game, if they are playing how they could possibly be playing, it was a big topic in the interview with Rapfafnir. We were talking about him. I think actually me and you had the interview. I'm not sure, but I think we did. We were talking about it, right? Where is his skill ceiling? Or not really skill ceiling, but where is his power level? He came back, he wasn't playing for some time, and where is his power level right now? How does he feel? And he still was saying that still there is place to grow. There is still space for him to improve, to get kind of back into it. So the big questions for me in my head is how big his glass of power will be this time, because last time maybe it was 50-60%, but will we see Rapfafnir at 100%? Because if we will see Rap at 100%, that honestly for me would mean that there will be a gap in the jungle happening, and then there is something you can play around.
That's a big thing, right? And since we're already on that topic of jungle, right, I could see Hayabusa in one of those most picked heroes as well. 25 times in total, but again, the cake goes to the undisputed bravest warrior of the land, Lapu Lapu. And I think so he's in one of those positions where, regardless of what the situation is, you can definitely just lock in a Lapu Lapu early on, and it will always give you a lot of value. Doesn't matter who he's laning up against. Don't particularly lose the lane. Mostly it's a brick wall because of the tools that are present in his kit, and just the amount of value he gives you with those dives. It's always been on top. But then once we look at it all the more, right, you've got the Granger as well, and then comes the Harith along with the Kimmy. Granger had 2 priority picks for the gold lane, Kimmy, Lunox being the prio picks of the mid lane. Wouldn't exactly say prio though. The only main prio is that Gato on the other side.
And right now, talking about the most band, the kids in the naughty corner. Before it was the kids that their families love the most. Those are the kids that, they make problems. They have bad marks in the school. They kind of break bikes. They kind of, get the air out from the tires. They scratch the cars. Those are the guys. Big leader of this squad is Jukshin, 34. Right next to her is her big brother Bakshia. Then there is the little sister Cici with another brother Lancelot. It's quite a big family actually, if you think about it. I don't know what really happened with Brock, because I don't know who is his father. I guess it's probably like a cousin or something, because all of them are human. He is a rock. I don't know how that happened.
He just got caught in there though, because I'd have to say Grok isn't the naughtiest at all. I mean, he apologizes in his dialogue. Sorry, I didn't mean to push you. He's actually such a nice guy out. But yeah, on the other end of the spectrum, again, few of the most picked heroes, or rather the most banned heroes out there. The possibilities that are endless when you pick these kinds of picks up in your entire roster. The Baxia as well. Extremely good jungle in terms of the tank jungles. One of the prios apart from that Fredrin. Jushin in the mid lane. We've already seen the potential of the Jushin, right? Yes, I would say that the current win rate would not really reciprocate the potential that she has. But at the end of the day, it still feels like, You know, if you've got the Jushin, you've got a very big tool in your arsenal that you can work around with. Coming back onto this very own point of the matchup between both Misa Esports as well as Revenant Order, right? I mean, if I'm really looking at those previous few records, both of these teams have hopped in the regular season from very different routes. One all the way from the Thunder Division, the second one had an even tougher road. You could say the entire open qualifiers where you did not have a lot of chances. So it's a Misa Esports. They've actually got quite a lot of things that they've got to prove right now because it's a do or die for them.
Oh, absolutely. Rightfully, you mentioned that it's a do or die, but unfortunately, it's do or die for both of those teams. It's not really like, oh, one team gets a pass and the other one has the problem. Both of them have the problem in front of them, and the thing is, how will they resolve it? Who will take the cake? Who will be the last team to join the qualified teams into the playoffs? Will it be Misa Esports or will it be Revenant Order? On one side, you have Misa Esports, a team that kind of stole the very successful, very strong XP laner from Void Kids, and unfortunately for Void Kids, that was quite a hit because they are out. They were one of the earlier teams to get out, so definitely that hurt. And you know what would actually make them a little bit happy, I think? If MLBB didn't make it, if MLBB didn't continue on with this team, I think that would make them a lot happy. I don't know, like, if there was a beef, but honestly, like, if someone left my team and then he didn't qualify and I didn't qualify as well, I would laugh, you know? So I think there could be a beef. Maybe there's not a beef. I don't know. I hope the players at least respect each other and there's like the good environment as all of us wanted, right, in the esports.
You just want some tea, Warren. I'm pretty sure you just
I don't want beef.
But here's the fun thing. Here's the fun thing, you know. Yeah, we don't really have a tea to give you, but we've got the Saber Skin giveaways for all of you people out there. You can quickly scan that QR code and you can participate. Just follow Surge Europe on Instagram and you can get, you're basically eligible to basically win that giveaway. Fun fact is we're gonna have 10 winners of the Saber skins. So quickly scan that QR code and enter yourself in that giveaway. Warren, you're not allowed to do that. Keep your phone aside. You're the caster. Good. I'm glad he's not doing it. See, fine. That's a good way to do things. All right, now I know you want to participate as well. It's fine. Even I want to, but it's okay. It's for the audience. Let them have some fun as well.
Yeah, of course, right? Because we will be having quite a lot of fun in this last BO3. And I hope that we will be finally having this BO3. Because honestly, from how the games ended today, it could have been BO2s.
Yeah, I agree. The previous two games have been straight up games out there though. Because again, AKKE, pretty dominant force on the other side. Yeah, there were certain struggles happening in, but I was kind of expecting as well the first series to go, if not the full way, at least in a very competitive manner, because Teeniyi Bambusel showcased a lot of potential, but it just boils down to the fact how strong AKKE is. And I believe the similar thing could be said for Fake Time. Toby wanted Fake Time to be the team who would eventually move forward, and guess what? They proved him right. They were like, sure, you want us to be there, we will be there in the playoffs.
They will be joining them, rightfully so. And man, did you caught it? Like when we are talking about that, did you catch the Garmadon's performance? Like, man, that was something beautiful to see. I'm not the biggest gold lane player. I think like altogether I have like 3 gold lane games and I think 2 of them were played on Lapu Lapu. But Garmadon, he made me excited about gold lane. Like if those games were all the games that I would be seeing like all the time Grangers 24-0 on Surge, I would honestly after like a month of casting start playing gold lane. Like, that's how big of an impact it had on me.
Oh my god, just don't play gold lane right now. I'm telling you, it's horrible in this meta. You are going to cry after playing gold lane. If anything, just go for a fighter gold lane. You're gonna enjoy your own time. But then your team is going to cry because they could not carry you. Eventually, hopping back here, ladies and gentlemen, do not forget that we're gonna have a special match out here between the streamers taking on the casters. It's the streamers versus casters show match on November 28th, 5 p.m. GMT +1. Special guest is gonna be Pagu from Aurora, and you would not want to miss out that man in action. Man, Warren, this is such a big surprise of having Pagu there.
Yeah, I have to say it definitely is. But lucky for me, right?
I agree. I agree. I mean, I'll be on the desk, so that's one thing. You're gonna have your own fun time. And I'm pretty sure I remember Synchro also mentioning that you've got to prepare and practice for the mid lane, man. You don't have a lot of days to work around with it.
Yeah, I guess I will be pulling out those Lapu Lapus mid lane, you know, cooking something like that. So you can definitely expect something funny.
Get this man out of kitchen.
We will see, we will see.
There's a big thing out here, man. I know that we've constantly been yapping about the exact same thing. Who are the other people in your own team as well for the casters? Quickly tell us the name.
I mean, can I leak it? Because I got spanked on on top of my hands that I leaked something. So I don't know if I should be leaking that. Because right now we have Revenant Order in front of us. So let's talk about those beautiful faces. Reborn Teeniyi, Rep of Near Creep, Kenshin, and Alan, of course, with Stealth on the substitute. This is a roster that should be the David against the Goliath, because Misa Esports should be a strong opponent to beat. But if Revenant Order can strike at the right moment, at the right time, into the weak spot of the eye with the slingshot, maybe they can take it.
It's going to be the big one out here, because if there's any roster that can do it, then it's going to be this. Mikazuya on the EXP lane though, Pancake, Danny, Wise, and Tezuka. This is a fun fact now. Cupcake and MLBB, both of the players who were a part of this lineup all the way back in the open qualifiers, are now sitting on the bench as substitutes. I was not really expecting any of that to happen, but here's the thing now. Misa Esports, on a state of a do or die, will have to win out this game in this best of 3, and the same thing could be said for Revenant Order right now. As we have a look at their stats, both of them have played 5 games, couple of victories for Revenant Order, while Misa Esports have 3. That's again going down to the fact that Revenant Order won early 2 games, then eventually kept on losing out there, so they were on a bit of a struggling end. And you could see that struggle in terms of their average time to win as well. Revenant Order, they take the game towards that very late stages of 17 minutes.
Do you know what's kind of crazy though? If we are looking over at the stats, of course, we can see the average time to win that goes in favor of Misa Esports, and they also have more victories. But if you look over at Revenant Order and you kind of do quick math, you can see that the turtle control is kind of strong for them. Because out of 5 maps, you can possibly have 15 turtles, right? And they got 10 of those. That should be 65.6% for them, to be precise.
Wow.
That's kind of big turtle control. So that's at least speaking about the fighting chance that Revenant Order has. Because usually if you are on the losing side and you are the weaker team, if you are able to still evade the turtles or keep them in your hands, that keeps you in the game, because it gives you XP, it gives you gold, so it kind of mitigates or nullifies the advantage that Misa Esports could possibly attain for themselves.
That's a big one which you mentioned out here, right? Yes, I agree that those neutral objectives is where Revenant Order shines at least more than Misa Esports. And it kind of goes into those Lord objectives as well. They've controlled the Lord 7 times till now. So 7 Lord takes that. In 5 games, that's more than 1 Lord per game. So also shows you the level that they've been on in terms of those neutral objectives. Coming down over towards those first players, right? That's where you see Misa Esports having a slight bit of an advantage. But just 1 though, but it's absolutely fine. It shows you that they do like to take that early control into the game. Now, since we've been already on those topics, ladies and gentlemen, let's hop down here on the map selection, because again, I have a bit of a start out on the Broken Walls and Expanding Rivers though. Haven't really been pretty looking maps for Revenant Order. They haven't registered a win on Broken Walls or Expanding Rivers, at least in the previous few games that they played. So Flying Clouds sounds pretty good to me right now.
True, true.
In fact, it's going to be, again, how well is that going to pan out for Misa Esports? Because let's be honest, my lobby not being there, even Cupcake not being there, you know, the combination of Cupcake and Pancake was pretty good in that mid. That mid duo used to work really well. But now neither one of your core players being there would also mean that Misa Esports, in terms of that coordination, might lack a bit. And I think so that could give an advantage to the side of Revenant Order.
I agree. Revenant Order will definitely need to try find those chinks in the armor, as we have spoken about it before. They are they are David. In this scenario, they need to stand against the Titan. They need to hit him in the weak spots if they want to achieve the victory here. CC ban, all right, you go this way. That's quite interesting approach, right? Because yes, CC was banned a lot, but going with a first ban for CC before you even know what's the idea for the opposing team. Juxian will be off the board, and right now we are moving to the second ban of Revenant Order.
Interesting to see out there. Standard bans, nothing special. If anything, Revenant Order have also been going in for the Lancelot bans as well, right? It's going to be the Grok this time around. Understandable, they're going to have some fair amount of time out there. Don't really want to deal with that. Plus, don't really want to take that as well for their roster. Now, that's interesting. Normally, we would see teams prioritizing those Grok picks, considering it's also flying clouds. And also boost your rate up of taking those skirmishes, and Grok really likes to take those early fights, right? So it could enable your entire composition to play a bit more aggressive on this map. But now coming down onto the next ban. Should be Abaxia. Normally we do see him banned out on the other end. Yeah, it actually is Abaxia. Alright, fair.
You are the card woman. You tell the fortune. You see the paths in the future.
Oh my god. You know what? Call me Shanks for the future sight that I have. Advanced observation hockey.
Thanks for the bingo, because we have it again. The Scared's anime reference. All right, check your bingos, guys. It's there. Of course, check your bingos for Varn blinking obsessively. That's there too. And also check your bingos for Scared predicting what they will be banning. That should be checked too. I think someone should be soon on a bingo.
One of the big things, you know, I wish someone would ask this giveaway question, right? I mean, add it in any kind of manner which you want to, but I really wish someone would ask this in the giveaway question. Which anime reference do I normally give most of the times in my casting? It's gonna be super fun to see who is attentive and who is not. For the people who don't know out there, it's One Piece most of the times.
You leaked it. What if they wanted to use it? You destroyed it, Scared. Now everyone will save it and they will know.
If they've been listening, that's the big thing, right? If they've been listening, but
maybe they are watching the stream with volume off, right? Because there's a normal way to watch the stream. They are just watching us yap around, you know? I guess that's not probably what's happening. Lancelot will be picked for wrap up there, and honestly, I wanted to see him on something that has the skill expression. Though I wanted to say it before, there is one big problem. If you ban Grok and you ban Hilda and you leave Gato open, it's free for the taking. So of course Misa took it.
There's also some possibilities right now that you could eventually pick up the Kalia as well in a little while, but I think so you'd probably need to pick an Eve to try and deny that killbox composition with Misa are trying to cook up right now. But the big thing is now Reborn TZ picking up the Granger. Don't really have a lot of options available as well. I don't think so Revenant Order can pick up an Eve or a Farsa at this point, because that would be a death wish against a Gato and a Yujong. Going in for a high loss. I see they're kind of preparing against that full killbox composition by having the glorious pathway to have some extra movement speed. That is an interesting way to do things.
Also, it slows you down, and honestly, if I understood something from playing Yuzong, is definitely that movement speed is pretty crucial for you. So if you get caught in the glorious pathway, you get slowed, you won't be really happy about your situation.
True. It's one of the big problems you'd have to deal with, but it's fine. It's going to be a Hayabusa lock-in. I like the idea from Misa. They could have gone in for the Eve as well, but the interesting part would have been that then they would have kind of had to struggle in their jungle. And you can't really go for another tank jungle in this scenario. You already have a couple of frontliners, so you might as well want to go for a bit of damage here. But now it should be a straightforward ban for Revenant Order. Ban the Eve and the Farsa. Both of them would work.
But at the same time, I don't know if I'm the biggest fan. You have said yourself that they might be lacking in the damage department, but maybe I would have liked something like, I don't know, more tanky. I know Hayabusa is super mobile, so probably he won't get hit easily by either Lance or Granger. But at the same time, if you are playing into Granger and you have a squishy comp, which you right now will probably have, because where else can you put someone beefy? You have XP locked in, you have Roam locked in, you have jungle locked in. Mid lane and gold lane, that probably won't be the beefiest. Of course, you could go fighter gold lane, but CC is gone. Ruby is available though, so maybe they are thinking about that.
I mean, you might as well go for an Alice if you'd really want to. I was already discussing it with you that Alice actually works pretty well in that gold lane. Yes, you kind of get bullied a bit because of the constant range advantage for the marksmen, but if you're able to land in your skill 2 a couple of times perfectly on the minions, then you can heal all the way back up, right? So it's you taking the blows, but you're also clearing the way faster than the enemy marksman. That kind of helps you out. Claude ban is a bit interesting in the very least. Ban out an
I don't know.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm a fan, because usually how I view Claude is that Claude is very useful when your whole team is jumping in. Alright, that box is checked, right? Because if you look at Misa Esports, his team is jumping in. But at the same time, usually you want another thing going for you, and that is that there is a backline for you to jump in for, or like front line or like something. But Granger will be very far back, you are not really reaching him. Hylos, he will be up front, so if you hit him, you are not hitting anyone else. And Lance, he will be just jumping around, so he's not your typical target for Claude. So I don't know if I quite like the Revenant going for Claude ban. I think there were other options.
The basic idea of a Claude ban is that Claude easily wins against a Granger in the lane. Simply just outranges him with the art of thievery and has got a lot more mobility for Granger to land in his Rhapsody. So it's a straight up win of Claude as soon as he turns level 4. That is the only angle which I could find for that ban. Otherwise, yeah, nothing. And since the last ban was a Farsa, not an Eve, Misa Esports have simply locked in a kill box composition right now, and you don't have anything to deal with it. Nah, I don't think so. I'm a big fan of it. With the Farsa ban, I just feel that Revenant Order kind of choked themselves up. Even if you're actually going with the Selena right here, right now, you're landing those Abyssal arrows, but there's no way for you to follow up on that. And that is going to be a bit of a problem for your team. Misa Esports, last pick, gold lane, Irvithel.
The hunt begins.
Could work out well. Or if you want, you can simply go for a Ruby there. Oh, I like this Ruby pick from Revenant Order. Right, that's good, but yeah, I'm not quite sure if it would win against a Yu Zhong in the EXP lane.
Yeah, that's something I'm worried about, though. She's quite tanky and she's quite mobile, so Yuzong cannot really stick to her that easily. Yuzong usually likes most the targets that don't really move around that much, so Ruby can make it a little bit harder for him. Though I have to say, I am a big hater of the second ban phase for Revenant Order. They ban Forza when there is only 2 meta mid laners open, and that being Forza and being Eve. Of course, if you ban Forza and leave Eve open, that your opponents will of course go for Eve. That was so easy for them. So this Celine creep, he has to work overtime. He has to make them pay, or not really pay, but he needs to transition it into something. Because Celine, she is not your typical mid lane, in a sense where a lot of competitively successful mid laners are heroes that are useful even though you are just farming. Eve, Forza, those heroes, even Lunox. If you get into late game, you get on items, it's fine, even though you are 0-0. Selena, she is very susceptible to being active on the map. She has to be active on the map. If she doesn't do anything in first 5-6 minutes, she is basically useless.
I agree. And that's going to be a bit of a problem for Revenant Order to deal with. But I could see the idea in their composition. They've got a snowball. And if that starts to build up, then it's going to get super difficult for Misa Esports to stop them. But they've got their own tools. Again, Pancake running on that Gato with a Revitalize, a couple of Purifies as well to try and create that gap and bait out the Am Offended. Those are the few things that would work out really well for Misa Esports, ladies and gentlemen. But if all of those pieces will fit together, if the Tetris gets completed and the line gets bursted down for you to qualify, or well, we see a building being built up where you do not want to reach up on top, we'll find all of that out right here, right now, as Revenant Order takes on Misa Esports in this last best of 3 for the qualification.
I was honestly waiting for you to join me in back on the cast because I have to glaze with you together our production. Because I don't know if you caught that, but we have turtle timers that we didn't have before. We have lord timers that we didn't have before. So you, dear viewers, I hope you are very happy about those additions to the overlay. Because I noticed, and I thanks our production for that.
I agree, that is a big thing out here though, but a bigger thing happening up in front of us is why he's wanted to take out Creeve on the other side as he uses up the flicker in the last second. While the rest of the members, both Danny and Pancake, will recall. That was a big skirmish out there in mid.
It truly was right now. Ooh, we actually got it, so he will be fine. Warrior boots completed for Tezuka, so he will be quite tanky in those warriors against Teeniyi. I don't know if Teeniyi has his own warrior boots. Ooh, yeah, those are the warrior boots working overtime, honestly. I think I would even go as far that if Kesha didn't have it, he would have died, probably.
I mean, yeah, that could have been possible though, but I felt a bit of a disconnect between Rapfafnir and Teeniyi there, right? Maybe they could have gone in for a bit more aggressive play to pick Tezuka off. Out here, up on top, stun didn't land, but the Abyssal Trap gave out the information as the first blood hops in wise with the Oogie Shadow kill. Was able to burst down the Hylos, the Centaur. But they don't really have anything else left to try and win this turtle. They have to respect the damage from Rapfafnir.
True, but it looks like they are not really respecting because we is easily going for that. And so far we were talking about synergy, but it looks like Misa Esports are completely reborn. They look so on point. The rest of the squad is working in tandem together.
Oh, there could be a big pick off out there as Rapfafnir will have to move back, but guess what? The Shadow was on top of him as Wise takes his own sweet time. Shuts down the Lancelot and now will take the turtle. Not uncontested though. There's still a bit of play coming in as the raw WM dropped in. Mikazuya was taken out there with the AOG used up. It will secure the turtle too by Bumblebee. And after that, it's Misa Esports with a 500 gold lead. 421 to be exact.
Yeah, I mean 500 shouldn't really mean that much. Of course, if it will be on one single player, then it would mean... Oh, actually, it might be on one single player because we has 2 kills. Yeah, that could be troublesome.
Could be a bit out there, but it's absolutely fine right now. Again, Revenant Order would need to win out on these neutral objectives. Their record showed that they won more than Misa Esports, but it still falls down to the same place where right now in this match, that's where you've got to win out. All of those past stats will be kept in the history books.
But right now it looks like Revenant Order maybe lost themselves in the books because they are not really doing anything. And the clock is ticking. They need to do something. Kriv has 1 assist. This Selena has to start working. She is not going in the job. She's calling in sick days. She's at home watching TV.
I'm not quite sure if it's her favorite show or not. Out here in mid yet again, Bumblebee now catching out the Centaur with the taunt, but there's all the people on the other side. It's a 4v2 out here in mid as it's a 4v4. Guess what, as the Black Dragon hops in front of you, on top of you, with Kenshin falling down in the entire RWM as the AOG connects perfectly. Danny takes Allen down, make it another, maybe not, as Creeve again survives. And guess what, Wise says, not today.
Yeah, and this is exactly what I was talking about. Selena has to do something, and every time I saw it in MPL, it always came down to the execution. It always had to be played very specifically and very well, and the player had to be super comfortable. I'm not saying that Creep doesn't know how to play Selena. I would just say that his opponents are very well prepared, and I think they are not giving him the openings that Creep would probably want to look for.
Oh, right now, again, just Mikazuya eventually catching him out there with a glorious pathway dropped out in middle. Nothing to be established on the back of that ultimate. It is Misa Esports still controlling every single one of those neutral objectives. 2 out of 2 turtles checked, 1 more remains. Oh, hold on. Yeah, Alan right now will have to go back to safety. Can't really stand up. Oh my God, Pancake. He's being such a nuisance on this Gato.
It really is. Nuisance is a nice way to put it. I think Revenant will probably have some worse and much more extreme names for him right now, because he is truly making their life miserable.
Holy smokes, it's Kenshin that's being bursted down. For God's sake, that's a high loss. It is the tankiest freaking hero in the game getting obliterated like that. Misa Esports with a 3000 gold lead take down the tier 1 down bottom. This game seems like it's going far away from Revenant order, Warren.
It really is. Right now the train is already leaving the station and they didn't even get to the train station.
A big one out there. Up on top again, Fafnir. Yeah, guess what? Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide out here. You might as well just quickly scan the QR code and join the Surge Fit Club, because you have to challenge yourself in order to win out those in-game rewards. And I'm pretty sure Fafnir would want to win out this one game. But this seems far out of his reach. Ooh. Nasty stun by Creeve. Finally the arrow connects, and finally he was able to take him down and was also able to survive. All right, that's actually pretty interesting.
Yeah, I think he really got your tip to heart, and he probably joined Surge Fit Club because he ran so fast that he got the kill and he got out in the nick of time before they could even get on top of him.
Oh, another one. Creep, hold on a second out there. Knocked up thanks to the furious dive. Mikazuya, though, still taken down. Creep still is surviving. The turtle was also secured, if I'm not wrong, by the side of Revenant order. We'll have to get a check on that. But on the other end of the spectrum, finally, that 3k gold lead has been reduced to half.
That is good. That is very nice. And even though I was saying, yes, Creep has to do something before the 6-minute mark, still, there is a window for him to do stuff. And if he continues on like he is doing right now, then there is a chance for Revenant to come back. And they need to keep on trying. They need to keep on catching and keep on making those plays. Because if they stop even for a second, then Misa Esports can finally breathe. And then they could outscale, they could go into the late game, and then the game will become so much harder. Pancake with a catch.
Yeah, it could be a big one out there, though. Stun does not really connect onto anyone as Bumblebee still there. AOG hops in as well with the RW. Everyone was outside that as the glorious pathway dropped in with a Black Dragon up on top of you. And Aogi shadow kill on your face. Nowhere Revenant order can survive as it's Kenshin who falls finally thanks to Mikazuya. And after all of that, it's just one falling. Guess what? Another knock up, and they're stunned up, destroyed as Allen on the Ruby cannot do but watch his death from far away, reach his soul and take his soul back out there. Big play from Misa Esports again.
And if you want to make something big for yourself, you could join the Saber giveaway and scan the QR code on the screen. That's and it will lead you right there. And you could get some big skins for yourself. And right now, Revenant are probably not thinking about the skins. I think they are thinking about how bad they will feel if they are not able to continue on into the playoffs. But it's not looking very good for them. Though, if we are talking about some positives for Revenant Order, it's that they are still in the game.
That's one big thing. But again, it's been falling down in the hands of Creeve. And you mentioned it rightly, Warren, that Creeve needs to be the anchor. he needs to be the main playmaker to actually get those stuns connected. Because let's be honest, on the other side of the spectrum, you've got Danny with the RWM. As soon as he drops that, Pancake will jump in with the AOG. The coordination right now by Misa, it's actually looking pretty good. The pressure is there from Revenant Order, but I just feel that it's not enough.
I agree. This Misa Esports looks like Misa Esports that we knew from last year's qualifier. This is the form that they showed us when we first saw them there. So I'm really happy for them that the swap is working out in their favor, of course. Though still a little bit sad that my lobby is not part of the squad. At least not part of the playing squad. We getting caught.
Yeah, the forced out Yugi shadow kill on him. He's got nowhere to run away out there. Stunned up as well as Alan picks up that kill. And on the top of everyone, there's the Black Dragon farm out here. Kenshin, only man who's pretty low out, trying to zone away Rap Fafnir. There's a lot of minions and he can freestyle on the Lancelot.
AOG.
That's what they've done. A massive blunder on the AOG that gives the room for Revenant Order to work with and go unpunished.
Well, right now, Kriff is looking for some punishment. He's throwing those arrows left, right, and center, trying to aim for the right targets. Pancake, maybe. No, this will be Kazuya. Will he get blown up? No, he is fine. He's barely fine. It's like someone gets ran over by a car and he survives. And you kind of say like, yeah, he is fine, but is he really? That's how I feel about Kazuya. Like, he barely survived.
By the skin of his teeth is what I'd eventually say. But yeah, I agree. On a Yu Jong, you've got to be pretty careful out there. Guess what? Mikazu has actually got the lowest gold in his entire team. That is...
Pancake eating up those abyssal arrows in the bushes like he is looking for some mushrooms. I don't know, is it mushroom season? Do you pick mushrooms in India? Or you don't do that? Scared?
Don't know. They might actually have one thing of doing like that, but guess what? I'm not really accustomed to that right now. The Lord being taken out perfectly by Rap Fafnir as they want to run back to safety. The RWM dropped in as well. Kenshin gets the first one. He cannot run back to safety. Next one could be Alan on the chopping block. A big stun being landed out there as Creep tries to find his own angle. Getting the reborn Teeniyi out of the game as Pancake just eats up every single piece of that stun. My god, Creep cannot find anything to do as Rap Fafnir, he just tries to style on this Lancelot. The shadow on top of him though, but again, can't really get anything. He's basically back to full HP with that play. And guess what? He could eventually take down Mikazuya as well. Dashing yet again. I'm framing even the Oogie shadow kill. Rap Fafnir, he is toying with Misa Esports on this Lancelot.
This is what I want to see. I want to see more of it. Give Rap something where he can perform. Give Rap something where he can outplay. Give this man something for you to carry you with, right? Because this is exactly what I wanted from Rap Fafnir today on the brink of being eliminated. This performance, and I want more of it.
Get this man a shield. Is probably what everyone's thinking out here right now. Down in the bottom lane again, you've got the shadow, so Wise will be able to run back. And now there we go with the Black Dragon form out there up on top of everyone. Holy smokes, just one Rhapsody and Mikazuya is down to half of his HP. This dragon isn't really tanky per se.
80 seconds for Lord spawn. It will be a second Lord spawning onto the map. And what is super important, first Lord went in the hands of Revenant Order, and even though I believe that Misa Esports should be on the outscaling side, right now when we are in the mid game and slowly approaching late game, it looks like Revenant Order can still play.
Yeah, that could be a big one out there. RWM dropped down in the back line. Guess what? Danny gets instantly pulled and deleted as well. We just had a look at the itemization, and again, Reborn Teeniyi is the man. He's got all 4 items built up here, and in the back line, holy smokes, the Zuka not being able to survive as another pull on this dragon hops in. Reborn Teeniyi with 2, and guess what? It's only Wise remaining. His shadow's being camped, and he cannot survive as well. Wow. Revenant Order losing the early game so badly and now pulling themselves back up in this late game.
I'm sorry, scared. You are seeing double. This is not Revenant order. This is Revenant order. It's all about Rep. He is pulling his team from the jaws of defeat, and he is working overtime. He is working double shifts.
I agree, as he goes in front of Danny only to force out the Winter Crown by him. That is big. They took down the bottom and the mid inhibitor as well, and now they can freely take the Lord.
It will be a second lore of the game, maybe, possibly in the hands of Revenant Order. 3,000 gold lead for them, and even though there is still this lingering danger of Misa Esports outscaling, well, if you close out the game, then they cannot scale because you cannot earn more gold if the game is over.
Oh, guess what? This time Kenshin could not probably survive. It was even the glorious pathway dropped down there, along with the revitalized too. And that is a nice pick off by Misa Esports right before this Lord hops in. 15 seconds for it to march down all the way towards the base, and since they're not really clearing out the mid wave, that is a good macro being shown by Misa.
Though what is kind of scary is that Tezuka has the wind of nature, so if he uses that successfully, it could foil the plans of near.
Big pull coming in on the Gato right now, but again the AOG is there. Help him survive out. The bottom and the mid wave are being properly stacked up. Mikazuya on this Yujong is just making sure that he'll zone every single one of them out with the Black Dragon form out here. Actually wants to go in and chase Creeve. Not quite sure if that's the best possible decision as he goes all the way back out there. The stun did not connect. Alright, fair. I almost thought it's going to be a long 3-second stun coming in. Genshin is finally hopping in for Revenant Order. The main priority should be the top inhibitor.
You know what? Don't give Rap a shield, because if you give him a shield, that means he will be playing a Bakshi. I don't want that. I want more of Lance.
Big pull coming in on Mikazuya as well. The Yugi Shadow Kill almost taking all of them out. But the Revitalize from Kenshin should be able to pull them up all the way in the fighting HPs. But man, that was so very close. If Wise would have had a Sky Piercer, I'm pretty sure this could have been a double kill, maybe even a triple kill per se. But yeah, it's Revenant Order right now with a 3,700 gold lead.
And 67 seconds, 65 clock is ticking. Revenant Order could be looking at another Lord in their hands, possibly if in the future of 1 minute soon. 4,400 gold lead for Revenant Order, though most gold is probably on Rep of Near and Reborn TZ. For some time we can of course see the items, right? But right now it's not working in the way that it would tell us the gold differences. So we have to guess a little bit, but I think it wouldn't be a bad guess if I would say that Rep of Near is probably the richest in his team.
Could very well be the case out here right now. All the way racking up at the damage numbers as well in the top 5 in this game. I want to see the Zuka now finally getting activated. He's already got a full build out here. Guess what? Lovely stun from Cream. Forcing out the real world manipulation on the other side. And it's a 2-for-1 trade with Mikazuya falling. And it could very well be a 3-for-1 as Kenshin soaks up all the piece of damage. And now with 5 more seconds on the Lord, it's inevitable that Revenant Order take this one as well.
You know what? If this day is a day of miraculous things happening, of AKKE completely dominating their opponents, of course Fake Time completely dominating their opponents, you know what? Let's flip it on its head and make Revenant Order come back against Misa Esports, and possibly we are looking at a big chance of them closing out the first game with a victory in their hands.
I just want to see Danny making 3 holy crystals. Yeah, show me.
Maybe.
Show me that game again. Yeah, no,
he has
not even
0.
one right now.
He has none.
It's okay. He's just 3 holy crystals away from easily defending against 4 lords, because the first one was defended either ways. But having a look at the rest of the items, I'm not quite sure if I like the Chastis Pauldron or Pancake though. There's no attack speed player on the other side. Oh, real world manipulation dropped down way too early up in top. I think so. This could be a big mistake right now as the Lord marches down from the bottom, and a big pull coming in. Both the frontliners, they're knocked up. They could be taken down. Don't run full sking on Wise. No more ultimate with the Oogie Shadow Killers. Danny forces the Winter Crown to only sustain for half a second long. Nothing
can help out Misa Esports as even Pancake gets taken down in a maniac. Give this man a savage, no says the Lord. But man, oh man, Revenant Order take game number 1.
You know what? They are truly stepping up to their nameplate because Revenant Order, of course, they come back on the brink of death, on the brink of being disqualified. They are coming online and Revenant Order. This was beautiful. If we, of course, cut off the first 4 or 5 minutes, that wasn't the best. But after that, it went rolling. Crave started it all. He was catching left, right, and center, getting them all caught up, and Revenant is following on that and Rap. He was dancing around like crazy. Please, just one thing. Don't give him Baksha. Give him something where he can play. Give him something where he can do stuff. Because if you give him something where he can play around, it will be very successful for you. But though, we have to give some credit to Reborn Teeniyi. I mean, like, a lot of credit to Reborn Teeniyi, because I wasn't talking about him for most of the game, but he was dishing out the damage. And even though Rap looked a little bit more flashy, a little bit more crazy, he had a lot of highlight plays that were clearly visible. You have to give credit to Reborn Teeniyi because he was dishing out the damage, he was hitting the right targets, he was staying alive, and he was the anchor upon which, if Repfafnir made enough of chaos, enough of madness, then Reborn Teeniyi was able to shoot and shoot and shoot until all of the members of Misa Esports were fallen down on the floor, and then just the base crystal remained. Absolutely deserved MVP for Reborn Teeniyi. But as you see, he wasn't the richest. That goes to Rap. Though the wall goes to Actually, we have it once again. We were talking about it. Usually it doesn't happen that all the achievements are for one team, but this time it happened again. It's 2 times the charm for today, because Riches to Rap, Carry to Reborn, Wall to Kenshin, and Wingman to Alan. Beautiful. I just feel sad that there is not a 5th achievement for the 5th member.
I mean, I'd have to say, right? Yes, Reborn Teeniyi is the carry in the game. He dealt the most damage, but the main pillar, you could say, of the entire change was Creve. The moment this man started to land those stuns and he started to dish out so much damage, that was when you could clearly see the change in the momentum. You could see the shift happening on the map itself, where initially it was Kenshin just getting beaten up instantly, and then Creve started to hit those stuns and everyone started to follow up on the back of it. Then Alan started to go for the pulls as well in those team fights on the back of the Abyssal Arrows of Creve. I absolutely loved the teamwork that came into play after that point. It was super fun to watch them play with that kind of performance. Yes, you could technically say Misa Esports could have easily closed out this game, but man, I'd have to say I still don't particularly like the Justice Pauldron. It is basically an anti-attack speed item. There is no one who scales up on the attack speed on Revenant Order.
True. And even though Pancake had a great performance, 3-1-11, that speaks a lot about the level of roamer he is. Because even if you look over to Kenshin, even though he was on the winning team, he definitely didn't have such a performance as Pancake did. It's also very non-usual that you see an engaged roamer having that low amount of deaths, right? Pancake only having 1 death, so definitely you have to give him credit for the gameplay, but you have to take away a little bit of that credit for the itemization, because going for Justice, I mean, come on, what was the idea behind that? Like, does even slowing attack speed work on Granger? I guess it does, but he doesn't really care.
No, I mean, it doesn't work because he goes for skill 1 spam, and that is the Rhapsody. It doesn't scale on the attack speed. That's one of the big things. But that's one part of the story, right? I kind of want to discuss on the other part as well, as we just had a look at the amount of gold as well for all the players. The Gato has got 9k gold, right? Plus 9k gold. Your EXP laner is on 8.8k. That's over what? 12-13 minutes of the game. Mika Zuya was giving so many rotations in the early game which, yes, at one part was also helping out the members of his team, but he was kind of sacrificing his own gold in that process, right? And that's where you could see Alan eventually overtaking him, not just in terms of gold, but also in terms of the presence in that map and the amount of pressure he was able to put. Thanks to the items, he was able to tank in for longer durations. And then if you're not in the Black Dragon form, Mikazuya wasn't able to do anything. He was literally being bursted down very easily, even when he was flying in that Black Dragon form. And I think so those are the kind of few mistakes which you would not want to make, because it impacts on the macro of your entire team.
I mean, honestly, seeing Mikazuya play and seeing the whole Misa Esports roster in their new colors play, I think it kind of tells us the story why they decided to go with Mikazuya, because you have rightfully mentioned, he sacrificed his own lane, he sacrificed his own victory and his own well-being in the game for the rest of the team. He is definitely much more of a team player than MLBB was, not in a sense where MLBB wouldn't really come to an aid of his team, but he would always try to get himself ahead, and through him being ahead, being the strong pillar for his team, winning those team fights, carrying those fights, and doing this in a sense for them to achieve the victory. Whereas Mikazuya definitely feels like much more utility player, so maybe going for him, for Yuzong, wasn't the smartest choice. Maybe put him on something like Elise. Maybe put him on something that has a lot of CC, a lot of utility, because right now that looks like it would fit his playstyle much more.
It could be the case, right? That's one way of looking at it. Yes, I agree. Also, on the other side of the spectrum, even if you're actually picking up anything apart from Yuzhong as well in your lane, you've still got to clear out those minions. You've got to keep up with that farm. You need to make sure that and under no circumstance you are trailing behind your own team's roamer in terms of gold. So those are a few things I personally feel like Misa Esports would need to fix, and they've got to fix it instantly. Otherwise, even the next game, same thing is going to happen, where they would eventually get a very good start into a very nice mid-game transition, and then into a slowly slip off towards that later stages of the game. Yeah, I feel being on the blue side should eventually change a few things up at least, specifically now since they will have the priority in terms of the picks.
True. And I like that they are switching things up. I like that they are not staying on the side that they were before, because I mentioned that a lot of times today. I always feel like it's the correct play to switch things up. Like if you are not super experienced, like we are talking like 10 years of professional gaming or something like that, I think it's always good for you to swap the sides, because just mentally it kind of helps you to refocus, reset your mental, because you lose the connection to the last game. Because if you are still on the same side, you kind of like going through it, it kind of feels familiar, you kind of still have the defeat in your mind. So I always feel like I am a strong advocate for switching the sides after losing. So I like the approach that Misa Esports are taking, but at the same time they are still going with the same ban. So I'm interested what will be their last ban, because before it was Juxin. Maybe they are thinking about picking it for themselves?
Could be possible, or rather they would want to prioritize the Granger as well in their lane. That's why they banned out the Harriet too. We've already seen how frequently Harriets and Grangers are either picked up or they are banned out because of the priority they provide in their own respective lanes out there. That could be one way to look at it. With the CC being banned out, again, Revenant Order sticking to the bans that they did in the previous game, so kind of makes sense. But then also, as you rightly mentioned, the Jushin is opened up, Kimi is open, Farsa along with Eve as well. We've got pretty good priorities. Grok too, if you think about it.
Grok is truly open, but at the same time, Revenant Order had no other choice but to ban Lancelot, because obviously there was no way in the reality that Misa Esports would go for Lance ban. That would just be themselves shooting themselves in the leg. Though right now, you were speaking about Grok. I think Revenant Order have to ban him. Yeah, exactly. It comes true. Because Misa Esports, they went with the Gato ban, and that's already put in danger signals. Oh, now it's a free Grok. You have to do something about it.
I think so. It should be a Jushin pick. Danny should lock it in right away instantly. It's too good to be left open out here, man. It gives you a lot of control in the entire river, constant poke and harass. Might as well not let it follow through. But if they let her go, then what else could they pick?
Nice, Juxin, of course. Like, don't make jokes scared. Leave that to me, right? Because, of course, they go for Juxin. Right now, a Revenant will be on the responding side, and they have to come up with an idea against the Juxin. So, I'm thinking, will they go for Kimi? Because they definitely need to think about locking their own mid laner. Oh, it will be Granger, actually. That worked very well for them in the last game, so I see the vision. Reborn TZ was very spectacular on the pick, so makes a lot of sense. But right now, they either have to pick mid right now, or they can bait with him on their third pick before the bans.
I kind of agree.
See value in me?
They can potentially go in for an Eve pick later on, so I think so it's fine. As they lock in the Fredrin.
You mean do
Yeah, I'm not a big fan. Yeah, no, it's again, Jushin is actually pretty good with constantly poking out the Fred with that perfect range. So I don't know if I'm really a big fan of this pick right here, right now, because again, you've got a lot more possibilities opened up. You can go for an alpha. You've got the Xborg as well. If things go out of hand, then maybe you can bring out the pocket pick of a carry for Tezuka. There's a lot of possibilities available for Misa Esports right now.
But right now, they are choosing out of those possibilities. It will be Lapu, makes a lot of sense. If your opponents decided to go for the threat, of course, you go for Lapu. So this kinda puts Revenant Order in a specific position where they either respond with an XP or they respond with mid. Or, no, actually, yeah, Yesenshin is in the jungle, so of course, yeah, they either respond with mid or they respond with XP, and it will be mid lane. They feel like mid lane is the more important lane, and honestly, I would agree, because from the last game we could have clearly seen that Alon was holding his own against Mikazuya super well, even though he was not in a favorite matchup. We were talking about it, like Yuzong is really decent into Ruby and Ruby is on the defensive, but he held his ground very well and he stood himself up and he got fine through the early game.
And on the back of it as well, he was able to get some nasty I'm offendeds in. And guess what? Even at the very end, it was Don't Run Wolf's King that eventually stopped up the jungler on the other side. And, you know, on the back of it, the Oogie Shadow Kill did not land, the damage wasn't there, and the Lord was able to just end. So those were the few picks out there. But right now, Hylos being banned out. I'm liking the idea from Revenant Order. Not really giving any kind of proper frontline to Misa. What could be the next ban out there from Misa Esports? That's a question. They can try and choke down the EXP again.
But at the same time, I'm worried a little bit about one thing, and that is, of course, you get Yves. She is a formidable mid lane. But if you look over at the side of Misa Esports, they don't really have a typical setup of front to back. They will just be kind of diving backline. So can you really catch a lot of people in the revolt manipulation? That's what I'm worried about. But honestly, after my doubts that disappeared after Crave started performing, who else should deliver into this troublesome composition than Crave again?
That's a big one. Yes, I agree that Eve is going to provide him a lot of room to work with as well, but at the same time, the cards and the Hylos being banned out, so you don't have any initiator, you don't have any re-engage or disengage tool. I am liking what Revenant Order is trying to do here. Misa Esports on the other end. Pretty sure it should not be an Angela ban, should it? I think so. An Angela could actually work for Revenant Order in the room right now. Esma makes sense.
I mean, Esma is definitely annoying. You need magic damage. I agree, it makes sense.
Fight for the
What if it's an
ultimate
Angela
answer.
man?
It's Hilda. It's Hilda, the big, strong Viking woman herself, will be in the hands of Kenshin and in the hands of Revenant Order. She didn't really come to play a lot. I think if we got the stats, it was like 14 bans, 6 picks. So she wasn't really that played, but she is definitely banned more so. So anytime I see her play, I'm very excited because she is super strong in this meta right now. The buffs did her justice.
Lore accurate, Hilda. I agree. So it's gonna fall down again. You've got an open ground up in front of you, constant poke and harass in the form of Hilda, as well as Crave. Yeah, I'm not quite sure about the Ixia here. A double marksman composition by Misa Esports into a Cho?
My kiss. Will it grant immortality or death?
Yeah, scared. I have exactly the same reaction as you do. Like, I'm thinking the same things you are thinking. But for our viewers, we will put it in a little bit more eatable version, and that will be. It's an interesting team comp that Misa Esports have, but I don't think it's a team comp that I would like to have. They are definitely putting themselves in a dangerous position, and right now, with all the cards being against them, making it even harder by putting more pressure on you by having a very weird and very non-traditional composition and kind of off-meta gold lane. You are definitely making it a little bit harder for yourself. But the thing is, can they translate it? Because on one side, there is Misa Esports, the paper-wise stronger team, even though they have a swap on XP, and from what we saw from the last game, definitely Mikazua is showing us that he plays both different game than MLBB. He is there for the team, he is trying to help the team, he is the utility guy, and honestly, those land shakers can work in his favor. If he can land it on the correct targets, it can work. But the big problem I'm seeing is Pancake and Mikazua are the only two frontliners, and it's not the easiest for Lapu and Cho to be the solo tanks.
Oh my god, look at the burst. Kenshin, oh my goodness gracious. Kenshin just decided to go up front and he gets instantly dealt with by the 3 on the other side and did not anticipate the amount of damage that was basically put on him. That is massive right now. On the back of it, at least we've got a chance to look at the itemizations here. No changes out whatsoever. Pretty straightforward. Tenacity, Brave Smite for the Jushin. Oh, Kenshin.
Kenshin, he is definitely playing. He is truly fighting about every corner, every meter on the ground. He is fighting for that, and he wants to fight again.
Yeah, he's just having fun. He's just trying to find where the rest of the members are. Wise has been spotted again. And I kind of like what he's trying to do here. Constantly getting the vision of all the people up in his team. Hold on.
Pancake with a dangerous fade check, almost getting chunked down to very dangerous HP. And in the meantime, Danny is getting poked down as well.
Big play's coming in, man. Kenshin is not really giving easy time to Wise in his own jungle. And I like the idea. With a Hilda, you want to be aggressive. You want to take control of that space. Denying that map control to Misa Esports, Revenant Order are making sure that the Fredrin jungle as well is working really well. Even in that EXP lane, Alan is technically winning out that lane right now as Mikazue is still level 3. This turtle could be big.
It could be big, but depends who gets it. Mikazue is already trying to join the fight, but Refafin is able to retribute it in his hands. There is Alan trying to actually escape. Okay. I felt like they could have persevered and maybe try to fight furthermore, but right now Pancake is on the chopping block and he needs to use his flicker to survive.
Big play coming in out here. Again, Pancake burning out his flicker it's fine as long as Wise is getting his own farm. Because the big thing is, Revenant Order have got 3 beefy front lines. The main source of damage will be Creep, and then in a while it will be Reborn TZ. So for the longer amount of time Misa Esports can stall this game, the better it is going to become for their own composition. Because a double marksman into this kind of form, oh, this is big.
Kenshin got immediately bumped from existence. He disappeared. But honestly, the 2 kills for Misa Esports are kind of fake, you know? Because of course it went to B, it went to Tezuka. But Kenshin, he isn't really impacted by that. He is doing fine. Ooh, but maybe we has to say something about it, but not really. His mouth was shut by revolt manipulation.
Can't really face any of that right now. Kenshin!
Genshin, I feel like he is confused that he's alive for so long. I think he wanted to die again. so he's like more familiar with what's happening.
Here we go. Look at Rap Fafnir. Just having his own fun time as well. Guess what? Mikazuya seems to be in a pretty precarious spot out
for the bravest fighter. Line Shaker connects. Oh, there's Big CC going for Alan. Alan is still alive. The ult pops. So can they get something in retaliation? Revenant is still half HP, but he gets bursted down. He will be taken down. Mikazuya picks him off. Reborn is ready to save his team, but there is no one to save. Everyone is dead. Danny will be going for Reborn. Reborn dancing around. He is truly still dancing on the knife edge, but in the end he dies. Danny with a double kill for Misa Esports. Suddenly Misa Esports with a 1,500 goal lead, but Kriv has something to say about that. Revolt manipulation catches Danny barely by his pinky fingers on his feet.
At the very last second. And even Wise had to go all the way down bottom. That means this turtle could be free for taking for Revenant order. And they do understand that assignment too.
Oh, but Pancake tries to go for Kenshin because he wanted to do him a favor and make him dead again. Alan dancing around, still the passive is popped, so he is healing himself up. But looks like no one will be dying right now.
Main damage dealers were not really there, neither Wise nor Danny, so yeah, it was eventually Revenant order winning out. Look at top. Oh my god.
Alan got destroyed. I was looking at the audience score and how did it shift, right? Prediction 75% for Revenant Order and 25% for Misa Esports. But right now it looks like Misa Esports could be coming back into the series.
Mikazuya seems pretty underconfident on this Lapu Lapu right now. It seems like the previous game on the Yuzhong has eventually hit his mental right. Oh my god.
Danny may be in a little bit of a problem, but looks like he won't be needing to care about the problem anymore because he is already dead. He has been dealt with. The next to die is Pancake. And Kenshin with his super insane... Do you see his items? Did you catch it? He actually has damage. He built damage for himself. He's a madman.
Oh, great! Still manages to kill Ixia. Oh my god. No surviving there, man. He's fine with brawling.
Kenshin, and this Hilda, she packs a punch. And this is exactly why Kenshin went for the hammer. So he has some damage. But who else has damage? Is definitely the Reborn TZ who picks off Danny and now goes for Pancake. Pancake double kill for Reborn. And Revenant Order are suddenly back in the firm grip of the game. 500 gold lead for them. And if you look at the teams, they are not on the outscaling side, but they should be picking in mid game.
Full barrage.
Oh, Rav with a back play. He jumped from the backside of them and surprised them. And it was just enough. Kriv got the kill.
Again, a bit of an off-camera play out there as it was more important for us to see Rap Fafnir running away. But guess what? In that meantime, Kriv has literally been outplaying Tezuka.
Kriv Revolt manipulation forces Danny to run away. He gets burned. Is it enough? No, he was able to... Ram Fafnir was actually able to get the turtle. Now we in big problem, and those problems are actually Reborn TZ. But Reborn TZ has been dealt with by Pancake, though Alan was able to finish off but Alan might be a little bit too deep. Can someone save him? There is Kenshin, but Kriv has to run away. Alan will be fine though, because his big woman friend will keep him alive.
Wow, big woman friend. I like how you phrase that. Puzzle barrage from Tezuka hasn't really been catching anywhere. Oh my god, this brawl never stops!
Yeah, honestly, I feel sad for you, Scared, that I have the play-by-play right now, because, there is no place for you to speak, it just keeps on brawling.
Be my guest. I'm happy. Considering how you've been doing overtime right now. There we go, another one.
Oh, there is big kick coming from Pancake. He picks off Kenshin. Kenshin gets bursted down. Lineshaker connects on Creep, who needs to use Purify, but he is alive. 60 seconds for Lord, and Revenant Order are in a little bit of a bigger lead. There is Pancake with a face check, but looks like he won't be getting any luck here. Ooh, Revenant actually in the depths of enemy jungle. Did he get the purple buff? I don't think he did, right?
He did not. Yeah, Wise was able to take it for himself. It's fine. They're A-okay as of now. But again, the big shutdown on Reborn TZ all the way up top was important as again
and
another fight go on.
Two members, Mikazua gets stunned up as well as Pancake, and now Revolve Manipulation pushes everyone away. Maybe a little bit too hastily used though, because there is no one to hit with the Revolve Manipulation. Everyone ran away, and now it means that Creep will not have his ultimate available for the Lord spawn. And if you look over the green squares, we can see that Misa Esports actually have the same amount of ultimates as Revenant Order do.
Yeah, I mean, it's again falling out of the hands of Revenant Order a bit. 2,000 gold lead, yes. But now slowly and steadily the damage numbers of Misa Esports will creep up.
Go again. Together with Kenshin, they are getting into a little bit of a scuffle. V's get immediately bursted down because Creep was there. Revolve Manipulation has been popped, and now Raging Slash barely surviving, barely keeping alive because Mikazuya, and now Revenant Order very happily will go. Ooh, great kick, kicks Creep in, and this could be a good fight, but Revolve Manipulation has been able to be popped in the last second, so it's still the damage at least. Now Kenshin should be fine. Alan keeping him alive, and this means Revenant Order will be getting the first Lord of this game as they will march onto the mid lane possibly.
Mikazuya?
Oh no, Mikazuya actually has to say something about it. Landshaker, Raging Slash still available. He tries to burst them down, but Retribution is available, and Rep is the man that gets the job done. And the same can be said for Reborn TZ. Honestly, what a day this is. Is this a National Cowboy Day or National Revolver Day? Like, what's going on? Like, all the Grangers I'm seeing on my screen are playing out of their minds.
It's a big one out there. Reborn TZ for the second game consecutively is making sure that he is carrying his team with the damage numbers out as we brawl again.
Initiation comes through, and now Pancake could be the one to die. And yeah, he is dead indeed. Reborn TZ with a mega kill. Wow. I don't know, I didn't quite catch that. Is he on full Skypiercer stacks? Did he have 80?
No, not 80. Somewhere around 50 probably. Yeah, 61.
Yeah, 60. Alright, so this means that it's 10%. If you are under 10% max HP, you get executed by Reborn TZ. This in a 10th minute game is insane.
Make it 71 now. He only needs one more kill for the full stack of Skypiercer. This is just nasty. And he's also going with the last item right now after selling the Leather Jenkin. On the back of it, the Lord was taken care of, right? So Misa Esports do have the wave clear. No problems there. But it's just that they're trailing behind in terms of gold, that they do not have enough damage right now. No major items being built up, but the early Malefic gun for Ixia as well as a Malefic roar for Wise should help them out to penetrate through the physical defense of the Dominance Eyes as well as the blade armor coming in from the other side.
Oh, actually, a big initiation. Rafafnir getting very scarily low. Yeah, he gets picked off, but there is Reborn TZ, and he has his rocket launcher available. Monster kill as he picks off Pancake, and those shots, they don't miss. And if they hit, it's like a rocket. Like what do you want me to do? Like, is it a railgun? I don't know. I could maybe go deeper than that. Like railgun possibly could be, because we gave to Garmadon rocket launcher, so we can probably give railgun to Reborn TZ. But I don't know. Like, are people that educated? Do they know what a railgun is? I don't know. Scared.
I'm pretty sure quite a lot of people would know what the railgun is out there, but guess what? Oh my god, they do not give anyone a break.
Firing, and it keeps on firing, but Reborn TZ got maybe a little bit overzealous about his railgun because he gets picked off. Now Kenshin, double kill for Kesha, and Creep gets picked off as well, and suddenly Revenant Order are breaking their ankles. Rafafnir might be able to save Elen at least, but Kesha with a beautiful comeback.
The Zuka out here with that range is making sure that he's eventually punishing Revenant Order for their over-aggression, and now the mid probably could fall.
suddenly Revenant Order are a little bit in a tough spot, because we were speaking about it before. It's kind of slipping from their hands, the grip is loosening up, and I was saying I want a full BO3, and it looks like Misa Esports heard our speaking, they heard our words, you know, they want to deliver the full BO3.
With the way how things are going right now, I'm pretty sure we could potentially see that. 11, 3, and 5 out here, Reborn Teeniyi right now. That means the Sky Piercer stacks would be 56 at this point. Not really at the highest, considering he just died after 80.
Yeah,
With the Wind of Nature now being picked up, yeah, the Zuka's damage could be immune for the next 2 seconds. But the thing is, Reborn Teeniyi is just playing a bit too aggressive. That Pancake is actually picking him off with the Way of the Dragon. And considering he's running with a flicker, he needs to be pretty careful about that. Can't really get caught there because you have the damage from Wise.
Now Wee's trying to catch someone off, and it looks like it will be Rap. Rap is getting pushed to his limits, only third of his HP remaining, but Grief is pushing everyone away to make some space. Lord is marching onto the bottom side, and Revenant should definitely try their hardest to translate this into something very significant, because the game is slipping from their grips.
That's what they're doing, but guess what?
Dropping his own phone right now because he shouldn't have done that. He gets picked up by Reborn Teeniyi, and now we is getting caught in himself in a big scissor maneuver. Kenshin goes for him. No, we will be fine. Of course, what did I think? That Yisunshin will get caught? Like, if that ever happened. But there's Rap getting caught. Or no, maybe he is the one catching. Actually, forcing Mikazuya to use Rage Exercise defensively. Mikazuya is now needing to run back. Landshaker on 3. He is still alive. He tries to jump over the wall, and he will be successful in that, so he still stands his ground.
Oh, RWM?
Alan misses completely. With a flicker even used, I'm worried about. Did he flicker? I think he did, no?
I think it was a skill 1 with the ultimate. I'm not quite sure if it was flicker or not. As we have a look at the damage charts though before that. 138,000 damage being tanked by Hilda, but then following them up are again the Cho, Lapu Lapu, and then you finally have the Alice. I mean, it's kind of fair, understandable. 5 of the people who are playing here are super tanky, and then the rest of the 5 are the main damage dealers out there. So yeah, Alan did not really use the flicker. He's gonna have it for the next Lord fight, and he needs to. He needs to make sure that he gives this team a big setup so that they can come close to victory, just like how you guys can actually come close to winning the Saber skin giveaway. Quickly scan the QR code, people, and follow Surge Europe on Instagram, and then you're eligible to participate in that giveaway. And who knows, you might be the next winner. We'll have 10 people who would eventually win all of that. Now, bringing ourselves back into this game. Tezuka has got full build. He's also got the Wind of Nature now, and I think so that is the crucial item which would save his life against Reborn Teeniyi.
Kenshin with a concealed play, but he himself will be caught in the crossfire. He almost died. He needed to use his flicker defensively, so that means there is no more actions for him available to be kind of slippery, you know, surprise his opponents, because he cannot flicker now into the thick of battle. He has to run by his own feet. And though Hilda has kind of big feet, you know, she can run kind of fast. But right now, you need to run as fast as you can, because Grief is revolve manipulating on top of your head. And he forces everyone from Misa Esports away. Though Mikazuya is going for that backline play, picks off Grief, and now Landshaker on 3. Actually, Reborn Teeniyi needs to save the game if he wants to play more. Reborn Teeniyi with a quick immortality swap, but it doesn't matter. He still gets picked off, and there is just 2 members still available. Alan and the Wrap of Near. I don't think they can defend successfully. Bumblebee, Pancake going for the way. Alan is still alive. Pancake gets picked up. God damn it, people. Can you make the names for your... whatever. Mikazuya gets picked off. Landshaker goes there on Alan. Alan gets picked off himself. And Revenant is trying to defend 1v3. He gets the damage done. No, he is dead himself. And Winter Crown gets popped on Danny. And this means we go for 1-1.
Big one, you wanted the 3rd game here, and Misa Esports pull a rabbit out of their hat saying that sure, we'll go all the way. What a play at the very end, my goodness. Just a few mistakes from Revenant Order, and what a pullback in this one. And I have to say, Revenant Order were fully in control of this game. And then guess what? They just decided to throw everything out of the window by going for those overextensive plays. And that is exactly what was needed by Misa Esports. Easily able to punish out on the back of those mistakes with his double marksman late game competition. The full barrages were on point, and with the range advantage, they were able to bring themselves back. And all thanks to Wise on the Isun Shin, constantly there with that damage. He was the MVP of the game.
It really was. Wiz was making plays happen. He was making stuff happen. And he was even making pancakes. You know?
Fair. Understandable. He was cooking. That's the best we could say out here. By being the wingman of the entire team with 12 assists. And look at the carry. Oh my goodness. 109k damage being dealt by the Zuka's Ixia. I'd have to say, they made it work, but by the skin of their teeth. Barely.
Yeah, I wouldn't even say that, like, of course they deserve the credit. They were able to come out on top after this very brawly and very intense game that went for 17 minutes. It was very close, but there is one super important thing to consider, and that is, I honestly think Revenant Order kind of thrown the game. I feel like they had it, but then through maybe being overzealous, maybe already thinking, oh, we already qualified, guys. Oh, we can qualify, guys. This is crazy. We are beating Misa Esports. And then it kind of, they lost the grip. They lost the boat. The boat was on the sea and they were lost on the sea. Sharks swimming around them and they were taking bites of them, you know?
I agree. They really had everything in their back pocket and then it all just fell down out here. But none credit taken away from Misa Esports too. The Zuka with 109,000 damage dealt. Anyone who's close to him is Creeve actually with 102,000. And then you've got Reborn TZ followed up by Wise and then the rest of the members. So all the numbers falling in onto the people or onto the hands of the people who it really needed to go. The only surprising factor was Danny with the lowest amount of damage dealt by him in his entire team. But he was being present at the moments when his team needed him to land in those Lantern Flares knockups, right? A couple of times, even Kenshin's flicker was forced out early on in that mid lane for the exact same reason, because Danny was able to pull him away on this side of the ball. So on the back of all of these things, yeah, he was able to land in the damage at the proper time at the proper person. And with that play, yeah, that's I'd have to say a good capitalization coming in from the side of Misa Esports in this one, as now they force the game number 3.
True. It will be the first BO3 in our last possible BO3. I mean, first full BO3, right? We had 2 BO3s already, but this will be the first one that will be completely full, 3 games. Yeah. I'm excited about it, but at the same time, I have to say, Rap being again on something that has no skill expression, it was so visible. Like, not score-wise, he was doing very well for himself, but him being on those heroes that can be mechanically expressed, I feel that's what makes the difference. Like, him being on Lancelot was such a crazy stuff to behold. He was making plays, he was making outplays, he was dancing around, making so much space for Reborn TZ. Whereas on Fredrin, yes, he is there, he is tanking, he did a lot of clutch plays, don't take me wrong, but he didn't have the outplay potential of Hayabusa, of Lancelot, of even Suyo and picks like that. It wasn't there. He couldn't do it because when it comes down to that, Fredrin is honestly one of the easiest heroes. There is not much you can really do to surprise your opponents. It's more so a stat check hero, it's more so a teamfight hero, but it's not a hero that will surprise you, that will do something crazy that you never expected.
Predator is the type of hero who'd just simply walk up towards you and you could see it coming, but you can't really do anything in that case. Yeah, I kind of do understand. With Fredrin, you're not able to make those kind of flashy plays which you would normally make with the Lancelot or the Hayabusa. But that's again all going to be kept in the past out here. Broken Walls, the last map, And with that, we will finally find our last team to move all the way up in the playoffs and join the rest of the group, ladies and gentlemen. It is either going to be Misa Esports or it is going to be the other side, right? You could not want to waste even a single second because Revenant Order can really pull it back up. They won game number 1, almost won game number 2, but yes, could not close out that one. So Misa Esports now have got the chance. And fun fact, we see Revenant Order back on the blue side.
That's definitely a fun fact. It's a side that was victorious for them, so I understand the sentiment, I understand the idea. Also, I would love to give some credits, and that credit should definitely go to Mikazuya. I was saying he was more utility-based player. He was kind of trying to fend for his team, be there, be that strong pillar where they can kind of rest upon. But in this second game, the turnaround where he caught Creeve, honestly, he was the sole reason why that last fight worked. If he didn't catch Creeve, if Creeve survived, he could recall, he could buy some holy crystals and defend the base for longer periods of time and just wait for the rest of the team to respawn. But because he caught him, because he got him, that just cemented the victory in the second game for Misa Esports. So credits to Mikazuya for that play.
True. I agree. Mikazuya was really solid in that position, right? I could understand as well over the fact that Creeve he did everything he could to try and survive, but this is just the strength of the Lapu Lapu. He's really good at chasing you down, along with the Flicker Land Shakers as well. He can close in a lot of gap. But again, the bygones are going to be bygones now, and I'm pretty sure the Lapu Lapu is either going to be picked up by Revenant Order or it's going to be banned out in the second phase, but you're not letting Mikazuya pick that up again on the back of it. Gato, Grok, CC banned. Lance Jushin and Baxia should be the next one.
Baxia would be all according to plan, according to what we saw before. Though Heritage is still open. And Reborn Teeniyi has shown us that he is on top of his game. And Rapofnir, even though he all the time is striking Reborn Teeniyi every time we have him on the interview, I definitely know that he knows that Reborn Teeniyi has his back, and he had his back in the first game, he had his back in the second game, and I think Reborn Teeniyi is the highlight for the Revenant Order. I think all of them are playing very well. I think all of them are stepping up today. But Reborn Teeniyi is a highlight for me, so I definitely think they need to consider giving him a decent hero to carry with. And right now it cannot be Harid. Alright, Baxia first pick, but that troubles me a little bit because that means that probably Rapofnir will not be on a flashy hero, he will be on the tank duty.
That's also the thing, if that Basha is put up in the jungle position, right? There could also be a possibility of Kenshin picking it up. Just be annoying, just like how he was with the Hilda. And Creeve could also pick something up that is a bit more of an individual player in that mid lane, could sustain without the Basha and also go in for a proper support as well whenever they're going in for any kind of dive. Gato should be the answer. Granger being picked up early on this time. They want to deny it to Reborn Teeniyi. I like the idea. Harith Van pick the Granger up, have the priority in the gold lane. And they've already locked in the E for Danny. So they're kind of going in towards that kill box composition like the first game in which they picked it up.
Balance as all things should be, right? 18 bans, 18 picks, 50% win rate. I mean, it's just right on the nose. Like, is it scripted, Scare? Like, how is that possible? 18, 50%. That's like right out there.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say, right? That's the thing. It's gonna be a big one. Mathilda logged in though. Misa Esports, if I'm not wrong, they were kind of banning her out every single time.
Yeah,
now finally being picked up along with the Lapu Lapu. I'm liking what Revenant Order are doing because with this, the real world manipulation will not be as useful as you would want it to be.
Also, I love Alan being on Lapu. I think he can definitely deliver a lot.
That is true. On the other hand, I'm thinking what you're going to lock in. Maybe a Hayabusa? The Eastern Shield is available too. The Hayabusa... it's a bit of a tanky lineup on the other side as well, man. I don't know. Maybe you'd want to pick up an Alpha in the jungle for this one?
They call me a hero because I saved my nation from falling apart.
Alright, for Misa Esports, it's Yesun Shin.
Okay.
So they are definitely liking their Yesun Shin in hands of Wii. He got averted MVP for last game. I believe that's how it was. And rightfully so. He was the pillar of the team. Right now, the question is, what will go in the hands of Revenant Order? Right now, we are looking at them picking... Yeah, of course, we have the bans, but they need to finish up their composition. Yes, Misa Esports will be picking before them. But if we are looking at Revenant Order, they definitely need to think through what they want to go for, and probably Misa Esports will make it hard for them, because they can ban mid laners, then they can ban gold laners.
Halo's been taken out. I understand the idea as well. It was a good room for the Eve to work with. I want Revenant Order to ban the Esmeralda. Because if it's an EXP lane Esmeralda for Misa Esports, Mathilda and Lapu Lapu are technically done. Yes, you basically got the anti-heal in the form of the passive of the Basha, but I still feel, considering the amount of shield that you'd be able to steal away from the rest of the members, that is going to be big. With the Lunox ban, I think so Misa Esports could also go for a Farsa to be banned out. Or maybe a Kimi, to be honest, right? Since not a Gato has been picked up, so... maybe a Kimi or a Farsa. No. Respecting the Selena of Creve. I like the idea.
I mean, that has to make Creve... that has to make Creve happy. He must be like, yeah, man. Like, yeah, they respect my Selena, you know?
True. Does give them the confidence. Ban an Esmeralda. That's what I'm feeling like.
Nah, it's Yuzong actually. I don't know. At the same time, I feel Yuzong could have been troublesome, but still, if we are looking at the team comp you are building, definitely the shield stealer, the shield thief could be much worse.
I'm also thinking in the direction where, what are you going to go in the gold lane against a Granger, Irithel or a Claude? Both of them would bug. Against an Eve, I think so a Claude is a better choice than an Irithel, considering you also have the Mathilda airlines. I was talking about the Esma. You also mentioned about the Esma. She's been picked up. This could be a Claude Farsa.
I would like that. I think that would make a lot of sense, since if we are looking at the composition Misa Esports have, there will be a lot of times where we, Danny and Tezuka will be in the same position. Ooh, it's actually Nathan. Okay, so we are really harping down on the magic damage. But you know what that means? This game is super big in the hands of Alan. Like, if Alan pops off, there is no one to stop him. Because if you itemize against Alan, then the rest of Revenant Order will destroy you. There is magic damage all across the board, other than on Alan. But if Alan doesn't perform, if Alan doesn't make the best of it, it will be a very hard game.
That's the big thing. Alan needs to be the key out here. And this is the reason why everyone says that this game has become very EXP lane oriented right here. Misa Esports, what are you going to lock in for your own roamer? Everything has been taken away from you, except for a Kalia, which doesn't really work here, so they're going to lock in the Cho yet again. And I think so that kind of makes sense. I mean, in the previous one, you were able to pick a lot of people off of that show. I like the idea, but it's the same thing, right? Just like the Kalia, who are you going to set things up for? Unless it's level 4 wise, I don't think so anyone can actually capitalize on that. So it falls down to that level 4 power spike right now. Misa Esports will try to focus on that, while Revenant Order, they want to try and get this to as much of the late game as possible with the Farsa, with the Nathan, and the full dive composition as well with a front to back idea. I am liking what Revenant Order are cooking up, but I think so it's easy to execute what Misa Esports has.
Are you sure it's easy to execute? Like, at one part, I would say yeah, in a sense where Yesunshin, yes, he is mechanically oriented, but he doesn't really need to hit some skill shots, right? He is just like more so about the DPS, about the timing, revolve manipulation. Yeah, it's not the hardest hit. It's not the hardest spell to hit. Let's be clear to let's be real, right? But at the same time, you still have Cho. And Cho needs to perform. He's in the same ballpark as Selena. He needs to make plays happen. If he doesn't make plays happen and if he just scales up, ooh, there's a play happening. Kenshin already half HP gone.
Yeah, that's the big thing, right? Because this game is going to be fiery. This game is going to be bloody. As ladies and gentlemen, this is the one last dance between Revenant Order and Misa Esports right now, as Pancake needs to run back to safety. Pretty low in that HP as well on the Cho. He will survive right now as Vice also gets the Litho Wanderer. This is the battle for survival. The winner goes forward to the playoffs and the loser will have to go back home and end their season of European 2025 ML as Creve kicks things off in style.
I couldn't even get to it, but I wanted to give credit to Pancake after like the last game that he played, after him performing very well on Cho, and suddenly, just when I think about it, he gets caught off.
Make one happening.
Unfortunate. I would call it a caster's curse. Typical.
Yeah.
Misa Esports right now with 90 gold lead shouldn't really be significant. But what is significant is that Alan definitely won't be winning those 1v1s against Mikazuya. And what is important is he will start winning in the teamfights. Yes, he will be more useful in the teamfights. But the problem will be if Mikazuya will be able to come from the lane with a lead. There will be gold crabs that he can attain. Wrath of Near actually with a 1v1 against Pancake. Half HP chunked.
That's a big one out there. Again, Pancake is technically a roamer, which shouldn't be able to deal this much amount of damage out here. Probably Raph Hafni's was already pretty low. It's still all the damage coming in from the Shunpo as well, though. And look at Mikazuya, easily able to zone out the rest of the members as well, as the level 4 hops in. Wise will eventually get that turtle as well, with again the feathered airstrike on the other side. Bumblebee doesn't really have anything, as he's got to go back for the real world manipulation dropped in as well. The Shield of Unity stopped in, and that is the damage from Tezuka on the Granger, which you do not want to see snowball in the early game. The rotation of the gold lane was the game changer for Misa Esports.
This is so bad. Yes, Reborn was able to attain gold for himself, so it's not that bad as it could be. But if we look over to the top side, we can see Ellen being very, very far behind in the gold department against Mikazuya. I know it's just 1 kill and 1 assist, but we need to take into consideration that it's just the 3rd minute of the game. So in this state of the game, it's very important.
And right now, what's more important is also the Circling Eagle, which was on Bumblebee. And guess what? Pancake, in an attempt to set things up, will wait out the Purify. But guess what? Creep all out alone with a feathered airstrike. Eventually getting caught by Wise, and Wise is doing such a fantastic job finding this birdie in between the cluster.
By the way, I have to give credits to Ellen's itemization. Ooh, audience, they don't really believe in Revenant Order. What a shake-up it was. I feel it was definitely much more in their favor before the second game that happened. But yeah, I understand the second game they were not able to close it out. Now Kesha could be getting caught.
Big one yet again. The man not able to survive. Tezuka. I think so. This time Misa Esports understand the assignment that they've got to make sure that Tezuka survives. And on the other side of the spectrum, it's also Revenant Order knowing what they need to do. All they need to make sure is that they actually pick Tezuka off early on and they can stop that early game snowball. Talk to me about the items out here quickly, Warren.
No, absolutely. I love what Alan is doing. He's trying to build towards the dominant size, right? Because that will be super important against Mikazuya, especially now when it has the magical defense. But now the fight is happening.
Absolutely, with the feather airstrike all the way up on top. Vice has been taken down, make it the second as Mikazuya falls as well. Thanks to Reborn TZ joining the fight this time, as Tezuka is pushing the gold turret in the bottom side.
And this is the strength of a Basha on the jungle position. We'll talk about that again. The real manipulation. The Mathilda Alliance was almost there, but the damage from Pancake on this Joe. Even if it's roam, you know, it is pretty high.
Damage is definitely high for the side of Revenant, though. Will it be enough for this dive?
Yeah, I don't really think they should have gone for the dive, but guess what? After getting that tier 1 down, or rather on the top side, I think so that was a pretty good decision. And fun fact, you thought Alan was making a dominant size. He goes ahead to make a radiant armor. And right now, a bit more of a skirmish, hopping into the falling star moon used up, but the entropy from Reborn TZ was there. So was able to get himself back to safety. Danny pretty low in the HP with the Shield of Unity and the Landshaker. The chain CC on top of the Eve, sending her back to the dimension she came from. A big play by Revenant Order, and guess what? They want to try and catch Wise as well, all the way down. But he's a bit too sleeky guy. Will be able to run away and steal the Go Crab.
It's definitely surprising that Misa Esports are still in the gold lead, even though they are lacking in the department of their kills. Though it's important to say that they have the turtles. Though if you want to get something for yourself, maybe even something of a gold lead in real life, you can join the Venom tournament to get yourself some prizes, so you don't have to pay for it with real money. But you know who else had to pay with something real? Creep with his real life for that.
Yeah, that's out here, and it's not the only one. This time, Genshin will also join him as well. Alan was able to take one off all the way up towards the top side during the fight in the bottom lane. But at the end of the day, that was just a consolation. The mid tier 1 is also going to fall, and that is going to give Misa Esports the jungle access of Rap Fafnir. Wow.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm liking it. Like, yes,
Alan
are playing a decent game. Alan with a 1v2.
Oh, a big flicker coming in from Danny. And now on the back of it now, Alan seems to be in trouble. But guess what? The bombardments up on top. The artillery. The air support. Revenant Order picked Danny off as well on the back of that flicker which was used up. Now the turtle did not go for Revenant Order, but it's still Misa Esports with a lead of 801 gold.
Yeah, but it's what we talked about before. It's kind of fake gold lead, you know, because Revenant Order are winning across the board, and Misa Esports are just able to still evade the turtles. So it's not really telling the whole story, because if we look at the separate players' XP and separate players' goal, we see 2 items on Reborn TZ. Of course, yes, there are 2 items on Tezuka as well, but you have to take into consideration that the items that Tezuka went for are so much cheaper. I mean, especially the Sky Piercer. It's so much cheaper than that. Oh,
yeah.
Catch on Mikazuya. He gives killing spree to Reborn TZ. That means more items.
That's a big man. Reborn TZ is just insane. On the back of it out there in mid lane, you wanted to go for the chase as well, but Wise was able to run back. Guess what? Not far enough! As there's Alan Lapu on top of the Yi Sun-shin. The Fleet Admiral's ship has been sunken beneath the Bermuda Triangle here. You cannot sail in these oceans where the bravest warrior lands. Alan is yet again the big frontline for the team as the feathered airstrike popped in as well to try and zone them out of the tier 1, but they still want to defend. Not really quite for the long time out here, with the Landshaker not being used by the bravest fighter. Yes! And with that, you have the mid tier 1 falling.
We can see the initiation from Alan continuing upon Fafnir getting the kill on top of we. It's super important that this is happening because we were talking about it during the draft. Alan has to perform, and he is performing, he is cooking, and I love what he is giving us.
Big one here, man. Because again, we talk about Alan and we directly mention that this dude is one of those top playmakers of his team, and if he performs, that everything gets pretty easy for the entire team right now. But I'm pretty sure it's a bit more difficult to take this Lord now. Entropy used up as well. Real elimination dropped in, but everyone's just outside of it, and they want to chase Cupcake down as he's got nowhere to run away. Unstoppable fallen on the Lapu as Mikazuya gets isolated towards the Lord, but still kiting around everything. He's able to sustain through it all. Wise is here. He wants to hop in. The Zuka as well on that Granger. is just making sure that everyone's going to be pushed back with the low HP. Misa Esports are buying themselves some more time.
They are buying some time indeed. But will it be enough? If we look over on the compositions, are we even sure that they are outscaling right now? Lord half HP, there should be an action happening in River.
Yeah, right now the big circling eagle coming in because Zuya is going to be troubled up out here as Danny picks up Rafafni. That's the retribution got away and Vice will win out the battle. Not even a 50-50, but only to be taken down by the Nathan on the other side. It's a 1-for-1 trade for Jungle and Jungle, but on the back of it, Misa get the Lord. Hold on, Cupcake goes in, but the Purify used up already by Creep with the Falling Star Moon and RWM. A massive play from Danny. And on the back of it now, Alan is stuck in between everyone. Flicker burned up too as he has nowhere to run. And the shutdown will go to Tezuka. Double kill for the Granger, finally stacking up on the Sky Piercer as the Lord marches down in mid.
I think we were looking at this game wrong the whole time. This is not really the story of Revenant Order coming out on top and beating Misa Esports. This is a story of Misa Esports waking up and coming back into this game because Misa Esports are right now on the horse, 2,000 gold lead in the game.
Yeah, the shield unity used up right now. Cupcake up in between 4 people. Gets that knock up. No Purify this time for the Falsa. So it's all the way out the middle. But Remontizi is the main man who gets the first one. 6-0-1 on this Nathan. This man is just wreaking havoc. But it's just that his team is not able to win the team fights.
Reef, unfortunately, has been picked off by Pancake, so he was the first to die.
Oh my god. Big one coming in as well, though. But again, no Falling Star Moon on the other side right now just yet. So they're still going to be safe. And as soon as I was saying that, it was used up. But the Holy Shield out there on the tower would still help them out clear out that wave. 5 more seconds left for it. So better use it than let it go to waste.
Absolutely, but right now it looks like Revenant Order are wasting their opportunities because the game, the longer it goes, does it get better for them? Maybe it does because Reborn TZ, he is super strong and he should be outscaling Cash Out.
I agree. But it's just the thing that there's also a double marksman on the other side, right? So you can't really count out Wise on the Yi Sun Shin. It's like Yi Sun Shin Granger versus the Farsa Nathan. That's literally the only thing that's happening. Apart from Allen soaking up the most amount of damage on the other side. Now Feather Airstrike landing on absolutely no one. The kiting is pretty good by Misa Esports. There we go with the re-engage with the RWM as well. And a lovely ultimate of the Yi Sun Shin. Allen isolated has been taken down for the first one. And now guess what? It's Rafafnir on the chopping block. While Bumblebee, Cupcake on their faces with the circling eagle used up. They're all pretty low with the entropy coming into play. They will do nothing but run away. Revenant Order are now on the back foot.
Revenant Order are getting pushed back into the corner, and it looks like Misa Esports are now very strongly gripping the lead of the game. They are not making it easy, but Mikazuya could be a way for Revenant Order to come back into the game, though Esmeralda, she is one of the most slippery heroes, but he's actually waiting with the Lord take. He's trying to set it up the best as he can for the rest of the team.
Yeah, so basically the only reason why Misa Esports delayed the Lord was because the clock was about to hit 41 seconds. As soon as it hit 41 seconds, that's when Misa Esports took the Lord down to maximize their wave potential, to get as much time as they need to set things up perfectly. And this is the micro play which I always talk about, which is super crucial for the teams at this stage, where you need to maximize every single aspect of the game. Even when you're taking out the Lord, you need to keep a check on the clock. And I absolutely love what they're doing. Big thing, Warren. Talk about the items quick.
Yeah, right now, if we look over at the items, we can see that Rafafnir has a little bit of damage, but that's not what is important. What is important is that Reborn TZ has 4 full items, and he is moving into his 5th. He has Holy Crystal. He has a lot of damage in his hands, but will it be enough?
Yeah, that's the big thing out here with the Borax picked up by Teeniyi. I'm not quite sure if that's going to be best, but guess what? The real world manipulation is absolutely perfect. Pretty low HP on two of them, but they both survive. The re-engage comes in, circling Eagle just to cancel it out, only to force Mikazuya away. The mid lane inhib should fall, but guess what? You've got Reborn, who's going to clear out that wave quickly. Entropy used up aggressively to try and catch on all of them, but the poke coming in from Danny as well as from Teeniyi. That is big. Guess what? They still want to catch on Wise. Allen could be isolated. He needs to run back to safety with the Matilda Airline, saving his life. Fafnir out in the open as Mikazuya is the first one to fall. But guess what? Reborn TZ is all the way out in the world where he should not have stepped in. A 1-for-1 trade.
In that trade, that's not really favorable for Revenant Order. They need to defend. And for Misa Esports, they don't really care if they don't have Esmeralda. They have the rest of the team and they are looking to finish.
Yeah, that could be a big one as Seal of Unity used up as well. Guess what? The front lining is there. The real world manipulation cancelled out. All because the feathered air strike by Creep was dropped in at perfect time. And I have to say, if Revenant Order want to win this match, Creep needs to land his feathered air strike. Misa Esports are re-engaging and they're doing that phenomenally well.
Wait, is Teeniyi rocking 2 Sky Piercers? Is that really it? Is that really it? I'm not sure, but I caught it for a second. Is Teeniyi rocking? Oh, he is. He is.
It's a rose gold.
It's rose gold. It's rose gold meteor. So
but hold on.
It's not really
hold
the
on.
case. Yes.
Talk about the Vorax on the Granger. He's just getting 50% of the utility
because
from
you
that.
want to shred the tanks and it gives you the true damage. So it makes so much sense. But what is super important is if Reborn TZ can pull through these fights, he cannot get caught.
Absolutely, but guess what? It's Kenshin who's been the first one to get caught out there in the open as well with the falling Star Moon. Maybe Reborn TZ could be the second one thanks to the Way of the Dragon. He's been shut down too, and guess what? This could be it for Revenant Order. Allen is trying to buy as much time as possible for him as they've got nothing to clear this wave. It's Misa Esports with the massive comeback in game number 3. What a way to pull things off. Misa Esports lose the first one only to win the next 2.
Damn, what a series this was. I wanted a full BO3, but this at all. This had tears of happiness, this had joy, this had sadness, this had intense moments, this had funny moments, this had crazy moments. But unfortunately, in the end, only one can prevail and only one can join the rest of the top 8 of the whole European leaderboard of the whole European competitive MLBB scene, and that will unfortunately for Revenant Order be Misa Esports. They came all through the last chance qualifier, and when we first look at them we thought to ourselves, well, they got it in the bag. There's no reason for us to worry about their performance, but they started with a loss because they were not able to be ready for the game. There were some technical difficulties. They immediately got thrown into the 0-1 situation. Then they pulled through, beat Omni Knights. Then they were beaten down by Teeniyi, Bambusel, that unfortunately are already out of the whole playoff. They didn't continue, they didn't go through because they got beaten by AKKE in the end. So maybe lucky for Misa, because Teeniyi Bambusel took the bullet in the form of AKKE and Misa got through honor, and then they matched up against Revenant Order. And even though Revenant Order didn't make it easy, they made it as hard as they could. In the end, Misa Esports prevailed, and honestly, the swaps in their roster, I guess it really works.
I'd have to say probably it did. It wasn't easy, but yes, it worked out really well. Out here though, having a look at the achievements of this game, richest and the carry is going to be Teeniyi. While on the other side, you're going to have Fafnir and Kenshin as the wall and the wingman. So you could see the control that Revenant Order had early on, but it was Misa Esports to steal this one game away from them as well. And I'd have to say, it was in the mid game when they started to realize that they have got a very good re-engage composition where all they need to do is wait for the feathered airstrike, wait for the entropy to run out, and then Danny drops in his real world manipulation and they go for a full re-engage. And it worked out wonderfully for their side.
I agree, but at the same time, I have to harp on one fact again, and that is Rap not being on a carry hero, not being on a, not really a carry hero, but being on a hero that has the outplay potential. I've been yapping about it for the longest time, on and on and on. But look at the facts. First game, he was Lancelot, they won. Second game, he was on Fredrin, they lost. And third game, he was on Baksha, and they lost again. It's just the facts, it's just the math, it's just the numbers.
And I'm pretty sure that it's not something Revenant Order would want to see right now. I have to say, Reborn TZ also had the full build, right? But it was that one last way of the dragon by Pancake, which actually caught him. And then he could not do anything in that fight. You mentioned about him as well during that engagement. That Reborn TZ is getting caught, he's off position. And that's when Pancake actually found him. So they did not really get the perfect opportunity to set a play up with him, but they had the perfect chance to close it all out. And on the back of it, man, Mika Zuya, with the amount of damage that he was taking for his team, 165,000 on an Esmeralda. I called for it, Warren. You mentioned about it as well. The Esmeralda pick in this game would be just wonderful. And that's exactly what Misa Esports pulled off.
You did indeed, we both did. Though, as I love to do, when we have to say goodbye to our teams, I always want to go through the good stuff that they made happen, through the good plays that they made happen. And I think it's very respectable and very on point for us to talk about Alan, his performance, his Lapu Lapu was really holding his team together. Kenshin, he was saving his team in the right moments. Reborn TZ, he was playing on top of his mind for the most of the game. It just came down to one little bad situation that cost them the game. I bet he will be thinking about it when he goes to sleep. It sucks. It's rough. Only one victor can be. And that is Misa Esports that will be joining Memento Mori, Metashift, Glitch Code, Jackpots, Eternal Oblivion, AKKE by D, Fake Time. And that will be the top 8 that will be going to duke it out in the playoffs with double elimination that will be starting, I believe, on 5th of December.
Absolutely. Before that, we're also going to have those placement matches. And then, in the next week, ladies and gentlemen, just to make sure that you guys are not missing out on anything, we'll also have that show match about which we will discuss pretty soon, right? But again, having a look at that entire journey for that previous month, Warren, I wouldn't say it's not even just about previous month. It all started all the way during the Thunder. When we saw all of these players and these teams facing off against each other. And through that, we eventually went in forward to have those Pro Morello and then the Open qualifiers and a team that came all the way from the Open qualifiers and the last chance qualifiers themselves topping the chart out. And then through the entire regular season, losing out on 2 games, then winning out their best of 3s, finally making their last slot in that playoffs. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the Roma coming in from the side of Metashift. We've got Pancake himself. My God, Misa Esports, guys, you have been phenomenal. Pancake, specifically you on that showroom. Talk to me about the first game, though, because that's where you guys dropped the ball. So what was the reason why you guys could not close out that game number 1?
I think the first game, honestly, the Selena was being really annoying. And with that stuns every time, she was like cooking so much, you know, and let us a lot of times 1 XP and make we go back, you know. We control early game, but in the middle of game, we lose some important kills and...
Alright, now, fair enough. I know I kind of threw a question towards you instantly. First of all, tell me, how are you guys feeling? Being the very last team to qualify for the playoffs, right? So how are you guys feeling right now? You guys came from the Open qualifiers and now you stand at a chance of being, or rather you are in the top 8 European teams. So how do you feel?
We feel very happy, of course, very proud of the work what we the screens every day and the practice and make we win, of course.
All right, perfect. All right, Warren, over to you.
I mean, Pancake, people were saying, people were speaking very highly about your Tigreal. They were saying, oh yes, Pancake, he is the Tigreal Gold, he is the Tigreal OTP. So when you logged in Tigreal, I knew it will be a great game. But after you logged in Cho, I was a little bit on the edge. I was thinking like, will it work, will it not work? You made it work so wonderfully. You made the right calls. Why do you think you were successful in Cho, with Cho, where others have failed? Because we saw many people attend Cho, and probably other than Kingsta, people are not really successful with that pick. So where do you think you are better than them? Where do you think you find success with this pick?
I think Cho was very good in both games, and we repeat the pick too, because I feel in the second game I feel very good with him. I was doing very good kicks and everything. And about my Cho, I think obviously I'm very, very good Cho. I have like 4K games. That's a lot, and not everyone can say that from ROMs from Europe. I mean, a lot of people is good with Cho, but they don't have that for show, or maybe they scared for picking tournaments because he's complicated hero.
Okay, you know what, Warren? I'm gonna steal it for a second here. Pancake, Kingstar's Cho or your Cho? Which one is better?
I think my Cho, of course, is better.
All right.
Of
We've got a
course.
competition here. All right, Warren, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I would throw it back to you, Scared. You just had to wait for a second.
I just got excited there, man, because we don't really see a lot of shows, specifically those very good shows, and I really enjoyed this game. Now, there's one question which all of us had in our mind. My lobby was a part of the entire lineup throughout the open qualifiers as well. What was the reason for bringing Mikazuya in, and that too in one of the most important game for you guys?
The reason was my lobby have one flight to do, so he was not available for play because he was flying. And for this, we put like another sub player like Mikazuya, very good. So if we have complications with my lobby, he can play too, and he's very good job. Mikazuya too. He do these last games.
All right, so we can expect my lobby back in the roster, back playing again, because people were speaking about him a lot. They were asking about him a lot in the chat. So I'm happy that there is like the friendship still holds, the team still holds. I'm happy for you guys. Congratulate you on your victory once again. I maybe said that already. But I want to ask you one thing before we let you off the hook. You have been qualified and you will be slotted against one of the teams. Who do you want to match in the first round? Who do you think will... I'm not gonna say easiest or like hardest. I'm just gonna say who do you want to match? Who do you think is the good opponent for you in the first round?
I think in reality we want someone like Memento Mori. I think is very good. I think they're doing very good at this time right now. They playing good. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, we already have the leaks, so they know, right?
Really? Oh, very good then. I like it. Because it's very good match.
Damn, you sniped it, Pancake. Like, you are not just good with show, you are sniping it all around.
Nice one. All right. So you kind of wanted to face against Memento Mori. We're probably going to have that as well.
Yeah.
All right, Pancake. I know that you guys have been through a lot through this entire journey. Is there anything that you want to tell your viewers? The stage is all yours.
Yeah, of course. Thanks for everyone who was watching the games and for the support. And I have to make a special for the special supporters are this my lobby community is Lithuanian community. They are very good people. Support us every day, and I want to mention them.
Perfect. All right.
By the way,
Pancake.
if you have something else on your heart and you would feel more free to speak in your native language, you can go for that. We also gave that option before. So if you feel more comfortable speaking in your native language, you can go for it and speak like that.
You mean some words for the Spanish people?
Yeah, you can go with Spanish, right? Because
okay.
of course not everyone is comfortable with English, so you can go in Spanish. It will be fine. So just throwing it out there if you want to go for it. Of course you don't have to. It's up to you.
Yeah, obviously. Quiero decirle muchas gracias a todo el mundo que ha visto las partidas, que estamos muy contentos de que 2 jugadores españoles hayan clasificado a la parte final del torneo. Y quería mandarle un saludo especial al Blackers, que me está viendo y me está siempre apoyando. Y decirle que, bueno, que buenas partidas al Levi, que es el que ha jugado antes, que ha perdido.
So sweet, my man. So sweet, Pancake. All right. Thank you so much. It was a pleasure to watch you play out there. Super amazing. And congratulations again to Misa Esports for winning this one out. And good luck for your playoffs games now. Thank you so much for hopping here.
Thank you so much, guys. Very good job.
Thank you so much, man. It's fun. Finally, we've got the top 8 out here, and it was Misa Esports. Fun fact, both the teams who qualified from the open qualifiers, right, Meta Shift and Misa Esports, they have made it up in the top 8. Can you see how big that is?
That's insane. You throw them to the wolves and they come back stronger. They come back with a wolf belt on their back.
And the fun fact is, if I'm not wrong, I believe there are only 2 or max 3 teams from Thunder Division who are still in the top 8. And you've got Jackpots, you've probably got AKKE. There's quite a few teams, ladies and gentlemen. So let's have a look at the playoffs brackets itself right now. It's Momentum Mori taking on Misa Esports. Jackpots will be up against Glitch Code. Meta Shift against AKKE, and then we've got Eternal Oblivion taking on Fake Time. It's as you rightly mentioned, the brackets are going to put you all the way up in this double elimination bracket. The winners go all the way up, the losers go down, and then we continue to finally have our champion on 14th of December. Lock all of these dates, people, because it's going to get wild in the next 3 weeks.
Honestly, like, I know it's kind of soon. It's kind of soon, right? Oh, wait, it actually it's not soon, no? We are... Yes, we will be playing tomorrow, no? Am I seeing that? Yes, we will be playing tomorrow, so that's so hype. We will be having tomorrow Memento Mori against Misa Esports, Jackpots Glitch Code, Metashift against AKKE, and Eternal Oblivion against Fake Time. And I have to say a couple of things. Rightfully you said, only 3 teams from Thunder Division are still alive and well in the playoffs. So that's super interesting, even though from Thunder Division we had 6 qualified teams, right? And
we have 2 probably, right? Just AKKE and Jackpots.
No, I think Memento Mori...
Memento Mori were in the promotion relegation.
Wait, wait, you are right. You are absolutely right. Oh, it's been so long, I forgot. Yes, you are right. You are absolutely right. That's insane. That's insane story. See? So this just speaks volumes about the power of teams that were in Promo Relo, because even though you could have looked at Thunder Division and be like, oh yes, this is the toughest team. Well, apparently they are not, because only Jackpots and AKKE survived, and AKKE didn't even make it through Thunder Division. They were just part of Thunder Division, but they made it through Promo Relo. So basically we can say only 1 team is left alive from Thunder Division. This is insane stats, I have to say, because Minerva Fury gone and dusted, Omni Glitch done, Stolen Angels done, White Kids gone, Revenant Order gone today as well, unfortunately. Eternal Oblivion still alive, AKKE, Glitch Code, and Memento Mori, and Fake Time. Literally, the only team that didn't make it is Teeniyi, Bambusel, and they were this close to making it.
I agree, just 1 win. And fun fact is that they were facing against AKKE themselves. So yeah, I'm pretty sure anything could have happened there, man. This is just nasty. And fun fact, both the teams that made from open qualifiers have also made it all the way up here. So I mean, the conversion rate is absolutely 100%, and this is massive, ladies and gentlemen. It's gonna be a long day tomorrow for best of threes, which are not gonna end early considering it is the playoffs. A lot of things to be said, a lot of things to be done, and a lot more to be watched. The action continues tomorrow at the same time. Make sure you subscribe to the channel and follow Surge Europe on all the social media platforms, and also hit the follow on Synchro, Warren, as well as me, so that you guys are eventually updated about the same thing. Now the action continues tomorrow of the playoffs. Till then, bye bye, have a good night.
You with Genshin falling down in the entire RWM as the AOG connects perfectly. Danny takes Allen down, make it another, maybe not a screamer.
And much more extreme names for him right now, because he is truly making their life miserable.
Holy smokes, it's Genshin that's being bursted down, for God's sake. That's a high loss.
Not really connect on to anyone as Bumblebee still there. AOG hops in as well with the RWM. Everyone was outside that as the glorious Prophet dropped in with a Black Dragon up on top of you, and Aoki shadow kill on your face. Nowhere Revenant Order can survive as it's Genshin who falls. He is the man. He's got all 4 items built up, and in the back line, holy smokes, the Zuka not being able to survive as another pull on this Dragon hops in. Reborn finally getting activated. He's already got a full build out here. Guess what? Lovely stun from Cream, forcing out the real world manipulation on the other side as it's a 2-for-1. I think so. This could be a big mistake right now as the Lord marches down from the bottom, and a big pull coming in. Both the front liners, they're knocked up. They could be taken down. Don't run, Bulls King on Vice. No more ultimate for the Oogie Shadow Killers. Danny forces the Winter Crown to only sustain for half a second long. Nothing can help out Misa Esports as even
Bazooka. But Genshin, he isn't really impacted by that. He is doing fine. Ooh, but maybe we has to say something about it, but not.
Kazuya seems to be in a pretty precarious spot out
for the bravest fighter. Line Shaker connects. Oh, there's big CC going for Alan. Alan is still alive. The ult pops. So can they get something in retaliation? Revenant here is still half HP, but he gets bursted down. He will be taken down because he was able to. Ramfafnir was actually able to get the turtle. Now we in big problem, and those problems are actually
steadily the damage numbers of Misa Esports will creep up.
Go again. Together with Genshin, they are getting into a little bit of a scuffle. Weez get immediately bursted down because Creep was there.
Kazuya?
Oh no, Mikazu actually has to say something about it. Landshaker, Raging Slash still available. He tries to burst them down, but Retribution is available, and Trap. Oh, actually, a big initiation. Rafafnir getting very scarily low. Yeah, he gets picked off, but there is Reborn hitting on top of your head, and he forces everyone from Misa Esports away. Though Mikazu is going for that backline play, picks off Grief, and now Landshaker on 3. Actually, Reborn needs to save the game if he wants to play more. Reborn with a quick immortality swap, but it doesn't matter. He still gets. It's very important.
And right now, what's more important is also the Circling Eagle, which was on Bumblebee. And guess what? Pancake, in an attempt to set things up, will wait out the Purify. But guess what?
Right, because that will be super important against Mikazuya, especially now when it has the magical defense. But now the fight is happening.
Absolutely, with the feather airstrike all the way up on top. Vice has been taken down, make it the mid lane. You wanted to go for the chase as well, but Vice was able to run back. Guess what? Not far enough!
There should be an action happening in River.
Yeah, right now the big Circling Eagle coming in because Zuya is going to be troubled up out here as Danny picks up Rafafni. That's the Retribution got away, and Vice will win out the battle. Not even a 50-50, but only to be taken down by the Nathan on the other side. Goes in, but the Purify used up already by Creep with the Falling Star Moon and RWM. A massive play from Danny. And on the back of it now, Allen is stuck in between everyone. Flicker burned up too as he has nowhere to...
A lot of damage in his hands, but will it be enough?
Yeah, that's the big thing out here with the Borax picked up by Tezuka. I'm not quite sure if that's going to be best, but guess what? There's real world manipulation is absolutely perfect. Pretty low HP on Talent, could be isolated. He needs to run back to safety with the Matilda Airline, saving his life. Rap Fafnir out in the open as Mika Zui is the first one to fall. But guess what? Reborn TZ is all the way out in the world where he should not have stepped in.
He can pull through these fights. He cannot get
caught. Absolutely, but guess what? It's Kenshin who's